feel like I'm Allen Iverson. I chose the number 3 too. I was like, yeah, I feel like Allen Iverson. I'm like, yeah, I'm finna stream. I'm about to drop like 60 today, man. I just gotta pace myself. I'm finna drop 60 today. Today's a good day. I feel like today's a 60 stream. Just drop 60 on them. Don't worry. What up? Kick in the building. Love y'all. 60 points, no assist. Shit. Y'all throw me the assist. I'll just dunk that shit. Or hit it from 3. All right. All good. Welcome, my people. Welcome. Today's going to be a really interesting and very fun stream. I'm going to try to give you a little bit of everything to try to mix up the content, keep you guys engaged, try to give you and keep you entertained for as long as possible. I think today is at least a 6-hour day, even though I think the last time I said that I ended early. But I think today we'll make it through as long as I control my drinking. I streamed earlier today, so anytime I stream before like 9 p.m., we're good. We're good, okay? We're at least going to get to like 5 hours because I'm definitely going to make it to midnight. All right, so a bunch of things to get to. There's a little bit of business news we got to get to, some political news we got to get to, update on the war, update on, all these random assortment of cases going on, how they affect you. And, of course, hip-hop. We have a bunch of stuff going on in hip-hop. Maino still beefing with 50, and that beef seems to be possibly escalating. What else is happening? We have a new J. Cole interview. I guess we'll break that down. Adin Ross, him and Blueface and Wack100. Chat, I'll give you the exclusive and the scoop on that. Unfortunately, I was in the middle of it, and I tried to play peacemaker for as long as I could. Trust me. What else? Lotto's announced that she's pregnant. Congratulations to Lotto and 21 Savage. I don't think it's a secret anymore. I've long known that 21 Savage and Lotto have been doing their thing, and I'm very happy for them as a couple and for future parents. I think they're amazing together. They've been nothing more than spectacular, okay? Still, you guys should, somewhat respect their privacy other than what they allow, for obvious reasons. They've kept it out of the limelight for a long time. Okay. What else? You guys can spam some topics too. You guys can spam up some topics as well. Afro Man scored a really big legal victory. I had predicted that he was probably going to be successful. I thought the case was frivolous. I thought it was stupid. It was about some semantics, and it was about police officers who felt embarrassed. It wasn't even a money trail. They didn't think he had that much money to get. But they wanted to somewhat, at least during this administration, make a stance like, hey, listen, Trump is like pro-police, right? And I think these cops wanted to get a thing on the record that kind of helps them to kind of do their job in whatever way they want to do it, which means basically take, and unfortunately, this is how it goes, even though I am pro-police. But this was about trying to take the rights of a civilian to give more privilege to police officers. And it doesn't work like that, right? Police are meant to and paid to protect us. While you should respect them, it shouldn't, impede and hinder any of your rights. So really important case that has been decided. On a political front, it appears that maybe things are unraveling for Donald Trump. Donald Trump recently has seemingly been put in an interesting position, pause on the interesting position, and this is going to be a bad pun, but probably the worst position since him being mentioned and scattered all over the Epstein files, no pun intended, or whatever. But still, this Iran thing and Israel and how it kind of is working is becoming louder and louder. Conversations about, are we Israel's bitch? And are we just doing their dirty work? It's starting to get louder and louder. The counterterrorism director has resigned and did an interview and also wrote a letter, a scathing one, that basically has said, yo, we don't think Iran was a threat. Them niggas is a bunch of bum-ass niggas over there, and we're only doing this because Israel, our little brother, or really our little big brother, basically wants us to do it. Really bad look for the United States. Also, there's rumors also that Cuba's next. Again, I think this Trump administration, it's getting off a little bit off the rails. But again, he is a lame duck president, which means he knows he's out of here in 2 years. So we'll see what happens. What else? I'm trying to figure out how to schedule this stream today. I did want to do an intensive breakdown of something historical. We're going to kind of like do a little bit of a documentary kind of look in, like a deep dive. We've done these at times. But we're going to kind of investigate some of these things that maybe some of you guys have forgotten, but were definitely relevant in culture. We're going to do a broad overview, but really specific to a few situations with 50 Cent. Because I don't know why this is happening now, but it's now a new conversation piece. And this is why I said his beef with Maino is escalating. Because Maino is one of the people who's supposedly one of the street dudes. And he's coming out to say 50 Cent was always a bitch, basically. He was saying he never did nothing, he basically was a professional victim. And we've heard that at times from Ja Rule or whatever. But there's a few things I wanted to tap in with. And by the way, I got to credit, I forgot his name. One of my chat niggas actually hit me up, or chat kings, he hit me up. And he gave me some really dope resources and great information to kind of lead me down a path to put things together. And I, did my due diligence, and I said I could present this pretty cool on stream. So we're going to talk about that today. Again, I know today's Friday. So if you guys chose to stay in, or maybe you're coming back from work, I appreciate if you spend any time with me, right? You guys could kind of just let me know what topic you want to get started with. We could start off hot. We could start off, a little bit educated. By the way, shout out to some of my chat queens. They really appreciate the diverse in topics. They've even told me that they like when I break down business stuff, which is, I'm glad you guys enjoy, when we may step outside what usually people expect. So we got a little bit of everything today. Gunna. All right, I'll put Gunna on the list. We have a lot to get into, so I'm going to make sure I get into this stuff really quickly. What do you guys want me to start with first? Oh, Justin Bieber and Usher fight. Ooh, okay. It's a lot of stuff. Okay. I think I should start off hot. And I think I'm going to start off hot, but I'm going to start off before the liquor gets. If you don't know, for anybody who watches me through clips, if I'm really like heated, or not heated, but like I'm animated, I'm a little bit lit. I'll give the same points talking like this, but I get really passionate. This is my job. This is my life. Everything that I do here or everything in this space affects me. This is not a 9 to 5. I don't clock out. I live it every day. So I get passionate about everything. So if you see me screaming at times, it's just because I'm passionate. But I do understand in communication, some things are better conveyed when you speak in an even tone, and also when you utilize your vocabulary rather than, use ad hominem attacks. Two things on the media front. I like giving my media pow-pows to start off. I'll make it quick. Won't really drag it. I think I've given these guys a lesson at this point. They might as well call me professor. I know we got the academy, but God damn it, these must be the guys who've been left back 15 times. I just want to address one more time. I just want to really quickly address, and hopefully for the last time, all right? For the last time, hopefully. Ebro has supposedly shot back after what I said last time, and let me see. Is it Ebro? I don't even know. And I wanted to just quickly address him. I'm not going to drag it. I feel like at this point, this is the exact reason why this guy, aged out of his position. And really, if you ask me, the culture passed him. There's something about having enough humility to realize that this culture is ever changing. And your place in this culture is one that you have to continue to adjust to, no matter how powerful you get. You get what I'm saying? I'm one who came up with covering, and one of the big niches I covered was drill music. I could say, no, I only like, because I really love gangster rap music or, well, drill music, right? Well, the SoundCloud era came, and I really love that too. So, I was able to kind of like not just be like, nah, this is the only good music. That's weirdo stuff. I'm pretty malleable. I think I'm pretty open-minded. And again, I've never treated hip-hop as a job. I've always just kind of lived it. So like the music I listen to, even if, they have criticisms of me saying, Act's 30 and he listens to music by 19-year-olds. I do. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I mean? Like, I love some English music up in my crib. I'm sorry. Will that change? I don't know. Maybe one day I'm just putting on jazz. But, I think I have a decent musical palette. I listen to, I started off today's stream with some Buju Banton, right? Some Wayne Wonder, some Sizzla. Give you guys some 90s dancehall a little bit. Switch to some Future, early 2010 Future. Like, I feel like I'm kind of a mixed bag, You never know. I might throw on some Bach J. The kid's like 19 or 20 out of like Dallas. Or not Dallas, but Texas, I believe. Anyway. So I wanted to react to what Ebro said, but I don't even know if it's here anymore. I think it is. Here. So, is it here? No. Or maybe it was Rosendweeb I was trying to respond to. Maybe. I think it was Rosendweeb. Give me a timer on this. I can't afford. Today's going to be a special stream. I can't afford to, give these guys too much of my time, especially my energy. And also, this good alcohol here could not be wasted on these guys right here. They're, absolute slouches. But I did see oh my God, this guy just tweeting for no reason, I think. Did I ever see what the fuck he was talking about? Okay, he's talking about wrestling. We've actually ran this guy out of hip-hop. He's now a wrestling guy. Great. Perfect. Okay, so now we've sent this bum to wrestling. And I don't know if I could... I don't even know if I can find it anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Really don't know. So I'll kind of recap what they said. And I don't know why I continued. And I know I addressed this before last time. But it was this idea, and I believe it was said by Rosendweeb. And he basically said that, academics is misinformed. He's misinformed that we got fired because our ratings suck. And he actually referenced radio ratings, which is measured by Nielsen. The company now is Luminate, but Nielsen still sends out the stuff. And there is radio ratings that track how many people are listening to the radio airwave by this really antiquated method called PPM, right? And, it basically, it has random people or random receivers in random areas that will track how many people are tuned into whatever wavelength. So it's not like a stream where you could actually tell right now it says 6,000 people are here. It's kind of like they're not telling, they'll go random places and then they'll combine it and then they'll kind of extrapolate. It's really like an old way. And I'll give you more of the math if you guys care, but it was always it's never accurate, right? Now, how many are actively listening versus passively listening? How many got the music all the way turned down? It doesn't really track for all of that. It just tracks loosely how many people might be, not engaged, but might discover the content, right? Because the content is in the airwave that they're listening to, or the frequency. Now, that was his response. He said, academics is misinformed, right? Because their radio ratings were good. Now, I think I said it on last stream, but I just want to hammer this home again. And this is why Ebro and Rosenbaum, they are where they are. And I know some of you guys might be like, I feel like you're beating a dead horse. I know, I'm sorry. And this is why I'm actually talking to them in a very nice tone. I've been giving them nothing but great advice. I told them, hey, buddies, you guys were too lazy to go to the Hot 97 studios. That's probably one of the reasons you got fired. COVID ended 3 years ago. Come on, dog. You got to get it together. Right? New Yorkers, as much as I love New York in terms of people with work ethic, some of these guys are so fucking lazy, right? They just take advantage of work from home. I mean, some of you guys might do it too. Not knocking the game, but when you're in a job market or you're working for a company that probably is always reevaluating why you deserve a paycheck, you don't want to show them less reason. You want to show them more. These guys, when they show up to the studio, we hear later they claim there was roaches and rats up in there, so they didn't want to go. Regardless, they could have gotten exterminated. They just didn't want to go to work. They wanted to do it from their home on Zoom. That probably helped. You know, the new employers is like, yo, we are paying a lot of money for this building. We're employees. Oh, they're all at home. What? So that was one of the things. But secondly, is that radio ratings is not necessarily these days about the personalities as much as it is about the station, which already has 30 to 40 years of history, probably like 50 years for Hot 97. What does that mean? You put anybody up there, if people have been listening to Hot 97 in the morning for the last 20 years, they'll even listen to the new person in the mornings, if that's their routine, going to work or doing whatever. That's just what it is. So it's not really based on personalities. So why does it matter to have one personality versus the other? And I wanted to point this out because as they mentioned ratings, I had to update them to 2026. Radio ratings, first of all, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of almost like secret. Like you guys don't even really, they don't even like publish them. And Nielsen is a paid subscription. So really nobody knows. Like, you know, people only hear from you guys. The thing is this, to update you to 2026, all that matters is streaming. Okay, we see streaming companies competing. We see Netflix acquiring or try to acquire Warner Brothers. We see Paramount, ByteDance. We see them. They actually did acquire Warner Brothers. We're seeing people in a streaming war that is seemingly the way of everyone consuming content. Football games are being streamed. Basketball games are being streamed. We're here streaming, and the idea here is, any old medium, if it could be converted to streaming, that's where the money is. I'll give you the example within their field of entertainment. Well, The Breakfast Club, okay, which is on Power 105, they, along with 14 other programs, with under the umbrella of iHeartMedia, they signed like a damn near $1 billion deal. It's not for radio ratings, it's for streaming. Why did they sign that deal? Because they analyzed those 15 programs and what they were doing in the streaming market digitally guaranteed or made them invest $1 billion. So let me go back to Ebro and them. So when I was telling you about how you guys don't stream well and you're telling me about radio ratings, well, just go back to 2002 already. I was telling you that your competitor just got a $1 billion streaming deal while you guys are still talking about the antiquated radio ratings. That's probably why you're fired. That's just simply what it is. And it's kind of hard watching these guys like not take accountability. At first, they had kind of responded, and I made, which I think is a right assumption, that they do believe, you know, remember when Drake commented the axe? I think these guys think that, you know, because they're commenting on what do you call it again? Smear campaigns and things like that. These guys actually really do believe that, you know, maybe people have it out for them. And now I love kicking their back in, but I've told you the personal story. Like, you know me, there's like, if there was a paid agenda with me, you'd probably know it. Cause I'm transparent. I can't hold water, bro. Right. I've told you my you know, whatever I had against Ebro and them. I felt like they were trying to gatekeep me out the game. Right. You know, shit, when I was trying to get on, homie wasn't fucking with me. He called me Charlamagne's boy. How ironic. Wouldn't do anything with me is fine. You know, I made it on my own. And early on, after he realized that I wasn't going to, you know, try to kowtow to them, they start putting severe hate against me. And at that point, I realized that even though I was on a different medium, I still have to compete. That's my story. But if you're wondering why, you know, I keep, because it does feel like I'm showing up to the cemetery, unzipping the pants and just like taking like a hot piss on their graves. I'm sorry. And like, trust me, I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to move on because I like boxing up or boxing on the same level. After a while boxing down, it becomes bullying. And I don't like that either. Right. But these motherfuckers are the niggas who keep getting their ass whipped and they keep coming back. So I just wanted to give them that free game. You guys got fired because you couldn't advance with the times. You didn't like the new artists that eventually became the artists of the time, who became the superstars and the biggest in the game. You guys thought you could pick who that was. That was a egregious and a fatal mistake. You got to take accountability for that. Number two, you got fired because your ratings suck. No, we're not talking about radio ratings. That's how you calculated stuff like years ago. We're talking about how you guys are seen in a digital streaming market. If you're not going to catch up, I don't know what you're doing. And you guys actually do know the game a little bit, because you're being a liar and you're being facetious. You know why? Ebro, it's the reason why you went to Apple Music. You didn't go to another radio station. You went to Apple Music. It's a digital streaming show. The metrics on that show is digital and streaming. Now, Apple never releases it, but you even saw the writing on the wall. Rosendweep, you got fired from your main job, your other job, right? Where you're like moonlighting as the bald-headed, fat, ugly, Michael, what was it, Michael Rose? There's like this Michael K, whatever his guy's name used to be on. He used to commentate on WWE. But you now are doing commentary for WWE, which has signed, I believe, somewhat of an exclusive deal with Netflix or some other streamer. So the very idea that you guys are rejecting the idea that we're in a streaming era. And when I talk about ratings, you're talking about radio ratings. Let me just warm everybody up to the fact. Hot 97, Power 105, yes, they're still radio stations, but they're competing in the streaming market. The very fact is this. DJ Academics is competing with No Jumper, which is competing with DJ Vlad, which is competing with Bootleg TV, or Bootleg Kev, whatever his name is. Which is competing with Joe Budden TV, which is competing with Gillian Wallow, $1 million worth of game. We're competing with Hot 97, The Breakfast Club. Content is just content. We're competing with Kai Cenat. We're competing with everybody. And, once you're kind of in that hip-hop box, it's just like if people want to go see or hear about hip-hop, they have all these options, right? No one has to be in New York to listen to Hot 97. They could just listen to it online if they want to. They just don't want to. So, yeah, you guys were getting horrible views and horrible, it just wasn't streaming well. And now your predecessor, which I think that's what you should be happy about, you guys are doing better than him. So, it must make you guys feel a little bit better that you guys did suck at your job, but they hired someone who's worse. Maybe that was a DEI type of thing. I don't know. The new radio host up there at Hot 97, absolutely atrocious. I think he's going to be gone as soon as they get past the mandatory sign-in period. Sometimes they'll be like, oh, we'll sign you for 1 or 2 years. Then after we renegotiate, he's out the door as soon as that's done. But it's all good. Nevertheless, we'll continue. And Ebro and Rosenbaum, I'm expecting you guys to be quiet until it's time for Drake to drop El Raque. He'll be dropping soon. Don't worry. You guys could put some hate when that comes around, and maybe we'll just cuss you out again. But neither here nor there. The next thing, and I want to address this person as well. Her name is Mona. I want to give a really quick lesson. And this is a lesson of sometimes biting off a little bit too much more than you could chew. Punching up, cloud chasing, hoping that you could galvanize a hate mob for your own benefit, but not understanding that maybe the person you're constantly talking about has an audience that probably likes him too. The person on my screen, her name is Mona. Don't know her too well. I've only heard a few things about her. None good. They describe her with certain terms that I haven't verified, but if you hear the amount of people willing to testify, you'd be astonished. These are the terms they call her: a crackhead, pillhead, drug addict, basically a sick old lady, and they call her, lastly, a scammer. All of those things I could explain for 15 to 20 minutes, but I'm going to save you the story today. I'm not a bully, and I want to make this abundantly clear, because what usually happens, and it's kind of unfortunate that I've developed a reputation by some that they're like, yo, Act just likes to pick on women. And I'm like, in most cases, I've never just picked on women. And in the idea of picking on women, or he just likes to pick on women, I pretty much treat everybody the same. I kind of go hard at the dudes. I try to fight Lil Baby. I gave him an address. I pulled up there. Nigga never came. I've asked him to do a boxing match. I've said everything in a book about him. He tried to send somebody to swing on me. Again, the idea that I just only have energy for women is absolutely laughable. But I get it. When people don't like you, they're not going to just be fair. We could go through the Meek Mill saga. We could go through, I've had countless, just situations where I'm not seeing eye to eye with male entertainers. But nevertheless, people, if I say, the city girls are whack, or if I say this girl, she's acting like she's a fucking, concubine for Diddy, everyone's like, you're bullying the females. I get it. Now, no matter what reputation, which I don't particularly like it, I still have to protect myself, right? And I do feel like some people get in a mode where they feel like they could say anything about me because maybe I have a bigger following. But even more than that is and I want people to understand my psyche too. One of the reasons, if you want to Ack is controversial. They love saying that. Ack is controversial. I'm not controversial. Me defending myself is controversial, right? I seen the bum on Hot 97. He's like, yo, people like Ack should be bullied. Nobody had a problem with that. But if I respond, yo, Ack, why are you doing that? So you get to realize when people don't like you, the only thing you could do is drop down and die. I've responded and I've defended myself, and that's how I've carved myself away in this media game. This woman here, in the midst of having, 5 strokes back to back. It was like a rolling stroke. I don't know what was going on. For 6 years, I didn't know who she was. Have no idea who she was. She sat on her podcast or other people's podcasts, and anytime my name was mentioned, she chose to unleash. She never knew me. She never talked to me. I never addressed her. She would call me all sort of names. She would wish harm on me. She would hope people would do something to me. She would speak with a manner of hoping I died. I hope that's abundantly clear. Oh, you talking about Chicago, man? You would go out there, somebody got to pull up. That's how she spoke about me for years. I ignored it. I understand this game. I don't like it. I understand it. Connecting the stories, I know I'm probably getting a little bit long-winded, but I'll try to get through this quick because we got a lot of topics. The reason why I respond to rappers, and by the way, I take all credit. I hope he gives me the credit. Well, you got to give me the credit. I take all credit for this whole 22-stir shit. That's Ack. Come on, let's be honest. Even Vlad now having an opinion, that's Ack. I remember sitting there and telling Vlad, I said, Vlad, you can't let these motherfucking rappers keep saying you're the police when they get locked up. Because maybe in 1% of the cases, they did use your video for like some court shit. But the rest of the shit has nothing to do with you. They're driving a narrative and they're starting to kick your back in. It's affecting your business. You can't get interviews. At that time, no one wanted to be on Vlad's couch. No one wanted to be on his couch. He was seen as straight up the police. Even his own friends stopped going on his podcast because of pressure from other people. And I said, Vlad, you have to defend yourself. You let this narrative go on. And again, he's not perfect, but you got to defend yourself when you're innocent. He started doing that. These days, I looked up, Vlad got an interview with 42 Doug. And Vlad is one of the highest viewed, media personalities currently. Congratulations to him. So I'm telling you why you have to respond. But I started to respond because it was a bunch of fledgling, I can't remember the word, or not remember the word, I can't say it. But a bunch of failing rappers, bottom feeders, that when they were dropping an album and they need to galvanize some type of attention, they would do okay, what's the last ditch? Let's diss academics. They seen many examples. They seen, I think if anyone looks at Vic Mensa and says, man, we said afterwards, we have no problem. But if you went down the top 3 viral moments of his career, it was an interaction with me and him. If they always post a Nipsey Hussle clip. There's something about when you say something about academics, it galvanizes all the people I've offended, all my haters, and they rally behind it. We've just seen it. I proved it in real time with Maino. Maino, when me and him was going back and forth, when he was posting on Instagram, 4,000, 5,000 comments, everybody gassing him up. Yes, yeah, yo, you got to run into that nigga. His engagement, I was shocked by. I was like, oh my God, this guy is hot. Is he? We go on Maino's page, nobody's talking about him anymore. Other than when he's getting that 50. Like we showed, like the regular posts, nobody's talking about him, right? So that is a thing where people try to get some attention by trying to appeal to people who don't like you. And a lot of people don't like me. But then there's upcoming creators or rappers, they'll try to rally that or, parlay that into promotion and trying to start a career for themselves. So I've noticed game too easily. I try not to respond no more, but enough gets enough. So this failure of not only a human being, but a podcaster started mentioning me in the most negative light for over 6 years. And I'm only saying 6 years because that's when it came on my radar. I was like, who the fuck is this? Who's this white woman that's talking about me like this? What ended up happening was she gets hired by Joe Budden after she was let go by Dave Mays over there by Breakbeat Media. This is the second time she was let go from something. She was let go from Gillian Wallow. They didn't want that energy. This is a woman who basically masquerades with the masculine energy that men who usually have podcasts, and I get what Joe is doing. Joe is trying to tap into the female audience, wants a female voice on there. We see Melissa Ford just left, so you're trying to do that. I get it. Could placate and pander, whatever, cool. So I know why she's there. But I'm never a hater. I'm over here. Y'all see I put on a jersey. I come over here and drop 65. I keep telling y'all, this is the Jordan year. You put me, you know what I would love? I wish we had a playoffs when it comes to this broadcasting shit. Put me on the mic, Charlamagne on the mic, Joe on the mic, whoever y'all claim is the top media niggas, and let's argue. We should do it twice a year about everything in the culture, and we should have the people score it. Who's really the best with ideas, delivery, everything. I have the full confidence in myself. I go 1 versus a million now. So I'm never jealous, or I don't care, like, okay, this crackhead just got hired at Joe Budden's podcast. I love what Joe's doing. Joe's putting all these niggas to work. I love it. I thought she would have realized, Joe's my guy, right? Joe's my guy. We had one of the most successful hip-hop shows of all time, one of the most impactful, but nevertheless, me and Joe, no matter what you think, me and Joe, I would never go against Joe. However, I can't police who he puts on his platform, and I can't police what they say. But I would think that she would know, okay, nobody's listened to you when you're talking about me for 6 years. You were off the radar. She gets on Joe's show, and she still has that same nasty rhetoric, throwing all type of mud and all type of dirt when it comes to my name. Now, the reason I responded is what y'all don't know, and I still look at it like this. You see, because me and Joe share the show, I always look at it like a Venn diagram. We got chat niggas here. We got hard Joe Budden fans here. But there's that little middle ground where people go right in between. All right, Axe said this, Joe said this. It's like that everyday struggle group. So, when I see someone on his broadcast specifically saying wild crazy shit, this is why I was going to get at Mark too. I need to respond. So she starts, again, she just gets hired. I haven't spoken about her. I don't care if she gets a job. She needs something to, support the crack habit. Kicking my back and just saying all type of wild stuff. She's mentioned me doing the war in Chirac, something over 10 years ago. Not that whatever she's saying, I won't stand behind or I won't discuss, but she just has this really nasty hate. Butts into every conversation, tries to talk over people, doesn't know when the joke is done, doesn't know how to, jump in and out of conversation, and it seems like she wants to talk like a man. So she starts talking about me, and it's in the most disgusting way you can find, and I say, I'm going to give it a chance. Joe probably hasn't given her the training class. You see, Joe got a lot of shit going over there. You got to put him in class. Okay, cool. Then I hear another thing. I'm like, all right. Then about the third or fourth mention, I said, you know what? When someone is still dying for attention, maybe this will get her a raise over there. Let me give you the attention you want. You notice most of the people I go back and forth with, they just ignore me after a while. You know why? Because I don't like to stop. Ruri and Millie Maw, shit, say my name in the room 3 times. Them niggas might run out. Either that or the decorum and the respect they put on my name now was not what they used to do before I got at their ass. So, I'm listening to this woman and I'm like, okay. I do my research on her because I got to be prepared for anything. I found out, she has severe health problems. And found out she was a drug addict. Found out she was a scammer. I addressed her about 2 or 3 times. And I see her run to Joe Budden's show, and she's damn near crying. Yo, Joe, your guy is getting at me. Now, granted, she didn't run to nobody for the many years when she was getting at me. Then all of a sudden, I'm here to announce she's waving or wove the white flag. Listen to her in her own words.
Shit has to have a line. Mm-hmm. And there's really not no line on it. There's a video out right now of academics saying, that's why she had a seizure, the bitch on her 5th stroke. At one point he go, yeah, I seen a video of her talking about, oh, that's fucked up, you talking about my stroke. No, bitch, I talk about kids, I talk about everything. I ain't never laying off you to that. I never said that. What I said is when you say, ha, you had a stroke, you almost died, or this your 5th stroke or whatever, it takes the fun out of it, where it's like,
It wasn't fun for me. It wasn't fun for me when you were trying to galvanize the audience, say, how do y'all let him talk like this? Why don't somebody put hands on him? Like, yo, he would have got chin checked if he was out here. That was fun. So now when I talk about you on your last breath and you about to be on life support, now it's not fun, huh?
I don't have nothing to come back on. Like, it's just kind of corny. That's what I said. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's not.
No, you just lost.
Like, super, super shocking. The thing about being super famous is people get to watch the evolution of you from all the way back to, because I didn't know the Chirac stuff. I had to hear about that. But what's the show him and Joey was on?
It was on Complex.
The Complex show they had, Everyday Struggle. The viral clip with Erykah Badu where she calls him Tom and Jerry. It was funny. It was lighthearted. You know what I mean? And then it's Erykah Badu. Like, niggas love Erykah Badu.
Yeah, and then he went out his way. Yeah,
and then I forgot about that. 10, 15 years later, he go on her. She a whore. I know all the niggas you fuck.
Yeah, I don't really like this. Once you get engaged with me, just plan for the worst. I don't care if nobody likes me.
It's like, oh, you one of them niggas, like, that shit sat on your chest and you feel away. You going to Erykah Badu. And you know what happened?
No, the Erykah Badu thing, I didn't say anything afterwards. She actually even tried to follow me. I just had no reason to try to be friend with this woman. Something else came up that she once again mentioned me. I have no reason to ever communicate with you again. And I don't care who respects her. I'm going to speak my mind. Like, this ain't a monolith. I don't care what y'all think about Shorty.
The incense that she sells sold out. Like, her tickets sold. That's and that's another thing. You know how I know he's talking about me? Because my numbers go up. Like, the TikTok check go up. Everything goes up. It's so crazy. Like, so I don't.
So here's the thing. I like you say that. If the numbers go up, let's keep going back and forth. It's my favorite. It's my specialty. I get incentive to stream when I'm going back and forth to people.
No, like, I mean, do I want to go back and forth for academics? No. Do I want to wrestle behind the target? No. Like, I'm a woman. That is ridiculous.
Oh, there we go.
On his door.
That's the craziest part.
There we go. She hits the I'm a woman card. Check out. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, don't step into that space of, like, kind of getting at people if you're going to pull that card. This is a weak white flag. One that I literally will just wipe my ass with, but I'll throw it back over the fence. I'll leave you alone, shorty. Since now you're saying, oh, I'm a woman, why is he getting at me like that? Even though there's undertones of much other things.
Back up for academics, no. Do I want to wrestle behind the target? No. Like, I'm a woman. That is ridiculous.
That diabetic shock knocking on his door.
That's the craziest part about it.
Wide face, nigga.
The craziest part about it is that you making fun of me about having a stroke, nigga. But you're not very healthy. I could see if you were like a healthy guy and you worked out like.
You got to fight back with your jokes. I don't, shit. If we both fat and I call you fat, you should call me fat back. Like, listen, hey, with all respect, and I love my man Drake, but I'll tell you this. I'm not the nigga that is like, no, go do what you got to do because I'm going to do what I got to do.
Bro, you look a little strokish. I almost want to give you some tips because, like, when your blood pressure go up real high, you'll stroke out. You know what I mean? And that was my thing. I was, like, stressed out, but I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say back. I don't feel like I'm not even trying to be funny. Like, it's corny to me. Like, but
I'll tell you what you should say back, shorty. You wave the white flag, sit the fuck on that Joe Budden podcast, play your fucking role, shut up when Ice and Ish talk, and when Mark talks, y'all all should be quiet. And when Joe talk, you know that's money. That's the point. The white flag has been woven. I'm not trying to, I just had to give you a taste of your medicine. I did it for a month. You did it for 6 years. I'll leave you alone now. I'll leave you alone. But I don't want to hear my name coming out of your mouth no more. I don't want to hear my name. I'm telling you, I'm letting it go. There's never a time. These people that talk about, there's never a time like, what did Mona say about this? This bitch is retarded, man. Like, come on. I'm going to leave you alone. I got nothing more after this broadcast to say about you. And I get it. At times, I am in the news that is inseparable from me being a personality. I get it. I'm not saying you can't ever speak about me. But if you continue with the wild disrespect that's unwarranted, I got wild disrespect that's unwarranted too. Except I think I know how to make it pretty good. So we could keep it like that. I'll accept your white flag, and I think we'll move on from here. All right. You know, you could have went the Mark Lamont Hill route. Mark said, "Hey, listen, I really got no problems with act. Maybe I should da. You know, for me, I felt like it was a pretty decent. You know, I said, all right, cool, got no problems with you. You know, bygones can be bygones. You want to wave the white flag? That's fine as well. Let's just part ways here. But please, as Birdman would say, put some fucking respect on my name the next time my name comes up. Okay? Thank you, and I'm gonna leave it at that. All right, chat. Let's move on. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about here. I hate that I got to, do a little bit light lashing of my media compadres, but fuck it. What do we want to get into first? What do we want to get into? Okay, do you guys want to get into this we've been on for like an hour. Yeah. You want to get into this Adin Ross and Blueface thing? Okay, or you guys tell me. You guys tell me. You guys tell me. What do you want to get into? We can get into Adin Ross. Oh, the Jay-Z thing. Ooh. Okay, let me put the Jay-Z thing on the list. It's going to be at the top of the list. It's at the top of my list right now. Jay-Z. Put that Jay-Z stuff up there. We got to do Cole interview. We got to put that up there too. Cole interview. Yep, we got it. Okay. Now, do you want me to give So the Blueface and Adin Ross situation with Wack100. Unfortunately, and I say this unfortunately because I tried to keep this from being here. I was behind the scenes the whole time. I spoke to both of them. I was playing telephone. I think in 2 of the days I didn't stream, I'm talking to both of them like constantly. Like I'm talking to Adin. Adin goes talk to a lawyer. I talk to Wack. Wack goes talk to a lawyer. I'm trying to, it's a real simple situation. And because I know these two guys, and if you don't know, I introduced Wack100 to Adin. I introduced him to Adin. Okay? And because of that, Adin's a close friend of mine. usually, I'm not one of those people who needs to be the middle guy, okay? I got my own thing going on. Once I introduce you guys be friends, great. And Adin and Wack, they have been, I know how much they've been talking because, Adin calls me Ack and he calls Wack. Anyway, but like about a week ago, he calls me. We're just chopping it up. And he kept mixing my name with Wack. And I was just like, I checked him on the second time. I'm like, yo, Adin, stop fucking calling me Wack. And he's like, bro, I just been talking to him so fucking much recently. Like, they've been doing a lot of business, even outside of the Blueface stuff. But I'm happy that I was able to connect these two guys. Wack's a guy who has an artist, who's a really good entertainer. Adin is a streamer, but like the CEO as well. And I love that I was able to connect them. This is where I come in. Because the idea of Wack is like the scary guy from the West Coast. And trust me, that was my interpretation of him too when I first met him. And the reason why I was pulled in this, I think Adin was like, yo, usually me and Wack could talk, but it's getting a little bit off the rails. Ack, because you introduced me to him and you're a good friend to me and to him, could you please be the middleman in this? And I tried. I really tried. It just didn't work. I'll give you the lowdown from my perspective, then I'll play what they're saying. I get a call from Adin after the fight. And he says, Ack, I'm congratulating him on the fight. Remember, I already, me and we handled what we had to handle. And I'm congratulating. The fight did amazing views. I think that's his biggest card. At one point, I looked up because I didn't attend the fight. I actually watched it on here with y'all. He had I think cumulatively, he may have had 600,000 people watching, concurrently. That's huge. I haven't seen him with that number since either Cardi or Donald Trump. So that was a huge card. Yes, it was streamed primarily on Kick. So he calls me and I'm congratulating him and he says, yo, Ack, bro, I need you to do something for me. I need you to talk to Wack for me. And I'm like, why? What happened? You've been talking to Wack. What's good? He's like, man, I don't know. He's starting to get mad, this and third. And that's when he explains the situation. So let me give you, again, I'm going to run through me being the middleman. If you look on the texts, I know y'all know I'm not lying or nothing like that. But if you look on the text, this convo comes from a three-way text that you will see. It says academics and one more. It's academics and Adin. And I basically was trying for so long to try to get this fixed. So here's the problem. Blueface does the fight. And after Blueface does the fight, he's ruled as the loser. Okay? He's ruled the loser. Now, I want to let you know, Wack is there commentating, and he is sitting. Oh, I'm trying to get the outside. Why can't I see the judges? Come on. Okay. Here. Right here. So, if you don't know, you got Wack100 right there. You have Neon. You have Charleston White. Charleston White's here. I think this is Charleston. Is it Charleston? I'm not tripping. This is Rampage Jackson, and they're commentating the fight. Obviously, if I had went, I would have been one of the commentators, but I didn't go. Now, what ends up happening is the fight is over, and this is it right here.
The blue corner, Chibo!
Now, Chibu wins the fight. Okay? They basically do the interviews afterwards. And Adin, because he's kind of like Joe Rogan / Dana White when it comes for that. He hops in the ring and he interviews Blueface, and this is what happened.
Your props. Again, this fight was kind of put together last minute. It was so hard to get you an opponent. Can we get you back in here, bro? Can we see you back in brand risk?
Hey, you know damn well you ain't gonna lose your own money on your own fight card. I definitely wouldn't score that in a unanimous decision. I'd give it 4-2. But hey, shout out to brand risk.
Shout out to brand risk. And Blue, if you do get back on brand risk, do you want a rematch or who do you want to fight?
I probably won't get back on brand risk because you tampering with the bets.
Never that. Never that. I don't know what he's talking about. Chibu!
Okay, so that happened then. Blueface spoke afterwards, and he spoke about, he gave some more commentary about the fight. One of them is here. Listen to this.
Out of the ring, it was like,
here we go.
Hold
on, come on, bro.
He's being honest. Chibu did.
All right, Jesus, I can't get the fucking. I want to play everything. Oh, here we go.
We're still gonna turn up.
There we go. So this is after he gets out the ring. He goes to like the locker room area.
13, it's a wrap.
Here we go.
Where's my backpack?
What? I'll tell you what, chat. We're gonna watch the fight back, and we're gonna see who landed more punches. 'Cause that's how it's supposed to go, right?
You know somebody? Yeah, you lost the last round.
Yeah.
But just because you lost the last round doesn't mean you lost the fight.
Especially not unanimously.
You see what I'm saying?
I definitely ran. The first.
I knew that was that shit was the other way around.
Shout out to everybody watching, huh? All the subs. We're still gonna turn up. We still gonna celebrate this payday. We still getting paid. Losses come with this shit.
Oh no, watch you see the other.
No.
We lost the last round. I give it to them. Before we was up 4-2. We were up 4 rounds. It was up 4-2. But watch when you see the fight be super hot fire, beat dude the fuck up.
This should be against brand risk to bet on your own fighter.
You gonna close this company? That's a fact.
Okay, so you hear Blue say it should be, let's go back in.
What kind of judges?
This should be against brand risk to bet on your own fighter.
Okay. You gonna close this company? That's a fact.
What the fuck?
Well, the judges is Florida judges. They ain't brand risk judges. But the fight before it, if you look at the chat over there, Blueface got robbed. But you did one hell of a job. He did a great job, one hell of a job.
Okay.
They took his best shot. Hell yeah. Nigga, you took his best shot. Now.
Go watch it back and see who landed more punches.
We're gonna go back to the hotel.
Okay.
Looking better.
Okay, let me do it. Betting scheme should tell y'all nothing. Nah. They didn't make any outrageous bets. Should tell you enough. Aiden's betting scheme should tell y'all nothing. Nah, hell no.
What you mean?
You want more, right?
Okay.
4.
6-4.
I'll tell you, he probably won those. I took those rounds a little.
Yeah.
Sport you can bet on your own fighter.
Yeah.
Okay, he mentions again.
I don't think in any professional sport you can bet on your own fighter.
That's what he did. And he's saying it.
Come on, man. The way he was betting, nigga, can only be one thing.
Nah, for real. So you really had to go in there and knock him out for real.
I was gonna be the only way.
Fuck this shit so wet back here for.
Nah,
I ain't blaming Adin, chat. I'm just saying the way he was prior to the fight. He was more confident than his own fighter.
It's probably looking like Joe.
Oh yeah, we can.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. He starts watching some videos. He speaks on it pretty much the next day. He said this.
If you guys are expecting me to be upset, angry, or cry, you're crazy. I done got my ass kicked way worse with no gloves on. I remember in middle school, I was pretty bad.
Okay, this is not it. But essentially, he spoke afterwards about the fight, and his commentary about the fight was basically like, you know what, something's fishy with it. I'm trying to get like the exact clips, and I'm not putting words in his mouth because essentially it came down to a word. And if you're wondering why I'm doing this, I'm not being too anal. Pause. Is because this is all about semantics. That's kind of what happened. Here we go.
Adin is overly selling his decision-making skills, which is ultimately, obviously, he's receiving the flack. That's why he cares to over-explain himself. I'm all of a sudden banned from brand risk, even though I said I would never fight on brand risk.
No, he was reacting to a fake clip too. Okay, all right. Anyway, if I can't find the actual clip of him, like, saying something more, I'll just kind of give you the update of what happened. So, all right. So, Adin calls me. The fight happens. You hear Blue's comments. There's a couple more comments. I can't find it all. He says, it's like, I just want you to be in the conversation with Wack because, Wack, who's doing business for Blueface, is getting a little bit belligerent. And I said, of course, I'm always a good guy for Adin. Adin's my guy, right? And also I don't like Adin getting bullied, right? It's a white dude. He's not racist. I think he does a lot of stuff for black creators, black people. I stand by Adin, right? But he wants me to be part of this conversation. So I get a part of the conversation. And as soon as I do, I called Wack afterwards. Here was Adin's point, and here was Wack's point. And I'll tell you where I come in. Adin's point was this. Everybody got paid on brand risk except Blueface. And I said, well, why didn't he get paid? He did the best job at the fight. I think he brought the biggest crowd. I think it's a reason why those numbers were crazy. Blueface is a draw, and I think he deserves to get paid. So Adin tells me this, and I'm going to be very honest. I really have no horse in the race because I'm really friends with both of these guys. Adin says, listen, you know how this goes. So the fighters get paid from our sponsor. Our sponsor is RainBet. RainBet is a online gambling casino that people could choose. You could bet on sports. You could clearly bet on the fight. You could bet on whatever you want to. And as part of the contract that they signed, so this is very clear. Even though brand risk is owned by Adin, the sponsor is financing the fights. Okay? This is not brand risk or Adin putting up the money. He basically, I would think, gets like a budget. Don't know exactly how it works, but probably gets a budget to produce the show and probably get a budget to pay fighters. After the performance, and remember, they have brand risk logo. I mean, RainBet logos all over the place. You could tell by, look even at this thumbnail right here. RainBet tells Adin, hey, listen, we're cool with paying all of the other fighters, but Blueface we're having an issue with. And Adin says, why? They say to Adin, well, Blueface came out and basically accused the event of being rigged. Our whole business, motto and our whole business, engine is about people understanding that if you come to our casino, the odds are the odds. No one's fucking with nothing. And for them, that is a integral and centerpiece portion of their main business. So they withheld his pay until they could at least have Adin talk to Blueface and his people to figure out what's the medium. So I'm telling Adin, I said, well, Adin, he kind of got to get paid. The guy did his job. And he's like, well, if he'd never said what he said in the ring, he would have gotten paid. So I said, all right, cool. Let me go talk to Wack. And after I talk to Wack, I'll come back to talk to you. So I hit Wack up. And when I hit Wack up, I say, Wack, what's going on? So this is before. Yeah, so Wack now knows I'm involved in this situation. I said, Wack, what's going on, bro? He said, what's good? What do you mean? I said, Adin hit me up. What's the situation with y'all? He's like, well, we did the fight, signed the contract, and he doesn't want to pay. I said, well, he said he was trying to explain to you why the money is being held up. And he said that you were getting a little bit ignorant with him. That's why I'm entering the situation. So let me try to explain. His sponsor is a gambling company. The gambling company, who had a contract with the fighter, Blueface, feels that the terms of the contract is breached because the fighter who fought essentially is insinuating that potential bets on the fight, which the sponsor is paying out of, may have been manipulated. Respectfully, I could honestly understand, like, for example, if let me just put it in different terms. If Kraft Foods sponsored an event or a boxing match, and after the fight, you're like, man, I only won this fucking boxing match because I don't fuck with Kraft Food. I fuck with a competitor. You could see that might get you into some legal problems. In any contract you sign, right? Any contract, there's going to be a non-disparagement clause, which means you cannot speak ill and negative of the people who have given you this contract, especially during the duration of the contract and probably for a period afterwards as well. Okay? It's kind of like a way to have like an NDA. Also, they don't want proprietary stuff coming out and, everything, right? Like when I signed with Spotify, you can't shit talk Spotify. You can't be like, fuck Spotify. Like, no, bro, you just breach your contract. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of a normal thing. And here where we get into this issue. So I explained that to Wack. I said, Wack, you got to understand that, right? I said, listen, okay, if they're holding the money up for that, I said, I don't think, obviously I bet on Blue. I wanted Blue to win. I lost money with Blue. I have no horse. Like, it's no way I'm like, oh, no, I want Adin to. No. I'm a really neutral party here. And I'm not salty that I lost either. You win some, you lose some. So I explained that to Wack, and Wack then says this to me. Wack says, well, academics, check this out. It doesn't matter what Blueface said. I said, what do you mean? He said, it doesn't matter what Blueface said, in the ring or otherwise. Adin and Brand Risk signed a contract with me. And I was like, what does that mean? He said, well, they signed a contract with Wack100 to furnish these things, which is Blueface. So unless I breach the contract, whatever they're saying, which I didn't breach the contract, whatever they're saying does not apply. Now I kind of hear that on technicality. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever, I bet. So now I'm playing middleman and telephone. I go back to Adin. I said, well, Adin, Wack is kind of giving me a technicality here. I get your point. And by the way, Adin, every time I talk to Adin, I'm saying to Adin, this is not a race thing, obviously. It's not a race thing, but, I do, no matter what you might think my issues are with Blueface, I'm a black dude and I love hip hop. This shit has changed my life. So I do care about, especially fighters who have came from a hip hop background. Blueface, Ruga. So I said to Adin, Adin, man, you had the biggest event. This guy put on a hell of a show. I get it. He did say some crazy shit, but he's upset. He's emotional, like many fighters get. Like we've seen, like, fighters in actual professional fights, they've kind of made certain like comments like, man, something going on. He's not serious, bro. He should get paid. Okay. Adin's like, yo, I'm trying to pay him. It's not me. Like, it's the sponsor. The sponsor has a problem with how it looks right now. I'm like, fuck. All right. I said, okay, we need to figure out how we could, how can we get to a middle ground, right? How can we get to a middle ground? Now, instantly, there's, on both sides, they're talking about Wack is saying, well, if you don't pay, we're suing. They're saying, listen, we're going to be filing lawsuits for breach and this and third. I'm like, yo, whoa, calm it down. We all do business here. We're all like at the table. Let's figure this out. We does not need to go public. I'm talking to Adin, but I do want Blue to get paid. But he's telling me there is an issue with what Blue's actions have been. And again, it's coming from the people with the money. So we get on the phone. I said, yo, can we just call Wack? Me, him, and Wack, we get on the phone. And it's the most frustrating thing in the world. I might be dragging this out a lot, so let me try to be quick and clear. I'm hearing what Adin's telling me. He's like, I don't care if Blue said fuck Adin. I don't care what Blue says. He can't be out there publicly claiming that the fights are rigged. Not only is that false, it goes against everything that our sponsor stands by because they need to stand on their integrity. I figure out a solution with both of them on the phone. I said, okay, could you talk to Rainbet and just figure out if there was something, even in post, that could be, said or a statement, whatever, again, because I've seen this before. A fighter there's a lot of adrenaline, right? You just lost, you thought you won. You said something like, man, fuck these niggas, man. Yeah, niggas robbed me. You might say that. But after you cool down, a day passes, you might be like, you know what? Hey, listen, thank you guys for the opportunity. Shout out to Chibu. He's a great fighter. I fought a hell of a fight. I'm going to work on some next things, a couple things. I will see you guys back in the ring. Thank you, Brand Risk. Thank you, Rainbet, for the opportunity. I still don't agree with the result. Adin goes to Rainbet. He comes back and he says, they're cool with trying to remediate this, but Blue has to clarify what he means about playing with the bets or insinuating that things are rigged or that things aren't as fair or as, merit-based as they really are. And I said, okay, let's Adin, yo, I'm going to talk to Wack. Just how can what would this look like? He's like, all right, if he gets back on stream and just be like, yo, listen, I lost the fight. I don't agree with it. So I said, wait, he could say he doesn't agree because I don't think he agrees with that he lost the fight. He can say he doesn't agree with it, but he can't just say that we fixed the fight. That's just not what it is. I said, all right, bet. I think we could figure this out. If all he got to do is get on stream and say, yo, listen, yeah, I don't agree with the results, blah, blah. But Rainbet's not fixing fights. They're not rigging fights. They're not whatever, I go to Wack, I talk to Wack, and at this point the conversation is getting a little bit like, ugh. Remember at first Wack was like, well, he signed the contract with me. Then he was like, oh, well, what did, Wack is getting really technical. Well, what did Blue say? And I'm like, bro, you understand the sponsorship angle, right? The sponsor got all the money. They're releasing the bag to Adin to pay people, but they're a gambling company. Could Blue just at least clear it up? Because Wack kept saying he never said that Rainbet rigged anything. And I said, all right, cool. So if that's not his actual opinion, just have him go on stream. Adin told me he will pay you or pay Blue as long as he gets on stream and says, hey, listen, yeah, I don't agree that I don't think I lost, but Rainbet never rigged this situation, never rigged these fights, or didn't rig my fight. That's all he had to say. And I present Wack with that option, and I said, listen, I'm talking to Adin. I just talked to him. Wack says, now we could do something like that, but I'm going to be honest with you, I think this white boy playing with me. I'm going to keep it a beat. That's what he says. And I said, Wack, listen, I'm involved now. I know both of y'all. Adin's not a scumbag. I know you don't know him that much, but he wants to pay you. Like, this is a bad look for him if he doesn't pay you. And I think Blueface, win or loss, he brought a lot of people and a lot of eyeballs there. He's like, man, I don't trust this guy. I said, all right, give me a second. Chat, this is exactly how it happened. I called Adin again. Yo, Adin, he's kind of okay with that because he said, Blue never claimed that RainBet rigged the fights. So, if that's a correction, he's like, it's nothing to correct because he said Blue never claimed that. But I'm trying to explain to Wack, like, it's not even if he ever claimed it, he insinuated it. Just have him just put out a statement. That's all they want. I'm telling Adin, but I say, Adin, so if he does that, you'll pay me. He said, yes. I go talk to Wack. It's like, yo, we don't trust this white boy now. I'm like, oh my God. So then I'm like, yo, bro, how about this? Because, Adin, he's ready to go to his lawyers. Wack's ready to go to his lawyers. They're both kind of telling me like, yo, if we don't fix this, we're legaling up. And I'm like, yo, we're friends, no lawyers, chill. I get both of them on the phone again. When I get both of them on the phone again, I work out what I think is the most immaculate deal. The most immaculate deal. By the way, keep in mind, I do not work for Brand Risk. I'm a friend to people, and I don't ever take commission. I'm not that guy. I work hard for what I have, but I'm never a leech, and I never try to piggyback or put myself in other people's business. If I'm friends with you and I'm friends with you, I'm going to be in there to either translate your conversation to him, try to make it easier, whatever. So I bring them back together. I get a good deal, or a deal that I thought it was good. So they're on the phone. They're talking they're just talking past each other. And I'm like, hold on, guys, hold on. I said, so Adin, you talked to RainBet, right? You said all you need is this guy, right? You just need Blue to get on stream and just say, hey, listen, if I insinuated, I never really meant that RainBet is rigging fights. That's all. He doesn't have to back off of the point that he thought that he won the fight. And by the way, Wack even told me I guess I'm putting out too much information, but at this point, everything's public. I try to make it not public. They told me they're appealing the fight. So they're like, we're appealing the fight anyway. So I'm like, all right, good. You should appeal the fight, right? Which, by the way, if that appeal goes through, Adin, you're going to have to send me my bread back. But it's all good. Here's the thing. So I said, all right, I kind of get what Adin's saying. But Wack is now distrustful. So the deal I worked out on the phone with them, because he says, Wack is like, yo, Ack, I know you, blah, 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 blah. He's like, yo, listen, man, I'm doing business, clean business. I'm like, all right, Wack, okay, got you. And while talking to them, Wack is like, he doesn't trust him anymore. I said, why don't you trust Adin? He says, well, Ack, I have a contract with him. The contract says I should be paid in 24 hours after the fight. It's pushing 48. We're still stuck in Miami. I paid, I think he told me some wild number, $20,000 to fly out like 30 dudes out here. We all came from California. We're still here. We're paying for all type of hotel. We're down in the home. It would be nice if we got paid. And I completely get that, right? So he says, if Adin didn't respect the contract the first time and pay him after 24 hours, why would, if Blueface goes and does some apology or whatever, or put a statement out, why would he get paid then? And I said, oh my God. Now, I'm not trying to also, I'm not like, no, I'm a vouch for Adin. I'm like, this is y'all business. I'm really not involved, but like, I'm the media. So then the deal I worked out was this. I said, Adin, would you be open to drafting up something paperwork-wise, legally, that says if Blueface goes on stream and says this, you will release all the funds for his boxing match to Wack100 and his company, or Blueface and his company? And Adin says yes. I says, so you will do that? He says yes. I think this was one time we had hung up or whatever, because I called Adin. I was like, I bet, let's get back on the phone. All three of us are back on the phone again. I said, Wack, he's down to do this. He's down to sign paperwork, because Wack was telling me he don't believe him. He says everything he needs right now is paperwork. Got to be signature. Adin agrees with the paperwork. I'm like, all right, cool. All right, so y'all just do that. The conversation goes somewhere else again. It's like, well, yo, bro, like, so to Wack is like, yo, bro, I didn't tell this nigga. Blue never said that. Like, the things they're trying to say that he did, he never did. He called Adin. He said Adin is playing with the bets, not Rain Bet. And I'm like, yo, bro, can we just get past this and just like one thing he says? And by the way, I'm putting my friendship with Adin on the line, because if I negotiate this thing where if he signs that Blueface gets on stream and says something and Adin doesn't pay him this unknown amount of money, I'm going to look at Adin like, yo, Adin, like, you're a slime ball, bro. Like, you came to me. I try to help out. We get a deal. Anyway, Wack's not really into that deal. He's bringing up other stuff. I get even the better deal in the same call, which Adin also kind of like, you know, he even frontlined it way more than me. Adin says, you know what? If you think I'm lying so much, not only will I sign a piece of paper, I'll even have Rainbet sign it. I'm going to send you half of what you're supposed to get from my own bank account. I'll send it. That's the guarantee that so once you sign the paper that he's going to get on stream and say whatever, and remember, you're just saying that you never meant that Rainbet is fixing fights. So Adin's going to pay him half of his personal money. And I'm like, this is a fucking great deal. Wack then says, we want a little bit more than half. He throws on like an extra, I won't say the amount, but I was like, all right, bet. I was like, fuck. But Adin's like, all right, I'll do that. So we have a deal. It feels like a LeBron trade, right? We have a deal, you know, in principle. The deal is Adin's going to give half his money, half of the purse that Blueface was earned or owed to Blueface. He's going to sign this little deal thing to say, I am going to clarify that I never meant, even if I insinuated or said, that Rainbet fixed my fight. And then I'll get the other half after the stream. I get that deal. Wack says yes. I say, all right, cool. Adin, go hit your lawyer. Adin hits his lawyer. I think they have an offline conversation because I think Adin's lawyer sent him stuff and he sent it directly to Wack. Wack calls me back and says, we ain't doing this. All that for nothing. All that for nothing. Essentially, he tells Adin, if the statement that y'all prepared for me to say, if I say that would, or if Blue says that would be killing his reputation. He would just have no more, you know, people would look at him like he's done, like, fuck out of here. So he says he's not doing that. I said, Wack, yo, I'm trying to get y'all money. I have no horse in the race. And I'm going to be honest with you, from there, that's when that deal broke down, a bunch of trolling started. Adin starts trolling Wack. Wack is like, yo, listen, you know, he kept clarifying I'm not on some street stuff because I work legally, but let's avoid this. I try to call both of them again separately. I try to put them back on the phone again. Ultimately, it goes from Blue was willing to say certain stuff till whenever Adin's lawyer drafted up that they wanted key points or maybe a statement, they said Blue wasn't down to say that at all anymore. And now we're at a place where lawsuits are going to fly. So that's the story from front to back. And I guess with that being said, let me play Adin Ross speaking about Blueface. So, you know, and by the way, I feel like I took so long to explain everything. You guys might have forgot, but let me play what Adin said.
That he didn't follow. There's actual contractual obligation.
Okay. Is there a longer clip? Okay, here we go.
Obligation that he didn't follow, so he breached. He was supposed to wear a rain patch on his shorts. He didn't, and he's gonna have to pay $100,000 for that. He breached another confidential, like he can't speak about anything, money, how much he got paid or whatnot. And we asked him to retract his statements, and he didn't. We gave him some time. We didn't want to do it. Now we're gonna do it. So, yeah, we tried. We tried working with him and Wack, and they weren't really fucking with it, and they didn't want to work with us. So, sucks.
Now, I love Wack, and I'm not defending Adin because I also still feel like, you know, shit, I wish Adin could have just. I just felt like the event was so much of a success. Like if he could have like just bullied the scene that one time, just be like, yo, yeah, that nigga did say some dumbass shit, but just pay the nigga, man. You know what I mean? That's really my demeanor. But I do think that this is why so many deals in life get complicated when you have people not talking to themselves, talking to each other. Because I said to myself, yo, Blue been streaming on Twitch. I'm not disrespecting Blue, but he been streaming on Twitch. He streamed 82 hours, and he showed he made like $20,000. Okay? I don't want to comment on how much he made in this fight, but he made marginally more. And what I'm saying, when I said to Adin, I said, Adin, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if Wack is making this like more complicated, but I guarantee if like you got it, I don't have Blue's number. I'm like, yo, I guarantee if you got on the phone with him and just told him like, yo, dog, bro, I'll send you the money right now. We just want you to clarify we ain't rigged the fight. That's it. I'm pretty sure Blue would have said yes. But then him talking to Wack is then sending like a bunch of clips to him. Yo, bro, you said this. Yo, bro, you know you don't want to go legal. Look at this. And then they walk away from something that was almost already solved. And now it's like the point where everybody talking lawyers. I think if he had if he could have pulled Blue to the side afterwards or just called up Blue, I think this is easily handled.
Yeah, we tried. We tried working with him and Wack, and they weren't really fucking with it. And they didn't want to work with us, so sucks. But yeah, we tried. I literally wanted to pay him multiple times. You could ask Ack. Every fighter got paid after brand risk. Every fighter. Everybody's paid. Except him. Why? Because you can't go around saying that shit's rigged, and you can't not wear a rainback patch on your shorts when you contractually sign an obligation. And yeah, you can't talk about how much you're paying or being paid. So
now I'm trying to be fair here. Number one, I think Blue should get paid just because I see a man fight, I think he should get paid. Number two, respectfully, I don't think it's, I think it's a little bit petty to hold him responsible because he mentioned how much he, rumored he was going to get paid. And it was a clip where it was like, yeah, I'm getting paid over 300 or something like that. I don't think you don't pay a man for that, right? I think the only thing here is if the gambling company is paying and they feel like their business was basically called a scam, I see why they're trying to like hold out on it, but these other things I don't really care that much about. Maybe him as a CEO, he does care about the brand risk or rain bet patch. I don't think any of those things are really worth not paying Blue. I really don't. And I want to be very honest about it. If it's just not wearing a sponsor logo, well, y'all shouldn't have let him get in the ring. Granted, if it's contractual, he should have done it, but I don't think that's the reason why you shouldn't pay Blue, right? Revealing how much you get to pay to fight, brother, like, come on. Floyd talks about his shit. You're getting rappers in there. They're going to pop their shit claiming they got money. Come on now. So those two reasons, I don't really care about. The only thing I think they have a leg to stand on is, they just want him to clarify that it's not rigged. Whatever. I'm finished with what Adin says.
It sucks because he is probably one of the worst people to ever work with when it comes to business ever. And
now I believe he's talking about Wack because I don't believe he did business with Blue. Actually, I know for a fact he didn't do business with Blue because I told him, and I hope I don't think this is like backdooring or whatever, but I gave him the story of like, I remember sometimes the manager could make stuff, complicated. I remember when I did the interview with Tekashi when I first met him. This is how me and 6ix9ine became friends. His manager had me do 3 interviews with him. They were mad nitpicky, like, because, a manager has to be super protective, this and third. We figured out exactly what we're going to put out, and, like, that's when I realized this guy was the guy. 6ix9ine got my number, called me, and said, forget what my manager is saying. What do you think? You're the media guy. I watch you. What do you think? And I told him what I thought, and he's like, we're going with that. Fuck what my manager said. A lot of times you could get something solved by just talking to the person. If you have to talk to a lawyer, you have to talk to a manager, it gets complicated. And Adin never spoke to Blue, from my knowledge, on that level during contract negotiations or even afterwards. And that's why when he's saying the worst people to work with, I guess he must be talking about Wack. But in Wack's defense, I've never heard him say that about Wack before. So be fair.
He is probably one of the worst people to ever work with when it comes to business ever. And yeah, it sucks. Allegedly, in my opinion, of course. Really sucks. So yeah, that's it. Well, Sway, look at Gypsy Crusader, someone I legit hates me. So easy to work with. So easy and professional. And very easy to work with. And it's like the exact opposite here, man. You know?
Okay.
It is what it is.
Okay.
So even he stood up for me, you know? I have no say, and he knows this because he's fought before. I have no say on who wins and who loses. No say. And if people think I'm going to fucking jeopardize a real business brand risk that actually could sell it one day over a $10,000 friendly wager with academics, you're out of your fucking mind. I'm making millions of dollars.
And I do want to, I agree with him. I think Blue was hinting towards Adin betting with me. Me and Adin have had friendly wagers over match hit. Like, we you know, he's kind of a betting guy. I'm a betting guy. That's the wager with us. None of that had anything to do with Rain Bet. That was just like two homies. Now, I get it. Some people are saying, well, this guy owns brand risk. He shouldn't do that. I get what those people are saying, but me and him, we make friendly wagers. Okay? Anyway, Wack100 did respond. And let me get to his response.
Truth about Adin Ross.
Okay, so before we get to that, I think I have the full clip. Oh, wow. Oh, Nadeska did an interview?
Is it something?
Oh, my God. I'm so glad. Oh, shit. I got to watch that. Nadeska been waiting for that for so long. Let me see. Wack100. No, the show. Okay, so I'm going to just play what Wack says, and I think, you know, we could move on afterwards.
And what's up, you?
Here we go.
And I'm not from that community. I'm a straight man. But yet, they could continue them. Paid Adam. Shout out to Adam. I'm glad Adam turned it over to them. I sat down with my client, with Blueface, and expressed to him, I know you want to say some things, but at this point in time, it's my Jewish community. And I have nothing against Jewish people. I don't even know why he brought this comment.
By the way, also, again, not sticking up for Adin, but Adin texted me on the side when he was, you're going to see some messages from Adin to Wack. Literally, he says, yo, I know Wack is recording me. Because that's one of the things. I don't know why Wack has this reputation, but the first time we got on the call, Adin calls me back and like, do you think Wack recorded me? Because the way he was talking. And I was just like, I don't know if he recorded you. I'm like, maybe he did. You know, I'm like, Wack has recorded people before, seemingly. I think he recorded like an FBI agent calling him. So I don't know. I said, I don't know. So once it was clear they weren't going anywhere, Adin just started trolling them on text because he thought that Wack was just going to post it later.
If you say something towards them, openly gay and queer, whatever, I simply told everybody that's Adin's personal opinion.
Okay, here we go.
You guys tell me if you heard Blueface ever say rain bet or brand risk, and if all he did was isolate it to Adin as his opinion. And then I'll walk it down and I'll play some things that may have provoked Blueface to believe these things. So for this to be his opinion. Let's start off with the first clip.
Okay. All right.
To come out and say it. I have no idea.
Okay.
And I'm gonna show you.
All right, come on now.
Because
It's on the last mess.
opinion.
She's horrible.
What an... You ain't gonna lose your own money on your own fight card. I definitely wouldn't score that in a unanimous decision. I'd give it 4-2.
If you do get back on brand risk, do you want a rematch or who do you want to fight?
I probably won't get back on brand risk because you tampering with the bets.
Never that. Never that. I don't know what he's talking about. Don't you, Rant? Oh,
now let me show you what Blueface is talking about. Still not coming through, so you can just give me the original. That would really help me.
180,000? Yes.
Oh, here we go.
You know, DD, when are we going to see another fighter from your community? I want to see.
It's like 180 right now.
Let's bet 180,000. I got Chibu. You got Blueface tonight. Because I know you got to go with Blue and I got to go with Chibu.
180.
So I guess he brings up that he wanted DDG to bet 180,000.
Bet 180,000. I got Chibu. You got Blueface tonight. Because I know you got to go with Blue and I got to go with Chibu.
180,000?
Yes. You know you got that new steak deal. You could do it.
Now, Adin said, let's bet 180,000. He putting it on Chibu. That's Blueface's opponent. Blueface, we ain't gonna talk about the 20 grand he bet academics. We ain't gonna talk about that. Now, let's go back to Adam's fight. Let's see what we got going on here.
Chibu, no. He said no, right? No. Adam, can you please tell the brother if he believe in you, then put something up?
I can't bet on my own promotions. I'll get arrested. You see what's happening to all these NBA players, NFL, MLB players, bro. I can't do that. I don't want to get invested.
Y'all be having some good excuses, man.
I do, yeah.
Y'all.
Adin said in January on Adam's fight, he can't bet.
Chibu, no. He said no, right?
No. Adam, can you please tell the brother if he believe in you, then put something up?
I can't bet on my own promotions. I'll get arrested. You see what's happening to all these NBA players, NFL, MLB players, bro. I can't do that. I don't want to get invested.
Y'all be having some good excuses, man.
I do, yeah.
Y'all.
He said he couldn't bet. What you mean? That's January. So in March, you're here?
DD, when are we going to see another fighter from your community? I want to see.
It's like 180 right now.
Let's bet 180,000. I got Chibu. You got Blueface tonight. Because I know you got to go with Blue and I got to go with Chibu.
180,000?
Yes. You know you got that new steak deal. You could do it.
I thought he couldn't bet. See, this is why Blueface, his opinion was, bro, I thought I won 42. But you run around here placing bets with academics, you trying to bet DDG 180,000. January, you said you can't bet on your fighters. That's what you, hold on, let's go back to this shit.
Chibu, no. He said no, right? No.
Adam, can you please tell the brother if he believe in you, then put something up?
I can't bet on my own promotions. I'll get arrested. You see what's happening to all these NBA players, NFL, MLB players, bro. I can't do that. I don't want to get invested.
Y'all be having some good excuses, man.
I do, yeah.
Y'all.
Wait, let's go to the next one.
You know I don't be with
DD, when are we going to see another fighter from your community? I want to see.
It's like 180 right now.
Let's bet 180,000. I got Chibu. You got Blueface tonight. Because I know you got to go with Blue and I got to go with Chibu.
180,000?
Yes. You know you got the.
Hey, listen, man, check this out. We're gonna call a spade a spade. January, third week of January, you couldn't bet. Rain bet, brand risk. A month later, not even 3 weeks later, March 14th, you ready to bet 180 grand with DDG, you bet 20 grand with AC. 1 minute you saying you can't. Did the rules change from January to March, or where you said you get in trouble if you place a bet and this, that? Did the rules change? Or was it that possibly maybe you had some, maybe possibly you had something going on. Now you wondering why Blueface is thinking you rigged the bet, you rigged the fight. So listen, all these things he's seen. Now, I don't know if you can show me some things on Dolce why you called her an industry plant, and that was your opinion.
Now, by the way, I also want to clarify. I think there's a very big difference between personal bets and Adin placing a bet on Rain Bet for his own fight, right?
I'm showing you, and I'm showing the people why this was Blueface's opinion. Now, never one time did he say brand risk. He said you, Adin. And I think you're a little butthurt, and you're trying to use the brand risk people to say, brand risk is not. No, it's you. We don't mind you not paying right now. We don't trip. It just pay us more money later. We ain't tripping. That's cool. My attorneys is on it, as you know. They've already back and forth it, and it is what it is, right? You know, it's a waiting game at that point. But hey, this is 2026, my guy. I don't know who told you that people are inferior or people are intimidated. No. You know, in our world where we come from, we dealt with at one point in time in our life these situations a little different, but we have evolved.
Okay.
The LeBrons are in the Wack100 guy, but
all right. So, you know, he doesn't give the full details. I figured I did. I'll show you what he posted. And he posted this. So this is after, you know, things are breaking down. And Adin just starts. Once Adin puts this picture, Adin just starts trolling. I ain't gonna lie. Not taking up for him. But so Wack says to Adin, bro, I'm owed monies. You think it's funny. It's not. I don't do bad business. But again, everyone has his day. I've been doing this a long time. I ain't them. I would never allow this to happen to anybody on my watch that I claim was a friend ever. And, you know, Adin at this point is trolling. He's like, please. I guess he was making like some advance. We could click on it to see what advance. He says, you and I should just kiss and make up. Okay. I think my message is like right above it. I was like, yo, bro, can we all work this out? Then he just starts trolling him. He said, please. He says, my guy, I'm not gay. I don't fear no community because I have partners and friends amongst them all. Adin says, bro, you know I'm solid. Nobody's going to come to Compton and bless these communities. We got so much shit to do and save the world. Then Adin says, I'm gay. Then Adin says, are you rejecting me because I'm white and Jewish and gay? Wow, an anti-Semite, homophobe, disgusting. Wack. This is the funniest conversation. Well, not necessarily as funny, but they're talking way past each other. Adin's trolling. Wack is dead serious, right? And I'm not saying it's dope to be trolling, but you could tell both guys aren't having the same understanding. I said, no, I said, I'm not gay. You keep saying we should kiss. I'm letting you know as a straight man, I'm not gay, and I don't kiss men. And he says, and what you don't know is I have many friends and business partners amongst the gay community. That tactic doesn't work with me. Try again. He says, please take that approach. I don't think you know me very well. I'm the street guy with a transgender reality show. Don't work, bro. Too many of my friends a part of that community are really my friends. Adin says, hey, yo. He says, I mean, it's facts. Girls Club on Tronics. So I don't fear none of that. Fact that you try to tempt it shows you're worse than a street thug. Trying to use race and Jewish attacks, never from me. I have too many friends, too many Jewish friends and race friends and partners. You really try to go there, and for what? An intentional lie? Adin says, bro, call your lawyer now, like right now. He says, now, calling nothing. He not calling nothing. He knows what he's doing. He says, your lawyer's a bit scared in my opinion, allegedly. I believe in my opinion, I have a strong position here. Says, okay, you keep thinking he's scared. You're new to this, not me. He says, well, what do you rate me on a scale of 1 to 10? I'm a nice Jewish white kid. He says, bro, Jewish, none of that has anything to do with the matter. You keep bringing that up. Have I mentioned being black? No. Why? Because it doesn't have anything to do with it. I'm not racist. I'm American, period. The rest don't matter to me. People are people. Adin says, okay, but I'm Jewish. My people have been through so much. Now, I'm being honest with y'all. Adin did hit me on the side. I stopped responding in the thread at this point because I'm like, what are they talking about? What Adin hit me on the side right when this is happening to say, he says, I'm trolling. I'm trolling because you and I both know it's going to be on the internet. That's what he says. He says, I'm trolling because I know you and I know Wack's going to put this on the internet. So, you know, that's what he told me on the side. All right. And Adin says, and I'm gay, a Jewish gay guy. So much hate in this world. He said, that conversation has nothing to do with anything. He said, it just feels like I'm being targeted because I'm Jewish and gay. I just feel that way. He So that's your choice. That's nothing to do with anything. It's like, it's not a choice, bro. I was born like this. I didn't ask. So to be truthful with you, being gay or being Jewish has never been the conversation. Never asked, never had an opinion about it. That's your choice as an American. That's your right. Okay, again, that's not my conversation. If you choose to voice it, I'll respect it. Okay, so why can't we meet up and have a hug and kiss to make up? Jason Lee will tell you Wack doesn't hold that against anyone. Work, friendship, whatever, that's not a determining factor for me. So you can stop mentioning it because it's not part of the problem. Okay, fine. I'll stop. So now, the fact you keep disrespecting me if I told you I'm a straight man, it's crazy. I can respect you, but you can't respect me. On that note, I'll kill the text because I see the respect is a mutual. Aiden says, wow, you won't talk to me because I'm gay and Jewish, in my opinion? Disgusting. So you keep making sexual advances at me after I told you I'm a straight man. I've yet to disregard your stance as being gay. I haven't said anything wrong or disrespectful, but you keep saying let's kiss and make up after I've told you I'm a straight man. Please respect that. Okay, fine, I'll respect it. I'm so sorry. You're really just so handsome. It says, FYI, you're not dealing with Wack, the street guy. He's dead. This is Cash Jones talking to. The gaslighting won't work. That's cool. That's your opinion. Aiden, I've been doing this longer than you. It ain't going to work. You're really making yourself look crazy, not for no reason. Knowing Wack has done nothing but help you and be a friend to you. Aiden says, Wack, did you record our phone call the other day? That was the first call that I put them on. He says, because in Florida, where you were and where I was is very illegal, and I don't give consent. He said, I just spoke with Donald Trump, and he said he got my back. Okay? Wack says, bro, we were in a stream house. I didn't record nothing personally. So Aiden says, oh, so somebody else did. Even better. Wack says, you asked me if I recorded, and I answered you. Wack didn't record nothing. I told y'all not to record. Aiden says, you're so cute that you don't know how the law works. He says, what law? I didn't record. Again, you're spinning. Post Donald Trump. He says, can't wait to sit back and watch you and Adam talk. You're fishing and ain't nothing in the pond. Aiden says, please, Wack, can I join the pod? He says, do what you want to do. Again, press play. It's wide open. At this point, it's funny to me, blah, blah. I've done nothing to disrespect Blueface. Blueface just spoke his opinion. Like you spoke your opinion. For the record, when I spoke to you, I was in Florida. I just left 10:50 last night. I was not in California. Either way, I didn't record shit. Wack is slick. So laughing my ass off, bro, you're so rattled. This is hilarious. It's not rattled. That'd have to be you. You have no idea. Shaking my head, you'll find out. It says, come give it to me. I want to find out. I'm begging you. Okay. All right. So it ends there. Oh, shit, people. So that's kind of where it's at. I'm kind of good off this topic. I guess you guys kind of know the whole story at this point. Do you want me to call either one of them, or should we just move on? You want me to call either one of them, or should I move on? Call Wack? I'll call Wack. All right. Try to make this quick, but you know how it goes.
Yo.
Wack, you busy?
What up, bro?
I'm on stream. I just watched your video. I was giving some more context to like the whole thing. Basically.
All right. At the end of the day, bro, I'm not happy about this shit. They came to me to do a favor.
What do you mean a favor?
They even came to me to do a favor, bro. This fight was a favor, bro. I already had a fight, bro. You get what I'm saying? So it was a favor. You got to remember, if you get knocked out in the state of Florida, you got to wait 60 days before you fight. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So my fight already scheduled for May 2nd, right? We supposed to be fighting Jason Love, then it went to Ruger, then the last week it went to this other dude, right?
Yeah.
Aiden asked me to do this favor for him to make the fight happen. Now think about it. You do the math. March 14th, May 2nd. That's not 60 days, is it? So I'm taking a chance putting him in the ring because, Lord forbid, there's anybody, 4 pounds of pressure in anybody's chin. That's a knockout. I don't give a fuck who you are, right?
Let me ask you a question. Is that a knockout of any sort, even a TKO? So, like, let's say they stop the fight.
Doesn't matter,
Oh, wow.
Listen, when 600 took a knee, that time, he had to wait 60 days.
Oh, okay.
You get what I'm trying to say?
So, if that fight was stopped, Blueface couldn't fight.
I would have had to wait. So, you see the risk I took.
Oh, wow.
And I only did it because Adin, he's like, bro, I really need this to happen, right?
Yeah.
So now I look up, right? And I feel like if it was a problem, because we had that open line of communication, I feel like Adin should have came to me. You get what I'm saying? I was in the building. He should have came to me like, yo, Wack, this right here is whatever. I could have addressed it in the building. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Instead, 2 days go by. I'm not thinking nothing of it. It's the weekend. I'm like taping to come Monday. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I had to find out over a text, which, you know what I'm saying? I just told Adin this a couple minutes ago. Hey, bro, you should have came to me and told me it was a problem. Because we deal with so much shit talking and shit being said, I didn't think it was a fucking problem. You get what I'm saying?
So, and I explained to the audience, like, once I guess it got to a certain level, I kind of got involved, and I was trying to play mediator, or at least, try to get you guys to whatever. So Adin tells me, and he also told you, he said the problem came with Rainbet, not him, right?
Yeah,
which is the sponsor of the fight. So
at the end of the day, he got some say so over there. That's like me saying I ain't got no say so. When I'm in the face of a situation, I got say so. Believe that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's some say so. You got some influence over there. He did it for Adam. Adam was really in breach because it was lack of participation. When Adin himself said he went and made sure Adam got paid. Adam never threw a punch. You get what I'm saying? So they could have got him for lack of participation. It was a 40-second fight. But Adin went and made sure Adam got paid. And it just kind of like rubbed me the wrong way because I'm like, all right, cool. Blueface is one thing, right? But Adin, you didn't go to Blueface. You came to me. I went to Blueface. You get what I'm saying? And I told him, I said, Adin, this is risky. I don't like Wack. I really need it. You know what I'm saying? I need it for for what I'm doing, whatever. And to help what you doing, whatever. Right?
Yeah.
And I knew the risk because the risk wasn't there at first because this fight was supposed to happen in February, right?
Yeah.
They pushed it back. It's supposed to happen in February, which gave me my little 2 months worst case. They pushed it back to fucking March. Now I'm in the red zone. And what I don't like is like this. If I come to you for favor act and something goes on with the guy on your side, I'm not going to not say nothing to you and leave you in the dark. I'm going to say, Act, I need to holler at you.
Okay. No. And
you get what I'm saying?
And I'm with you on that. So like,
you know what I'm saying? I need to holler at you. You're not going to find out 2-3 days later it's a problem.
Okay.
I don't take shit talking as a problem because that's what we all do.
Okay, all right, and I'm with you. I'm with you to a certain extent. So let me ask you this one question because how did it? I felt like we were so close, right? There was a particular time, Adin. We're not going to mention amounts, but Adin says, "I'll send you half of the money." Blue has to retract or put out a statement or whatever. Why didn't that happen?
We went back and forth on what the statement was going to be.
Okay. What was unacceptable in your opinion, if you could say?
And it was things that was in there that was unacceptable. So I went back and forth to where I finally got Blueface to a point to where he was going to make the statement.
Is Blue approving or not approving these statements, or you are approving or not approving?
Well, I mean, it always starts with me. Act. If I know you don't like fucking cottage cheese in your salad, right? And they bring me your tray. I see it and I see cottage cheese. I'm gonna tell them take that back and take it off. It's not gonna make it to in front of you, right? I know what's what, the basic thing. So last statement I got, I edited and revised it, sent it back. My attorney said, okay, well, this statement worked. I sent it to Blue. He said he was cool with that.
So Blue did see the statement, and he says, I'm good with the statement.
Yeah, after I edited, it went back and forth like 3-4 times. The thing I had a problem with was them consistently putting in there brand risk and rain bet, because he never addressed brand risk and rain bet. If you go to the clips, he always said, shout out to brand risk.
Yeah.
You never find a clip with him saying brand risk or rain bet are crooks, or brand risk or rain bet did this or did that.
And I agree with you, but you know, I guess this is what I was also trying to say, and you could give me your response to it. I was saying, hey, listen, remember, the sponsor is a gambling company, which means even if you don't say those words, if you hint towards something not being fair, you're attacking their integrity and credibility. And I would imagine that fight was heavily betted on, and I could imagine people now thinking, well, the fighter even thinks it wasn't fair. So,
here goes the thing, bro, with me, right? A lot of the spin shit don't work with me.
Yeah.
Let's break this shit down.
Okay.
The problem, and I would hope Adin learned from this, comes from Adin himself as an individual placing bets on an individual, on a certain fighter, saying, yo, we win this, me and you gonna split it up. Not only with you, he went at DDG for $180,000.
Hey,
right? Wait. Adin, the individual, right? Blueface don't understand the structure of brand risk and brain bet. All he sees and hears is Adin want to put money on this guy.
Chat, I see chat and kick. I'm gonna call Adin. Just give me a second. Adin, I see you in the chat, bro. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna add you. Just let it get through this point.
Adin, you're not gonna let your fighter lose.
Shout to kick.
You fucking with the bets. You, right? Now, I'm gonna be real. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think Adin should be outright doing that kind of shit, because it will cause people to assume something may be going on. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it ain't. I'm saying for business.
Let me ask you a question though. So me and Adin, we made a personal bet that wasn't on rain bet. Do you think that?
Okay. So what you got to do? You got to look at it like this, right?
Okay.
Let's be real. The commission, those are fees, and I know about these fees because I got to pay them for my fights, right? I pay the commission, right? Okay. You meet the people on the commission. The judges, they're part of the fees, right? And I'm pretty sure through the commission, you know, they get paid whatever it may be. It's not a direct thing with the judges. The cut man, all these people you pay, right? So you got to understand, with the living in America, right? When you're dealing with money and payments and direct people, right? I know people right now, bro, some real shit. If you go to the right security at the club and shake his hand right, okay, the first 5 people getting in and they ain't searched. You get what I'm saying? It's not supposed to happen, but certain things make things happen. So when we understand how this world works, and I'm going to be real, I still think Adin should stop.
Okay.
He should stop openly betting, because 3 weeks before, he said, I can't bet on fighters, right?
I think he said that. I'm not picking up framing here, but I think he said that. Bro. He did say that, but I think he said that because he just didn't want to make that bet. But let me ask you a question.
But see, fuck that act. And if you're gonna be on that, let's get off the jack. We going on what individual is hearing.
I
agree. Don't know fucking Adin.
Okay.
He don't know. Blueface don't know Adin like that, right? You know what I'm saying? So when you hear some shit, right, you take that for face value.
Okay, what?
He should not. I'm gonna be real. If he's the promoter or whatever he is, he shouldn't be open. I've never seen Al Heyman openly saying, I got $2 million on Floyd. What's happening?
Okay, Wack. So let me respond to it by saying this. This does happen in professional fights, though, right? Where you might have, like, say Jake Paul says, hey, I'll bet my whole purse. And he's making a friendly...
That's the fighter.
Okay, I get it.
That's
I get it.
not the promoter.
No. I get it.
It's a different thing,
Hold
bro.
on. I get it. But
no, if you get it, then get off that because
no.
The fighter saying, I'll bet my purse versus the fucking promoter.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. I don't think Adin has a horse in the race either way. He's bet on different fighters.
Brother. When you, hey, look,
he wins no matter who fights. As long as people watch the fight, no matter who wins, he wins.
If I'm walking into a building, I say, I'm finna go in here and kill all these motherfuckers, right? And when I walk in the building, you hear open gunfire, right?
Yeah.
Everybody runs out. What's the first thing you gonna think?
I'm thinking somebody's shooting.
No, you're gonna think the motherfucker that just said he about to go in there and kill everybody.
Okay.
When they're shooting, right?
Okay, all right.
And now it might not have been me, but because I just said this to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now you've heard this. You didn't see it. You heard it. Your speculation, your thought is gonna be this motherfucker Wack just really went in here and did this. It may not be me. So what I'm saying is,
Wack, I kind of agree. Listen, I agree with Blueface voicing his disapproval about the results of the match, but I also agree if a sponsor, their entire business.
He never said the sponsor.
Yeah, but it's a sponsor's event. It's just like it's a sponsor's event.
He said Adin, okay, but
the sponsor's
Adin
working
was
with
running around placing personal bets, bro.
Okay.
That's what you got to understand. If Adin hadn't been doing that, then I would say you're right because there's no signs or no inclination of no reason for you to even think Adin's doing that. But because Adin, and I don't know if he was bullshitting, I don't know what the fuck he was doing. But when you say certain shit and you hold certain positions, bro, if a chef walk through the restaurant and look at you and say, I'm gonna spit in your motherfucking food, you gonna get up and leave.
Okay.
Because you know he's capable because he's in the fucking kitchen, right? Okay. What I'm saying is, bro, because he was saying what he was saying, right? This is what led Blueface to thinking that, okay, this motherfucker might have did something, right? It's his opinion. When Adin said the lady was an industry plant, okay, that's his opinion. I said, bro, that's his opinion. You know, we don't know if it's true or not. It's his fucking opinion. That was Blue's opinion. Now, Blue would have said brand risk or rain bet, but he didn't. He said, shout out brand risk, rain bet, or whatever he said. Shout out
Wack,
to one of them.
Real quick, because because I'm streaming, Adin's in the chat, and he's like, Wack has it wrong. He wants to be added to the conversation to clarify. Is okay? I don't want to blindside you.
Yeah, I mean, you can bring him out, bro.
Okay. All right, I don't want to blindside you here. All right. Adin, I'm going to add you in on the conversation.
Yeah, it's
and by the way, to be clear, because we've all had off camera, off stream personal conversations. Just I'm gonna remind both of y'all, this is being viewed publicly, so don't throw around numbers and stuff. Okay. Oh my God. Fuck. Why do I have? Oh, I'm gonna have to add. I'm gonna have to do it the other way. Wait, no.
I was just up there commentating the last two fights. I'm oblivious to this even a fucking problem. People talk shit, say shit. I'm not thinking it was a problem. And I told Adin this 30 minutes ago.
Okay. All right. I think I'm going to be able to... Can I merge it?
Yo, call me FaceTime audio because my service is bad.
Okay. All right. So I got to call both in FaceTime audio. Shit. Oh, we have a group chat already. Adin. Oh, Wack is calling back. Wack, you're calling regular call. Let me see. FaceTime. No, let me see. Adin. Wack. All right, cool. All right, here's our call. Here's our conversation. FaceTime audio. I got to bring both on. Jesus. Wack, like old school calls. Adin new school calls, which is FaceTime audio. All right. Let me get. I'm waiting for.
I'm gonna wait, but you have to mediate it. You gotta let both sides talk and interruptions. That's the only way it's gonna work.
All right, here we go.
Hey, handsome.
Hey, bro, respectfully, bro. Come on, bro. Stop saying.
It's a compliment. You look good in that picture
All right,
bent
hold on.
over.
Yeah, but Aiden, we have to also be serious because
Listen, bro.
No, dude. I understand. I understand.
To me, bro. I'm gonna say this, bro. I've never said nothing to disrespect you. I've always honored you, bro. This problem that's going on, you know, I didn't know it was a problem.
Yep, until the day after when I saw the clip as well, sir.
Yeah,
so,
I didn't know. Okay,
me neither.
But hold on. Even then, Adin, because when you had a problem, right, you called Wack. I'm like, well, shit, why you couldn't call me?
We did. Me, you, and Academic spoke on the phone for an hour the day after, sir. And you knew everything.
That was Tuesday.
No, that was not Tuesday.
That was definitely Tuesday.
It definitely wasn't. It definitely wasn't. You were still in Miami. Look back.
Bro, I was in Miami till fucking Tuesday.
No. It was the day before you left Miami.
So the fight happened Saturday. We all got on the phone later that
Monday.
No, it was either Monday or Sunday, Act. It was either Monday or Sunday.
It was Sunday. Definitely.
It was Sunday. Thank you, Act.
Yeah.
So it was the day after. Wack.
No. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why I wasn't. Because if you look at the group text.
Okay, I'll just look at my records.
When I asked about payment, I was told, they such and such. It was no problem. I wasn't thinking nothing of it. I didn't get the alert on the text message until Monday.
Oh, I thought it was Tuesday, though. So make up your mind. Is it Tuesday? Is it Monday?
On the message Monday because they directed me to text another dude, some other number I wasn't familiar with. And he told me what he told me, and I doubled back to our group text.
Okay. I have it here. It was actually Monday, so we did a FaceTime audio call on Monday.
I know it is.
Right.
I know. So look, the only way this mediation is going to work is if we have to. So you lied already for it being Tuesday. That's lie number one from you.
What do you mean lie number one?
Well,
I told you I didn't leave Miami till Tuesday.
I know, but you're like, no, we spoke Tuesday. I know. I said Sunday or Monday. I know.
We did speak Tuesday, bro. We spoke several times.
I know. So here's my part because I let you know you spoke on Act Stream.
Yo,
Wack,
first of all, listen,
is it unethical? Could you say the word unethical that I bet academics? Yes. Is it illegal? No. Your client, Jonathan, signed a contract with deliverables, with a lot of stuff in there. So, no. But why can't I? I'm gonna let you talk.
Listen. This is what's crazy, right? Because no, hold on. I'm finna set the table straight. Hey, yo, Adin, look, bro. Me and you ain't had no issues, bro.
I agree.
Okay, so but you like the tone you got and the shit where you at. They say we ain't never, me, you or Act ain't never handled each other this way, bro.
No, you did. No.
Let's keep it business. Let's keep it business. No trolling. Let's keep it business. No disrespect.
But hold on, Act. That's not true because on the call we had Monday, you said something about you raising your voice and you recorded the call or somebody around you recorded the call. So
I don't record no call, bro. I don't record calls with academics on it, bro.
Well, I hope not because it'd be a felony charge. You were in Florida and I was in Florida.
Who even said that? You said that.
Well, no, in the text conversation, in the text you leaked today, you did say you were in like a streamer zone or a streamer room and somebody around you might have recorded. So that's still illegal if you knew that.
What I said.
Wack, was that call recorded?
Let me explain something to you. Wait. Every fucking where that I was at in Miami, I guess this is the new shit. Wherever the fuck you look, you got a fucking dude with a fucking backpack, and you don't even know when motherfuckers is streaming. You in the fucking lobby.
I can agree. I can agree. A lot of people.
So
I can agree.
What I'm telling you is, when we were on the phone, bro, I was in the fucking lobby, right? So I'm talking to you. Did I fucking record you? No, the fuck I didn't. Right? That's the point I was making. I simply told you I was in the lobby. People was around. I don't know what the fuck somebody.
Okay, I was just, dude, it's not that big of a deal. Listen, Wack, Ack, you guys know this. I wanted to get you guys paid out. Or sorry, not you, Ack. I wanted to get your client paid out. And I had just sent you something to just have him take something back. It could have been fuck Aiden Ross, fuck Brandon. I'll never box their.
What the problem was, right?
What's the problem?
Okay,
let Wack go. Maybe it wasn't getting back because I got sent back 2-3 versions. The only problem in there was
I didn't care about that paragraph though.
okay, listen, I can show you on my phone where we approved it. I'm like, okay, cool. He'll say this, right? Next thing I know, you went viral. The only problem we had was the brand risk brain bet shit. That was it. That was the only problem
hold
we
on,
had.
wait, slow it down. So Wack, you're saying that you would agreed to correcting something.
No, I can show you on my phone where the back and forth, where the apology was changing.
Can I just butt in? Wack, I didn't care. I just sent you an example. Wack, I didn't care if you said fuck Adin. Blueface could have been like, fuck Adin, I'll never work with Adin again. But but Florida State Athletic Commission does not rig their fights. That's the only thing I need to clear up.
Listen.
Hey, Adin, hold on.
Wait, hold on.
Let me chime in 1 second. Adin, I think because you said.
Listen, bro. I don't know if your attorneys maybe didn't tell you, bro, because my attorneys got something from them saying boom, and I said, okay, this is the only adjustment for that. Send it back. If they cool with that, he'd do that. They hit me back and said they cool with that. I hit the artist. I said, you cool with this? He said, I'm cool with that. I said, cool, right? Then we had our understanding of what it was. Okay, this was going to happen first. He was going to do this, and then we close out. Next thing I know, motherfuckers is viral, bro. Now,
why does it take until Monday when we have that call till Friday? You know what I'm trying to say?
This was
Wait, Wack, what do you mean we're viral? What do you mean we're viral?
Hold on, let me look at my phone. I'm gonna tell you the day we approved it. Now you gotta remember, we approved on our side, so it went back to your side to make sure if this was cool. I'm gonna send you a screenshot right now of the actual date and what was approved. So
wait, Wack, this is confusing me. So you're saying that you agreed to this statement and the statement just never got made, and now we're in public arguing over the same thing?
Exactly.
I'm about to show you right now. You know, listen, Wednesday. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send you. You're gonna see play for play what was approved, and we were waiting on. Well, I was waiting on them to say. Here. You're gonna see. Okay, boom. Here we go. You're gonna see play for play what they sent back, and our only problem was saying the brand was shit because he never said that they did anything wrong. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't know Adin's position over there. He don't know.
Can I see it?
I'm sitting at the act right now. I ain't got to fucking lie about telling you that's what it is.
All right. So let me give and add some more context, and then you guys can both chime in off of that.
You looking at it? I got it right now.
All right. I didn't come to
see
yet.
What you're reading?
Okay, I didn't see.
Hold
on. I just got it. I'm gonna forward it to you, Adin. But hold on.
I ain't gonna fucking lie.
Hold on.
Zach, I'll be honest. I've never seen the revised statement.
Yeah, hold on.
I didn't even know there was one.
All right. So, Adin, let me say this to you because, and I'm saying this to you and Wack because Wack says things went viral. I think Wack. Remember, you posted Adin. You didn't say what was the disagreement.
He posted me first,
and you posted him, and I think that's when he
thought.
Because he texted me and he said GG, meaning like he think it's over because.
Hold on.
That's why I was thrown off, Ack.
Hold on. What I did, I took a clip.
I'm sending all these to you, Adin.
I took a clip that has been out for months of Adin. I took Blueface's clip and tied it to it. And my position was...
Why?
Hold on. I'm going to tell you why, Adin. Just like I stood with you when they tried to attack you about the Dolce shit, and I said that's Adin's opinion. Am I right?
But why do that when we're in the middle of fixing it? Why are you starting the fire?
No, that's not a fire because Adin. This is me, right? Remember, I'm the dude on the west, Adin.
Check your phone.
And I'm the dude on the east.
Okay, listen. That said, hey, Florida's the south. That said, hey, this is Adin's opinion of this artist. It's his opinion. Okay? He has a right. Hold on. I said he has a right to his fucking opinion. So what I was doing was, this is Blueface's opinion. What you said about the young lady didn't make it fact,
what Blueface said about you.
Okay,
Didn't
can I
make it fact.
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Wack, you started the fire, but please don't interrupt me because I let you talk. You started the fire when we were trying to revise this and fix this, correct? You're the first one who made the post. Why even make that post? I didn't even go on stream and talk about it yet. You went on, you spoke about that. You started the fire trying to compare a clip of me.
I didn't speak about it.
No, I specifically didn't speak about anything.
Ack. He posted it. Why are you?
But it was you and him talking.
But why? Why when we're
It's
trying
already, this is already out, bro.
But yes, it's out after we're already trying to fix this and figure this out behind closed doors.
Aiden. Listen,
Sure.
And again.
So once I saw that though, Wack, I was like, all right, that's it. That's it.
Hey, and again, let's keep it where it's always been, right?
Sure.
It's real shit.
Sure.
You need to understand where I'm coming from. I'm in the middle of this shit. I got my artists over here who's like my family. I got you who we've been building a motherfucking solid business relationship and a friendship as family, right? I'm in the fucking middle of it. I'm saying in my head, Aiden, bro, it ain't that fucking serious.
It's not.
Okay. So
but why did you post that?
If you look at the post, I said,
you
guys both act.
Hey, by the way, I'm pulling up the post. The post says, an
said,
opinion is an opinion, is it not? I stood behind Adin Ross as it was an opinion with Blueface and his opinion. One can't be an opinion and the other slander. Gear up, the content is coming.
But Wack, why would he do that when we're in the middle of trying to figure? But wait, hold on. We're in the middle of figuring this out behind closed doors to find a happy medium, and you post that. So then I go on stream that night, and that's when I started what you just said. Can you blame me for defending myself?
But Aiden, how could you defend? Listen, you're saying you're defending yourself on a clip that I defended you on.
No, but Wack, you're missing the point. You posting that clip is like you gearing up, getting ready to start.
What I'm saying is both
yes,
you motherfuckers. Look, I'm gonna be real. Let me speak frankly. I'm gonna be real. And Act, you know this to be true. You know Top Dog is my brother. You know that, right? Yeah. That's his artist, right? Aiden, you have no fucking idea the conversation I had to have. And I said the same shit. It's Aiden's opinion, bro. That's it.
I know.
Okay, so what I'm saying on the other side is this is Blueface's opinion.
Correct. Now, but the issue with this is you posted this during us trying to figure out a solution so I can get you guys paid out. It's not like you posted this when we already were like, fuck that, you know what, let's go to legal. We weren't even at legal yet. Yes, lawyers got involved. You hit your lawyer up to find a response for, Blue to say publicly to fix it so I can get you guys paid out. But you posting this right before, it doesn't really make sense. And I understand where you're coming out, but Wack, here's the issue. The issue is when I'm saying that, the Dochi, the industry plant thing, yes, that's an opinion.
That's your opinion, right? But hold on. She took it as what? Oh, you're slandering, you're this. And I said, hey, it's Aiden's fucking opinion.
Correct.
Okay. So Aiden, if you can respect me saying that for you, right? And hey, listen, Top Dog is my family, right or wrong. That's my big brother. He's one of about 5 people who can tell Wax sit the fuck down, and I sit down out of pure respect, right?
Yeah, yes, of course.
Okay, so listen to me. So, hey, what I'm saying is, and I'm painting that picture because I'm showing you, even with that, I say Top. That's his opinion. You get what I'm saying? For whatever reason.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm trying to be a mediator, so I got to ask this question. So the difference between your relationship with Top Dog and this situation is that in every contract I've signed with a big company, there's usually a non-disparaging clause, which means I can't talk bad about these people, or I can't, compromise their business goal.
Guys, can I please talk?
I'm glad you said that.
I can't talk.
Hold on. Let Wack respond.
This is crazy. I just want to talk.
Wait.
Thank you.
Go ahead, bro. You don't got to Aiden. You don't have to get Aiden. We always talk like this. You too high.
No, but I can't get a word in. It's a little frustrating. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be.
Bro.
All right, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Ack, for saying that, because the big difference is I don't have an agreement and an actual contractual obligations and stuff with Dochi. It's way different. You have your client has an actual agreement, a signed contract with actual, hold on. That's the big difference. And also, he can't be saying that the person, the main sponsor who pays all the fighters, is involved in some type of rigging. When you say,
okay, now that's why I'm confused.
Wack,
you
I
just
said this though.
don't
Wack.
pay the
Hold
fighter.
on, let Adin finish. Let Adin finish.
Wack. Yes. RainBet is the sponsor, so they pay the fighters out. Okay, that is exactly why.
Did he say RainBet, or did he say shout out to RainBet, bro?
But that's like saying that's such a bad analogy.
Okay, what I'm trying to get you to understand.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, well let me make it make sense to you.
Sure.
Right, respectfully.
Go ahead.
And
Sure.
follow me on this because I have to be respectful to people I respect, right?
Yes, sir.
Aiden, things that you may understand or that I may understand as a whole, others don't. You get what I'm saying? Others don't. You understand what I mean? I understand, right? If I say fuck Birdman, right? Slim is hearing you saying fuck me too. I understand that. Some people would say, no, I just said fuck Birdman. I don't understand.
So I have a question. Does know that I own brand risk?
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Come on, bro. Come on.
He does, bro, listen to me. He has no fucking idea. I'm gonna be real. Me personally, and Aiden, we never had this conversation. I thought it was a sponsorship. I don't get in your business. You know what I'm saying? I do business with you. So I don't know that. You get what I'm saying? I'm telling he has no idea you own brand risk. He doesn't know that.
Okay.
So this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. He doesn't, when he's saying to you, when he's saying your name, you know what I'm saying?
Fair enough. You know what, Wack, and you know what, and I'll take the benefit there of the doubt, and I'll you know what, I'll believe you that Blue doesn't know that I own.
You don't know that shit, bro.
Okay, so I will take your word on that. Okay. However,
all right, hold on. Wait. And this is again me even though it's already public. Because I just sent you that, Aiden, and you didn't know about a revised possible statement. I know this is public already, and I know maybe lawyers are involved. Can we save this? Can we save this? Can we figure out some happy medium right now? Because it doesn't look like Wack is saying.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, Wack, come on,
First of all,
please.
You want to know? And Wack, tell me if I'm lying. You're truthful. Wack, did I not say I'm gonna call you after my shower? I'm gonna FaceTime you after the shower, and we're gonna figure this out.
Yeah, you definitely. I just called.
We were gonna FaceTime right after my shower.
I just told you, I said I just text because I'm sitting here, bro. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm sitting here and I'm confused as fuck. Hey, let's go back to the card lot. You do me a solid. You show up. I'm shooting a reality show, right?
Yeah, I pulled up for you. Yes, of course.
You pulled up for me, right? You said, Wack, I got this shit going on. Boom, boom, bam. I would love to, whatever. All I said, bro, I got a fight coming up. You make that shit happen, Wack. You can make it happen. So as I'm sitting here, right, I'm telling myself, how the fuck did we go from at the same table to motherfuckers is on?
It all blew out of proportion, bro. And listen, guys. Contracts have rules. I know everyone say do this, do that. When you sign a contract to get paid 6 figures, they have rules. That's just the way it is.
I understand that, but
and wait, hold on real quick. If I sign a contract with the UFC and then after my fight, I'm saying, oh, it's rigged. Fuck that. I should have won the fight. Fuck that. All this stuff. It's just weird as fuck.
You'll be wrong. You will be wrong. But Aiden, let me get you to understand something. Because, and again, it's not illegal like you said, because he heard you placing bets, right? Follow me, brother.
But he also asked me to place a bet with him too.
No, I don't know. You could be telling the truth. I can't speak on that because I wasn't there. I don't know about it. I'm only talking about what I know.
I think it was on the same stream.
And watch this. And watch
I can
this.
agree with you on this, Wack. By the way, it's a good take. It's not that it's illegal. It is definitely unethical, and it's what the fuck a little bit.
I'm just trying to tell you why he thought what he thought about you, not brand risk, not RainBet. Now, Aiden, watch this. Now let's throw these other things in there, and me and you know about it because we're dealing with the frustration of it. The fighters, right? This fighter, that fighter, this fighter, bro. When he saw Ruger on the same fight. After he was told the commission said he's not skilled enough to fight, it confused the fuck out of me.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real.
Hold on.
Now,
What does that? But what does that have to do with anything we're talking
okay,
about?
I'm gonna tell you why. Follow me. So they say last minute, the week of, Ruger's not skilled enough to box. Okay, sees Ruger on the lineup. And then just look at this picture. And then he has you with the bet with Act. He has you attempting the bet with DDG, right? And you're right. So now he's hearing this. This is why he said, Adin, you won't allow your fighter. He identified the dude as your fighter. He don't fucking know you own I know for.
Okay, so can I ask Ack? And Ack, I'm gonna ask you this question. Academics.
Yeah.
Can you confidently say that, in your opinion, Blueface and Wack100 had no knowledge that Adin Ross owns brand risk?
I swear to God, I didn't know. On my daughter's soul.
Ack.
I had no idea.
I would think y'all would know. But again, I'm not gonna put it past you as you did. But I would think. I mean,
Ack, let me show you something. Ack, after the fact, when shit started going down, maybe Tuesday, right?
Okay.
Maybe Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
I started to do my own research, right?
Yes.
I went to ChatGPT and asked if Adin Ross owned brand risk. It told me no. It said Jordan such and such. I'm gonna send it to you.
No, okay. And
Look,
listen, I'm a fair person. I'll vouch. Wack called. Hold on. Wack did call me.
That I had to go.
I just did ChatGPT and it says Adin Ross owns brand risk.
Okay, well let me show you what it.
I'm not gonna lie though, Adin. Wack did call me and said, "Hey,
it was
listen,
founded by Adin Ross in 2024."
Hold on.
You can literally. Sure.
I don't know if it was a ChatGPT thing, but I will say this: Wack called me that time because both of y'all are talking high level stuff. I want to keep it.
Guys,
I keep it here.
ChatGPT's hold on. First of all, ChatGPT says Adin Ross, but you're saying that's a reliable source?
No, hold on. No, he had told me that you didn't own it, and I said I don't know who owns the LLC, but that is his company.
My point is this: what I just sent you, it shows you the date that I ChatGPT'd, meaning I didn't fucking know.
Well, show your history. You could do that.
I just sent it to him.
Oh, let me see.
Says Tuesday.
Let me see your history. Let me see. Ack, send it to me.
Okay,
It'll show it.
I'm saying.
If I'm ChatGPTing on Tuesday, right? I don't know, Adin. You get what I'm saying?
No, let me just see the history. Let me see. Ack, just send it to me.
So because these are screenshots, you might have to look at when the screenshot was taken. You know how to look at the metadata?
It says Tuesday, right?
No. That's not the ChatGPT question.
Oh, no. Oh, shit. Actually, I sent it.
Hold on, Wack.
Oh,
go on
you
your
want me to show the question?
Yeah, go on your ChatGPT app and take a screenshot.
Hold on. You got to hold on. That ain't a problem. No, that ain't a problem.
Bro.
I mean, Ack, right? Let's see the history.
Okay, let me go to, how do I go to, because I just got the regular basic shit. So how do I?
Okay, so go on your app and then swipe to the left and it'll show your history.
Okay, hold on.
See, it'll show all your recent ChatGPT asks and then just click the one. And
all right, well,
it saves, by the way.
Hey, Sam, come here. You know how to fuck with your ChatGPT shit?
Here, share your screen on FaceTime. Tap the bar.
Hold on.
Sure.
Oh, but I could show the question. What is he telling me to do?
Wack, tap the three buttons and hit share screen, and I can see it. And Ack can too. You can share.
Hold on. Are you talking about the share the screen shit?
Yeah.
Share my screen shit?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Where we at?
So now go to your ChatGPT app.
Okay. I'm gonna go to. So you know I ain't bullshitting. So.
Yo, my nigga Wack got an inmate locator on his fucking phone.
Okay, now hold on.
There's no history.
Go to this question because I got the question.
No, but where's your?
I got it. I screenshotted it. Hold on.
Huh? Wait, why'd you end your screen share?
Because I gotta go to my pictures, motherfucker. Hold on.
Wait, but Ack, did you see there's no history in this ChatGPT?
I mean, bro, I'm just showing you. I'm not lying to you, but hold on. I got the screenshot.
So I don't think he has an account.
No, Ack, it'll you can't if you don't have an account, you can't.
My point I'm trying to prove is this: if I would have known, I wouldn't have been fucking asking ChatGPT on fucking Tuesday.
No, but ChatGPT
Hold
on
on.
Tuesday.
Yeah. Aiden, we're fighting over small fries. I'm telling you. Hold on. Wait. Listen to me for a second. I know you trust me. I'm telling you. Around that same time, Wack calls me and he says, "Yo, I've been doing my homework on Adin and everything. Adin doesn't own brand risk." And I was like, "Huh?" I said, "Did you look up the LLC?" And he says,
Guys,
"Yeah,
it's
I did."
on Google too. I just looked it up on Google and ChatGPT.
I don't know. I don't know where he got it from, but he told me. He did tell me back then. He said, "Oh, it's owned by a guy named Jordan." And I was like, "That's what the LLC says."
Jordan
It says.
Galen.
It says that is either the officer or something.
No, I got a screen record. Hold on, here, Actually, I'm gonna send it to both of y'all.
Okay, please.
Recorded the question and every motherfucking thing. Hold on, hey, there you go. Boom, bro. I don't have to lie to you. I didn't fucking know.
You screen recorded the question? Yeah, that's like yo, Wack definitely recorded that call. Like, Wack screen recorded the question.
Yeah, I know, Wack. I know.
Look. What is the question up top? Adin Ross.
I can't see it.
It didn't come through yet. Did you text the group chat?
Yeah, I sent it to you and him.
Okay, yeah, I'm waiting for it to come through.
Hold on, let me one-on-one it.
Does Adin Ross? What Adin Ross does? Adin Ross founded Brand Risk, the boxing. He's a public face host. So in practice,
I'm telling you, I didn't know. I'm proving to you, I didn't know.
Okay, you know what? At the bottom it says managed by AR Management and Jordan Galen. So yeah, Adin Ross. Okay, so I see where you got confused. I can see where you got confused because it does say his name and my name too.
Okay.
No, I don't. Where's your name at on there?
The number one. Look, Adin Ross founded Brand Risk Promotions.
It did say, yeah, number one. The first bullet point is Adin Ross founded Brand Risk or whatever.
No, but Wack, I can see you now. Okay, I'm gonna take your benefit here.
What I'm trying to tell you is, I didn't know because you thought you and is saying.
But you see it now. Look at number one. It says the first line. Adin Ross owns Brand Risk. Like these are fake.
Hey, listen to me. If I'm ChatGPTing this on a Tuesday, my point is, I didn't know beforehand. If I would have known, I wouldn't have fucking. You get what I'm saying? I didn't know.
Wack, here's what I think we should do.
I've never asked you, have I ever asked you, what do you own? I don't do that.
Okay, all right, Wack. I think Adin just acknowledged that he feels like there was a miscommunication, and he actually accepts.
I'm literally taking your benefit of the doubt.
Okay. All right, so how we fix it? Let's get to the fixing part. We can fix this. It's the beautiful part.
Well, first of all, we see, I'm just learning that the agreed upon apology never got back to fucking 8.
I don't care about that. You asked me in the call with Ack, what do you want Blue to say?
What I'm saying
I wrote something. Bro, all I needed Blue to say was rain bet. You could have said fuck Adin Ross. Blue could say fuck Adin.
They were going back and forth with me as if you were approving the shit.
That's why you don't bring lawyers into it. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why you don't. Because
bro, you have to bring lawyers.
No, because the lawyers made it complicated though. The lawyers, the lawyers like
let me tell you who made it complicated, right? And I stand on this. And Aid know this shit. Aid know if he got an issue at 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning, if he hit Wack, I'm gonna pick up, regardless of what it is. I'm telling you, I honestly didn't think it was a fucking problem. If I would have, Aiden, you know I would have came and found you in the building and had the conversation. I would have never left the building.
Okay.
I'd have been like, bro, let me holler at
you. Wack. I understand. So,
by the way, Wack. Also, the Brand Risk ENT LLC, AR Management. AR is Adin Ross, right? That's you.
Right? I don't know.
That is me. I am AR. Yes.
Yeah. So essentially, it's kind of like a shell company.
Hold on a second. This is so pointless right here, dude. Can I just say one thing without being interrupted while you talk for 3 hours? Just please, guys. Wack. I sent you that because you asked on the phone with Ack, what do you want Blue to say? I wrote something out. And Wack, it could be fuck Adin. I'll never do Brand Risk ever again. Fuck Adin, fuck this, fuck that. It's just all I needed from him was to clear Rainbet's name and that there was no rigging, hold on, and that Florida State Athletic Commission is the one who did the judging. Hold on. Ack and Wack, if you were there, and everyone in the chat, if you were there watching Gypsy versus Super Hot, the biased commentary, everyone was so upset in that building that Gypsy won. And hold on a second. And Wack, you even said on the mic 3 times, that's the judges. That's the judges. That's the judges.
I definitely
Fact.
said that.
So, and can I say last thing? Wack, the same people, the same exact Florida State Athletic Commission. When Blue fights Nick Young, it's going to be the same exact commission.
Okay.
So that's my point to you.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
When we was at that table for both fights, did I say something?
Yeah.
Did I say something to you? Did I say, oh,
You said, guys, everyone, Adin does not make the calls here. The Florida State Athletic Commission judges are the one who makes the calls.
So listen, when I walk off to go get my wife because the crowd is down moving, right? Now I'm going to get my wife. I know Blue's covered. I didn't even hear what the fuck went on in the ring.
Wait, what is that your phone?
That's my partner. Nah, I don't fucking my partner over there. I don't know what kind of weird ass ring that is.
Okay.
He's fucking Bahrainian.
Okay, I feel like we're going in circles. So this is a unique. This is the second time. This is a unique opportunity.
But no.
Adin, how can he rectify it? And let's get Wack to see if he could possibly agree to it, please.
Hey, my question to
We're
you
dragging
is,
this.
hold on. No, I want you to answer this. Keep it real. Do you believe that I thought there was a problem going on in that building after the fight? Do you think I thought it was a problem?
No, and neither did I.
Okay, so. And the next day I didn't. Now, what I'm saying is everything I've said I did, I sent. Even when I would show you the edited apology. You get what I'm saying? Right? You see it. You're looking at it. I'm not saying it.
I understand. I didn't see that apology though until now. That's my first one. Yeah.
And I thought you did, and I'm waiting because you said you were putting together the agreement. You see what I'm saying? So
I understand what you're saying.
Miscommunication is like once I said, okay, I agree to this. All right, Adin got it. He's gonna put the agreement based upon this. I never got the fucking agreement. I sent you the
Wack. I'm gonna keep it a buck. You're not even a bad dude, and I tell Ack this. I'm like, bro, I hate this shit. You hate it too. That's why I was gonna call you after the shower. I think, and Ack will agree because Ack said the same shit. If me, you, Blue, and Ack all got on the phone, I guarantee none of that shit would have ever happened.
If we add Blueface to this call right now, and Adin says, "Listen, that's what I need you to say."
Fact, and I swear to God, and I told, hold on, Wack, and wait, real quick, Ack. Did I tell you Monday, Tuesday, Ack? How do I just get Blue to get on this call? Did I tell you, Ack? Honestly,
and I told you, I said, "Listen, I don't have a relationship with him. My relationship is only with Wack." And I said, "DDG." I said, "If you want to talk to Blue directly,"
he did.
I said, you got to go talk to DDG and say, because I personally don't think that Blue would be like, oh, all I got to do is just clear brand risk name and I could still say fuck Adin.
That's it.
And I get my money.
No. Wait, real quick.
First of all, read the motherfucking thing, bro. It wasn't even about fuck Adin. Look at what we agreed to, bro. You want me to screenshot me sending that to Blueface?
No, I believe I'm taking your word.
Wack, just like how the lawyers got it complicated, I think not talking to Blue, because I don't think Blue is like, I can't say that brand risk and Rainbed had nothing to do with the fight result.
Bro, Blue, hold on, Ack, because Blue could have been like, fuck Adin, I would never box and brand risk again, but that shit was not rigged. That's all he had to say.
Hey, bro, listen to me. Look at what we agreed to. I can send you a screenshot, me sending that to Blue. Are you good with this?
I'm saying I haven't seen that, so you could show me.
Wait, hold on. What did Blueface say to that?
No, he said he was cool with it. I think he called.
I never seen that.
Okay. All right, hold on. All right, we'll make it easy. All right, so, Adin, you have this message now. You have this message now. Blue said he's good with it. Is that message satisfactory? You could probably take some time, but if he's still down to do that,
I don't have it, guys. Where is it?
No, I texted to you. I don't have it. It's a screenshot from Wack got these big ass.
Oh, with his lawyer, right?
Yeah.
No, yeah, because that's who's fucking.
But Ack, that's not with him and Blue. That's someone named.
I'm about to show you with me and Blue.
So, okay, but Ack said I have the screenshot. I don't have it.
No, wait. Didn't I send you this one? It says, how about keeping it simple? I said a few things over the weekend after my fight. I was heated after the loss. I disagree with the fight decision. That has nothing to do with brand risk.
No, Ack, that's not between him and Blue.
No.
Yeah, no. But apparently that was approved. That was approved by them. That's what I'm saying. If you approve it,
Wack,
you guys can move
lawyer.
on.
That's not my lawyer. That's his lawyer.
Yes, but I'm saying, would you approve that? If not,
Let me read it. Let me read it.
I sent it to you.
I'm gonna read it out loud, okay?
Okay.
I said a few things on the weekend.
Don't read it out loud because it's for him to say. Don't read it out loud. It's for him.
All right, let me read it in my head. Give me 1 second. Bro, literally, yes. Like, that's literally all it took. Okay. Bro, dude, yes.
Have him do it tonight and let's get the payment going.
That's why I'm upset, bro.
Hold on.
That's all it
took.
took.
What I'm telling you is, hey, Adin, I'm under the. Remember, Adin, you said what you said, and you were gonna. Remember, it was a 50% thing, right? Remember?
What 50% thing?
You were gonna sit. Remember, you were gonna write something up. He was gonna say that
and send half.
You were gonna.
Okay, I get it.
You were gonna send half.
No, yes.
But things broke down. Things broke down right now. So like,
Can I be honest with you? Can I talk? Ack, and I want your opinion on this. You're the mediator here. Ack, him and I are going back and forth with our legal at this point. You see a post go up from Wack100. It has something to do with me and Blue. Now, could you blame me for escalating this after I already gave 48 to 72 hours? After I see a post, I'm like, okay. I sent it straight to you, Ack. I was like, all right, GG. He went to the internet. Thank you. So that's
listen. Hey,
why do that when we're in the middle of trying to fix it?
Hey, listen. I ain't playing for the content right now. We passed that. I think we both understand it was a breakdown in communication because I'm under the assumption you're writing something up for the 50%, right? So I'm waiting. You get what I'm saying? We've already agreed. As you see, we've agreed. Edit. We agreed. Okay, well, where the fuck is the... Adin, I sent you the wiring information. Look at your phone.
No, I saw that. I saw you said that.
Whack.
I did see that.
If they agree with the statement, we're on live right now. Aiden's reputation is worth way more than half of whatever he just said.
Bro,
if Adin just said, hold on, wait, give me like 30 seconds.
Sure.
Adin just agreed on my stream that he would be cool with that. That's worth way more than half of what he would have sent. Why can't Blue just get on and say that? If Adin doesn't follow through, I'll even be about to say
exactly.
Adin didn't.
No. Look, this is what I want to happen.
What?
Adin, we ain't talking. What I want to happen is what I fucking agreed to you with.
What?
Right? What you laid it out. Right?
Laid
you
what
said,
out?
Wack, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do this. He's gonna say this. And when he says that, then I'll send the other half. I agree. Now, where we went wrong at, and it's not on you and not on me, where it went wrong at is when I'm thinking the fucking back and forth edits are being approved by you and then coming to me.
Bro.
They never made it to you. What I showed you is I wasn't bullshitting because you see the times and dates that this shit is happening.
Wack, I think
that means I'm putting forth effort because me and you agreed to something.
I understand. Dude, wait, hold on. Wait. I know it's on stream. Why don't you, me, and Blue have a conversation off stream? And all he has to do, we just find a medium. I'm going to send your money if this gets cleared up, dude. Like, I don't... Guys, look at my stat record. Yo, every main event has always been paid that night. Every single person has been... Bro, if it was just fixed with that little 3-sentence thing, I would have been sent the bread. And academics, vouch, Ack, have I ever... Hold on, wait. Ack, have I ever fucked anybody in brand risk out of payment?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question,
I'm going to be honest, just respectfully. I know that, I'm not saying Blueface didn't get fairly compensated, but I know it's not enough money that Adin would even contemplate this game.
No, listen
like,
to me.
I know this is
you know what I'm saying? About the act. Let me ask you a question. Everything I said, I sent. Right? You knew my intentions. Adin, you fucking too. Both of y'all know my intentions was to fix this shit. Adin, we had other fucking business, did we not?
Yeah, I still want to go back.
So you think I wasn't trying to fix this shit?
Bro, I still want to go back to Compton.
Listen. Do you think I wasn't trying to fix this shit?
I'm not saying you were, bro, but like it's
so what
bro.
I'm
If
saying
Blue,
is,
yo, you know what's so crazy? If Blue literally never said rigged tampering, this would have you would have been paid.
Past that. Listen,
Facts. You know what? We are. So let's focus on the now.
So
Let's
what I'm
focus on the
saying
now.
is-
All right, hold on.
What I'm saying is,
Let's focus on the now.
what I'm saying is, the last revision of the apology, you're just seeing, and I thought you saw as you see.
Correct. This is my first time seeing it. That's right.
Well, you're seeing Blueface agreed to that. We were still in Miami. We hadn't left. So it had to been late Tuesday because we left Tuesday night. Delayed flights. So if you're agreeing to that, then we just don't do that.
Well, do you want to have Blueface go on stream and say what he wants to say?
No, I want to get off the stream and have a conversation with you so we know exactly what we're doing. Blueface already got the script. He been had it since Tuesday.
All right, could he get on tonight and say Adin will send it?
Stop. I don't want a script. I want it to come from the heart. He could still say fuck Adin. I don't fuck with Adin. I just need him to clear up.
It had to
Wait a minute. Wait. I just need Rainbet to send you guys your money, okay? I don't care. Wait, real quick. Wack, he could say fuck Adin. I will never fight for Adin ever again. I don't care.
Okay,
I don't care. But I don't care. He needs to just clear Rainbet.
So what I need from you, listen to me. Hear me out. I'm going back to with your structure. I need you to draw that up and send that to me, bro.
We already have a contract. If he just does what he does, I'm going to send your bread.
No, Adin. Okay. Remember the last time you said, Wack, I'm going to draw it up. It's on the text. I'm going to draw it up, right, and send that if the apology is made, this is what it is. It's no different than when I had to sign the fucking amendment to accepting Chibu as a fighter. We got over such and such. It was a different page. It was simple to the point. No problem. Bro, you got to understand. I'm managing right now, right?
Listen, at the end of the day, I don't have your money. Rainbet does. So let's make Rainbet.
Well,
But hold on. But Wack, let's let you get paid. Let's do this the right way, like we were supposed to. A simple statement, and guess what? Everyone's happy. You're happy.
The right way what we were supposed to do, Adin, by your words was you were drawing it up, so it said that.
But Wack, that was before you went to the internet first, bro.
Okay, we both went to the internet.
But you went first. I had to defend myself.
Don't make it right. We both went to the internet.
I agree, but okay, I'm not the one who wanted.
Adin.
Why did you?
Listen,
whatever.
At this point, bro, you gotta respect me putting some insurance that if
what
happens,
bro, you heard Act say it. I'm gonna make sure you get your money if he fixes this.
Hey, okay.
Yeah,
so
his reputation is torched. If Blue does that,
I'm a man of my word.
Hey, listen to me.
I think that's worth I'm not telling you how to do your business, but I don't think you should be relying on that half upfront thing. You should have.
No. We don't even need that.
Okay.
Fuck all that. All I need is the document that's saying if this happens, this gonna happen.
Okay.
Fuck the half up front.
All right. I'll call Rainbet and I'll call a lawyer and I'll give you a document.
I mean, we all businessmen, right?
Okay, and by the way, because I don't want us to get off the phone and then it's something else. So, Adin, that statement in principle, as long as those points are, it doesn't have to be verbatim, but as long as those points.
Bro, Blue don't even gotta say Adin Ross, bro. He just has to clear Rainbet. Because guess what? Rainbet has his money. Rainbet has the money. It's not my money.
But here was the thing, right? And I think you should understand this now. Blueface was addressing you.
But do you understand that Sure. He didn't know I own brand risk. I know.
No, he didn't fucking know. He was saying, think about it. He's saying, shout out to brand risk, but I ain't fucking with Adin. Think about it, bro. Like, so, from what I know now, you saying shout out to brand risk, but I'm not fucking with Adin. But Aiden's the owner. He didn't know.
But also, Wack. To be fair, if he thought it was just Adin, he wouldn't think the event screwed him. He made it like the event screwed him. If you didn't think
No, he didn't.
Well, hold on. How could Adin? Okay. So let's say he doesn't know Adin owns the event. How could he think Adin screwed him then? If Adin didn't own it.
You can find. I don't know. He thought that Chibu was Aiden's direct fighter.
Oh, like he was a okay. All right.
Yeah,
I stand corrected.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest.
This is what he thought. We're not saying Adin. This is what the fuck it was. I'm telling you what he thought and why he thought it.
Okay.
Yeah,
you
bro.
know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. We're past what the fuck is what and all this shit.
Okay.
Now you learned that they really didn't know.
Okay, next steps though.
Next steps is all I need is some assurance. That's it.
Why couldn't this been done off stream? Like, do you understand?
We literally had this done off stream. Okay. So wait. Just for the record. So Adin is going to come with a document that lawyers
Wait a second, I still have to talk to Rainbat.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
They're not happy, but the same way they weren't happy with Adam, I got Adam's money to release. Okay?
Yo, Adin, respectfully, let me be real. You a businessman, right?
Yes, sir.
You know I had a whole lot of costs coming that way, right?
Yep, right? So did I, so did everyone else, yes.
No, I don't. But your ass is already there, right? I had to come there, right? You know I had 20 people with me. You know I'm staying at the Fountain Blue. You know it take ground. Adin, who you think front loading that shit?
I would assume you or Blue.
Wack100, right?
Well, that's awesome.
So what I'm saying is, we all got a headache right now. You get what I'm saying? Because I never thought it was gonna be a fucking problem. Like I never.
Yeah, me neither, bro. You know, sometimes things get out of hand and miscommunication. I will tell you though, bro. Like, I will tell you, I can't guarantee anything. I need to call Rainbat. You could be on that call because at this point, bro, this is exploding. This is all on the internet now, and everything just seems forced. And I don't know.
Blueface ain't said a word.
Yeah, he has. He's tweeted like 6 things.
He said, what did he put up? The Adam post?
I don't really know, and I don't care. It's not up to me. It's not my money. So.
All right. Well, listen, man. We at. You put the call in. My phone works 24/7. The only reason why we on this stream because Act called me. You know,
I understand.
I didn't call Act. Act called me. I told Act.
I was supposed to call you right after my shower. You know that.
I just told Act. I just got off text with Adin. He's supposed to be calling me.
Yeah, we were going to call right after I got the shower.
But I understand what Act's doing, right? He's doing what he's supposed to do. He's doing what I would do if it was you or Act, and you doing what you would do if it was me or Act. I'm pretty sure you'd be like, yo, what the fuck y'all got going on?
I understand.
I want both my friends to resolve this because if I don't want y'all to go to court.
Hold on, Act. Here's the pickle I'm in now. If you're looking at Blueface's tweets, it's like it's never really been up to me because obviously Rainbat wanted me to fix this like weird little misconception that it's rigged, right? But now it's not up to me. It's not up to me. Like it really isn't. It's up to Rainbat. It is. I can show you proof if you don't believe me. So
I didn't say I didn't believe you. I get it. Listen, I've been a whole lot of shit not up to me, but me and you are the same person when it comes to us being a part of a situation.
But can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm listening.
And this is for you. If Blue would have said that statement, do you genuinely believe that I would have paid up or Rainbat would have paid up?
No, of course. Yeah, I think.
Thank you.
But
I don't do bad business with people. I don't. I don't. I'm sorry. I just don't.
You were supposed to draw up the document. You gave the instructions.
I understand. The same way that the document was drawn up of his signing his brand risk contract. It's the same thing. Yes, my lawyer was supposed to.
So when I didn't hear back, I'm not knowing. You never got the fucking.
I know, and then our lawyers talked on the phone. I remember Wack. I do. I'm just saying it's not up to me now. It's not.
Well, listen. All you can do is try, I guess, right?
Yeah.
This is why the fact that you said it's not up to you. This is why I was saying I need the document before.
I completely get it, but do you understand? It's not like you have
that, and then you say,
yeah. Well, now it's
not up to me.
Well, bro, now it's a little bit too late. I mean,
maybe
I hope it's not. I hope it's not. But I don't know.
Yeah, but he's not the sponsor. The sponsor pays.
Keep it stand. Wait, I'm the owner of Brand Risk, not Rainbet. I need to specify that.
Okay, well, now we know. I didn't know that before.
I know. And listen, I'm going to take your guys' word for it that you and Blue did not know that I own Brand Risk. I will take your word for that, okay? But
I mean, bro, you're looking at me researching it.
I know, but everybody I've spoken to knows I own Brand Risk. Just being honest. I know. I believe you. I believe you.
I don't. Unless you tell me what I want you to be a part of this, whatever, and you break down, then I'll know. Outside of that, I don't put my mind to people's shit like that, bro. That's just not what I do.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm going to call Rainbet. I'm going to try to figure this out. I don't like this at all. I know you don't either. Nobody does. This is really stupid, and it could have all been avoided if everybody just got on the call for it initially. But look, let's not look back, and let's not dwell. Let's try to figure out a resolution here, okay? I hope that we can figure something out, and I hope that everyone can be happy.
Hey, hold on. And this just me being a mediator, because I don't want it to get to this online or whatever, get further. Could if we're gonna take this offline from here on,
it's already all online, Act.
Hold on. But in the resolution of things, could we at least have the next 48 hours, no more responses, and try to figure it out privately?
I haven't responded yet. Look what Blueface tweeted about me. I haven't responded to any of that yet, so I'm gonna have to respond to that. It's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, he want to respond. There you go.
But
I don't think you should respond to shit after this out of respect to me.
Well, I respect you. Same way you were talking about, the top dog. I do respect you, but
if we're sitting here right now, fixing it, right? Why?
I haven't had one conversation with your client, not one time, bro, with Blue, not once.
No, what I'm saying is, if the response is going on because of what was going on,
hey, Wack, could you have Blue delete the tweets or no?
No, it's already up. It's already screenshotted. Beer Buck already posted it. All the page. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at this point. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, we can't just delete all my posts, Blue's posts, Wack's posts. It's all up. So that's what I'm saying. It changes everything, right? We have to figure this out.
How much convincing do you think? And you probably don't know at this point, but like, do you think you could be like, hey, listen, I had a real good conversation with Wack. I think we could fix this.
On the internet. I don't know.
So you don't know what Rainbet's gonna say.
If I'm Rainbet, I'm not paying them a dime. To be honest, just being honest. I mean, why would you? It's breach. It's leaks. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, why would I? If you were Rainbet situation,
let me tell you why would you, Adin?
Sure.
You say you my fucking friend, right?
Yes.
What that's worth? Because I didn't hesitate for you. And I know it probably doesn't register to you.
But Wack, you can't act like the victim here. You went to the internet first.
I didn't say victim. I'm saying, bro, if you fucking think I didn't listen, bro, Act, you know what I'm saying. If you think I didn't have to stand in the fire, and I never said nothing because I was acting as a friend, right? No hesitation, right? Do for me what the fuck you know I did for you.
But
I've already danced.
Wack. Can I just say one thing? I respect you as a person. I think you are very good and you're a driven guy. And let me just explain this to you, okay? I give you your flowers for that. Now, when you call Wack in the beginning, I did you a favor. Yes, okay? You can count it as that. I count it as a business transaction, as friends. It's a 6-figure favor, right? Like at the end of the day, it's a business agreement. It's a contract involved, everything.
I get all that. I'm not even.
Okay. So I'm putting myself in Rainbow's shoes.
And guess what, Adin? I want you to understand this, and I know you probably don't get it. When you call me, brother, I put myself in a situation as well.
And I appreciate that, bro. Thank you.
So what I'm saying is, right, this ain't about Blueface right now. This is about, because me and you, all this shit right here, the seed planted, water was me and you. Without Wack and Adin, he wouldn't even been in that ring, right?
Well, of course, you're his manager. You represent him.
No, Adin. It was me and your conversation that even led to the business. Without Adin and Wack, boom. So what I'm saying is this. When I was called upon, I moved. You called upon. I'm asking you to do for me what I did for you.
And Wack, I'm going to call Rainbet because I want to get you paid just as bad, bro, as you want to get paid. I promise. And Ack knows that. He can vouch. I hate this shit. I pay every brand risk fighter. I've never had an incident except one time, someone taunting in the ring, grabbing his balls, and one of the Island Boys saying some stupid shit. Those are the only other, which something like, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, I love doing good business. I do great business. Gypsy Crusader, someone that you guys know I'm not fond of. He got paid an hour later. And, you know.
Aiden, do I do good business?
You directly, yes. Your client, no.
Okay, listen, Aiden.
Wait, Aiden, how do you separate it? Though?
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Because Wack's a stand-up guy.
Wait. Act, we're not doing that, bro. You on some... See, Act, this is why motherfuckers want to whip your ass, because you like gas.
No,
we not.
No, because I'm actually defending Blue here, because if he says he's never talked to Blue, how does he know Blue does bad business? Everything's coming through you.
Listen to me. We're not even elaborating on that, right? Because that's going the opposite way. I asked Aiden a simple question because ultimately I'm the one.
Sorry, you know what? You're right. Re-ask the question. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
All I asked was, do I do good business? Have I done good business?
Yes.
Okay, then let's just leave it. That's all I'm talking about.
I have great convos with you. It is true you say when I call you answer, and I think I really do. I think that you directly, yes.
Okay, we can leave it right there because all I asked you about was me. That's it. All the rest of the shit.
But you do understand though that this particular incident is not directly only you, right? You know that. So,
well, listen, it's gonna fall on me because by my request,
that's not true, Wack.
I'm gonna tell you why it's true. By my request, he was there.
Yeah, but he's the one who signed his name. He inked his name.
No. You.
I think that's the confusion, right? It's like, is it Wack or is it Blueface?
No, you missing the point, Act. This ain't nothing Blueface wanted to do. It was a request from Wack. This wasn't Blueface's out.
Okay, so you're saying right now, Blueface would have not wanted to gotten paid 6 figs to do this.
I'm saying the fight in general, right? All that, the whole, we ain't even talking about the bullshit going on. We wouldn't have never got to this because he wouldn't have never been in Miami in the ring last week.
So wait, I want to ask you a genuine question here, okay? Yeah. If I was dealing with Blue Direct, you're saying this would have never happened?
No, the fight wouldn't happen. You know why?
For the amount that we agreed on.
It would not have happened. You know why? Because contractually, he can't do it. He's already contracted to fight. He's already been paid to fight.
So why did he sign the contract?
Do you got amnesia? You forgot what I told you? And you said, Wack, make it happen for me? You motherfucker, that's what I'm trying to tell you. He's only there at my request. I had to go back to the other business that I did to make this happen. You get what I'm saying? You don't remember me telling you, hey, bro, it's a whole lot of shit had to happen for this to happen. But you told me you needed it. We here.
Listen, let's not go in circles. Wack, look, I'm going to call Rainbet. Yeah, I'm going to still FaceTime you out of my shower. As soon as I get out, I'm going to FaceTime you. And we're going to have a conversation. And I'm going to let you know when Rainbet responds to me and what they want to do. And
just make sure you got some motherfucking clothes on when you FaceTime me getting out the shower.
Are you really being homophobic to me because I'm Jewish and gay?
I'm telling you, I'm not gay.
No, but why are you being homophobic? Because, no, wait, stop. Because I came out to you and I said I'm gay.
I have a problem with you being gay. Do you not know me and Jason Lee? That's one of my closest friends. Do you not know I have a transgender reality show called The Girls Club? I don't give a fuck about what.
Okay, because I am Jewish and I am gay. So, you know.
Okay, now you know you sound crazy because you know I got a bunch of Jewish fucking friends down there.
Yes, but do you have a Jewish gay friend?
I mean, I don't know if any of them are. The ones I know, I don't think they are. But guess what? I don't care if you're gay, straight. That's your business. The people I deal with them based upon how I know them, bro. I don't care.
Wack. No way you posted those tags really thinking I was being serious, right?
Bro, I mean, you gotta remember where I come from.
Yo, Act, why did you let him post that shit, bro?
No,
Where I come from,
I did
bro,
tell him you hit me on the side saying I think it's gonna go online, so I'm trolling him.
I told you, I knew he was gonna do
Where
that.
I come from, we don't play like that, bro.
I don't play either like that.
You know, we don't play like that. That was a little, and I was wondering, because I'm having a real conversation with you. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with him? Like,
Listen, we all here have done gay shit before, okay? If you've ever played...
No.
Act does gay shit. We all do gay shit.
No, hold on. I'm Jamaican now. Don't bring me that boxing conversation.
Hold on, wait. One second.
I don't know about
Act, wait, stop. Act, when you get drunk, you feel up on my shoulders and pull me in and ask the chat, there's clips. You do that with everybody, and you know you do?
Great.
No, they'll vouch. If they know a drunk Act, he squeezes and pulls people in, like it's... No, watch, there's clips.
Squeezes is crazy.
He does.
Hey, I just want to remind y'all, like, listen, I know Wack is from, California, but I'm from a small, proud island called
Academic
Jamaica.
is a botsy boy. Botsy boy.
Yo, Aiden, I'd put you in a headlock if I was around you. You
Wack,
can't talk like
I'm gonna call you after the shower, all right?
Okay, good.
Yeah, just make sure you got some clothes on, man.
It's my house. I can walk around naked if I want. I'll see you later. Bye.
Yo, Act.
All right, Wack.
Act, we're talking about you squeezing shoulders and shit, bro.
Wack, he's clearly trolling, but I'm hoping. I wanted this to be private. This is a second chance.
Hey,
Yo, let's figure it out. Get Blueface.
No motherfucking stream.
Yo, let Blueface get paid. Like, I know you're handling business, you're doing your thing, but I want this to be over with. I don't think he's trying to stiff y'all, but also I get it. Y'all want to stand up for what y'all are. You don't want to get holed around for just some money.
I gotta deal with a whole lot of shit people do, bro. Sometimes you the fixer, you the resolver, you the problem solver, right? Whatever conversation I have with my client, I have with my client. But you even know. At some point in time, I got to stand with who I got to stand with, bro, and fix it how I got to fix it.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, Blueface ain't taking a hit because I'm going to pay him anyway.
Yeah.
You know that. You know how I work. He said it. He said, I ain't going to feel it. You know what I'm saying? So,
Wack. Hey, listen, sir. I told Adin this. I feel like I understand both you guys on a different level. Nobody wants to go back and forth with Wack Online, okay? And I think it was smart for Adin to hop on this to just kind of like,
I don't want to go back and forth.
I
don't want to go back.
And for you, Wack, let me tell you this. What people don't know about you, you talk a lot of, I got the paperwork on this guy doing this, blah, blah. But I know you mostly for straight business. Like, you're a businessman to me. You get what I'm saying? You operate with business when it comes to me. I've never heard you call me talking some gangster shit like, yo, this guy did this. You call me, you tell me about 15 opportunities. We go through each of them, or it's business. So because you're that, I want you to figure it out with Adin. I'm always here to help, but we have a second chance to figure it out. As soon as he get out, and I'm gonna make sure tonight somehow you guys get a chance to talk. Let's figure it out, get Blue paid. Let's save this relationship. And here's the thing. Number one, I think Blue should go back on brand risk and knock a nigga out because Blue he's a talented individual, and there's just much more for you and him to do. All right, so let's do that.
All right, cool.
All right, Wack, I'm gonna call you a little bit off stream.
All right, cool. I'm out.
I bet. Oh my God. Yo, chat. What I just did, niggas get paid hundreds of thousands for. You get what I'm saying? You ever heard the idea of what a marriage counselor is? A marriage counselor is the person who gets paid heftily or handsomely to just sit two motherfuckers in a room and say, did you hear how fucking stupid that sounded? I get why this motherfucker be ignoring you. Oh, and then they say to the other person, did you hear how non-caring your bitch ass is because you think you make all the money? She's over there feeling alone and she doesn't feel like you're intimate enough with her. You get paid to tell two motherfuckers how to just resolve shit. And that's what I felt I just did right there, chat. I don't get paid, but these are friends. And you guys know, listen, I don't know about everybody in this space, but I'm happy that I make the little pennies I do. But I never try to use my friends or broker deals that I need to get part of. When I fuck with this guy and this guy, Let's make y'all fix y'all issue. Put it like this. I'm trying to resolve this, that Blue gets paid. I do think he should get paid. All right, Chad. All right. I seen somebody earlier said, like, yo, damn, this nigga act dragging it. It wasn't me. It was really them. Well, Wack, he's long-winded. And I know y'all were like, yo, act finna go to Rumble right after this. We're not going yet, okay? Because we haven't got to no topics. Yeah, you guys should go to Rumble. But, no, not Rumble. Sorry, Kick. You guys should go to Kick. We're eventually going to go to Kick, but we do have a bunch of topics to get to before we get there, right? Just rock out with me. We're going to go as long as possible. What is this? Yo, I can't tell what's real and fake online these days. XQC, Kaisen, I can't tell what's real and fake, bro. Okay. They said there's a leaked audio. How would that be? Okay, this is probably some fake shit. I don't know. Yeah, probably fake. All right, let me just look in the comments. I could tell if it's fake. I'm just going to move on. All right, Chad. Still got a J. Cole interview to get to. Can I ask y'all a question? Do you think I'm going to get off before daylight? Because at this point, what are we doing? If you guys are still engaged, you're awake. I know some of you guys might have me on your screen passively. I want you to spam the number 3. Or right here. 3. Just spam 3. If you're still engaged, you ain't fall asleep with the phone up. You ain't got some pussy or some head, or you smoked yourself, you knocked out. If you're still here, I want to make sure you guys are still locked in with me because we're rocking, okay? Shout out to my people over at Kick. I see y'all going crazy. Shout out to King Academics, the YouTube channel, and of course the Academy, and of course Rumble. You know we love Rumble as well. Okay, we got to get to some topics. By the way, for everything people say about me, whether it's Fearbook, Scuba Ryan, or whatever the community, maybe Adin community, could I get a W mans for that? You know, I could have sat here and kind of like spiced it up, and these guys get off upset on the call saying, yo, we're going to fight it out in court. I felt like people call me the biggest instigator. They're like, I got a Hall of Fame badge. I try to make sure, and I think we have a possibility to get this thing solved. So I hope I get a W mans for that. Okay. We have some Jay-Z stuff. We have Afro Man lawsuit, and we have Cole interview. We'll get to the Jay stuff first, actually. And by the way, oh yeah, it's 8732. Thank you for the gifted membership to the chat gang. I respect you. Thank you so much. Chat, I predicted this months ago. Jay-Z was going to run an elaborate media PR campaign to the likes we've never seen. And the aim of this campaign is to remind you of his greatness, which he is a great rapper, and he's definitely one of the best moguls that's ever, originated out of hip hop. But I told you the reason. This is going to be change the conversation, to switch up the vibes of people asking questions and making accusations that isn't in congruence with a healthy business. I want to let you guys know, I don't think it's just because of me. I think Rock Nation has a reputation of sliminess. I think people look at it and they hear many stories. It could be from me. It could be from, I don't want to call anybody else names, but they feel like Rock Nation, even though it's owned by a black man, operated by a Hispanic woman, but they feel like Rock Nation, there's something up with it, and maybe something nefarious, to say the least. This year, in the last year, I want to say, Jay-Z has came under intense scrutiny. People, first of all, Tony Busby has kind of insinuated that Jay-Z is maybe of the same ilk of some of the things that were accused of Sean P. Diddy Combs. He was sued alongside Sean P. Diddy Combs for supposedly engaging in a group sex act with some woman who was underage at the time. We then get to find out the person subsequently, seemingly almost damn near retracted their statement. Even if they did, it came across that it was it was hollow. It didn't really have much things that we could do background checks to figure out if this person was telling the truth. Now, of course, she was talking about something in the early 2000s. We didn't have as many cameras and technology to easily prove or debunk what you had to say. But even her own father came out and said, listen, the fact that she's saying she went 6 hours to go watch an award show, hops in a random limo with some guy and goes to a party where Diddy and Jay-Z and other powerful people are at, and she drinks something, blacks out, ends up in a room, and only wakes up to see that is Jay-Z, Diddy, and a bunch of people sexually assaulting her. Then she runs out the door, and she's naked, holding her clothes, and her father later picks her up a couple miles down the road, but at a gas station. Her father says he doesn't remember picking up his daughter in a situation that she may have seemed distressed like that, or picking up his daughter where she lived was several hours away from New York City or close to New York City. You know, the idea of Jay-Z being in some stuff, I think I've had fair discussion about it. I don't have particularly a horse in a race. I've never met Jay-Z, never talked to Jay-Z. Jay-Z has never, directly worked with me on a deal. I don't think I owe any of my success to Jay-Z. I feel like I'm an independent person. And such is a case where I do respect Jay-Z. I think he's one of the best hip-hop artists of all time. But I have no reason to coddle or give him any benefit of the doubt that maybe I would give to someone if maybe I had a personal relationship. Now, that's not me begging for a personal relationship. I don't want it. And at this point, I've told you, based on the things I've seen from Roc Nation and maybe purportedly Jay-Z, if he ever wanted to have a conversation with me, he would have to have the conversation with me in front of the entire world. I don't want to have secret conversations with that man. Not because I think he's necessarily evil, it's because what the shadow of Roc Nation is now is moving a heavy hand beneath the veil that people could see. So I need everybody to witness it. And it could go any type of way. I don't care if he cusses me out and say, nigga, I want you dead. I don't care what it is. I want everybody to hear it. But it's because of my distrust of that entire ecosystem. I forecasted this. There's 3 events that really led up to this. So the accusation, which some probably and may even call false, when he was accused of being in a group sex environment with an underage girl. We couldn't find much more proof. That lawsuit was subsequently dropped. At least his involvement was subsequently dropped. He went into a back and forth with Tony Busby. Tony Busby basically said, yo, come on, bro. Like, you're attacking me now. And it looked like he definitely survived that. The second thing that people were like, what's going on with Jay? So the first is that. Is the second No, the second isn't. We're not at the Epstein list yet. So the second is that based on watching and the entire culture watch Diddy go down, it then sparked the idea or conversation that then followed to say, if no one blew the whistle over 20 years, who else was either complicit or basically a co-conspirator? Maybe they had their own situation that was going on that may resemble sex trafficking, may resemble transporting prostitutes via state, whatever you might think Diddy was guilty of. Such is the case that came up when people were thinking about the such is the case when people were originally thinking about like Bill Cosby. They're like, and to this day, I still, based on the people I've talked to, they said Bill Cosby essentially went to jail for the sins of everybody in that era. What does that mean? It means that Bill Cosby, yes, he might have been an extremist, but he wasn't not indulging in what the culture was at that time. The culture, now to make it blunt, was pretty much to prey on those young women. Popping Quaaludes. Popping, or I don't know even what Spanish fly is. Like, my stupid ass brain thinking it's a fucking fly. But using these things. Subsequently, after the era, the Me Too era, this and third, it then got to a couple business realms and, eventually got to hip hop. Now people look at it and they're like, okay, at least we got him. That's Bill Cosby, you know. It's a Chef Curry with the wrist or whatever. Cooking. No, Bill Cosby with the shot. He's hitting the Quaaludes from across the room, or I don't know what other drug he was probably allegedly putting in people's drinks. So that was the thing. Okay. We got Cosby. But didn't you guys find it weird that nobody else got caught? There was a couple people that got accusations, a couple notable executives. I'm going to sit back on that for now. Again, one of the things, and I hope you guys support me. I really hope you do, because otherwise I'm going to wake up one day and be like, you thought you were being noble and calling out these people, but when these people really get on your ass, the people who you thought would appreciate it, they call you an idiot. So I hope you guys really have my back, because otherwise, I've just seen so many things at this point. I'm really inclined to just leave these motherfuckers alone. Like, if you don't think that they put me through an 8-hour deposition, I got to drive to federal court, sit for another couple hours. I got to go talk to federal judges over something. I've done nothing criminal. They find their way how to harass you. They're typing in the deposition. Send this to the CEO of Rock Nation. They're not playing with me with kid gloves. It's probably in my benefit right now to say, whatever Jay do to y'all niggas, y'all deserve it. I'm out. I'm out. Everything has told me that these people either see me as a threat that needs to be eliminated or as someone who needs to be put your arm around him and hope he could acquiesce. I'm not into the bootlicking Olympics. Also, at this point, I'm glad I've gotten marginal success without those people. Unfortunately, a lot of people haven't. So if they were to approach me, if they offer success, I'm already successful. It's limited what they could even try to entice me with. So it allows the first option to be the most likely option. Well, if we can't get this nigga in the fold and he's spitting the talking points of, I'm going to not say the names, but you know the names. If we can't get him to spit those talking points, be our biggest mouthpiece, get his ass on out of here. I'm telling you this now because when I go down these routes, I need you to be full in support of me. I don't care if you disagree with me on rap topics. It's getting to the point that I kind of don't want to talk about Rock Nation because I'm realizing these niggas are doing an ill lineup. A ill lineup. And if they had a hit list squad, there's a couple people on it. 50's on it too. But if they can't get to Fifth because Fifth moves and plays like he's ready for another attack where niggas might try to shoot him 9 times, not actually, but, theoretically, I might seem like an easier target. And that's why I ask, and I hope you guys do support me when I do start speaking about some of these things. So back to Jay-Z and the 3 things I said that really made his reputation be in spiral. But there's a 4th thing, and I want to do a recap real quick. I know I'm being long-winded. If you guys are tired, just let me know. Y'all tired? If y'all tired, let me know. Y'all tired? If you're tired, let me know. Again, there's a reason why I started streaming. Somebody said, we riding. I started streaming. Listen, I'm looking at it right now across all platforms. Let me pull it up. I want to pull it up right now. I got 14,000 people watching me right now. I have, this is what it shows on my dashboard, 5,300 on the Academy, 5,800 on King Academics. I have 2,500 on Kick, and the rest are on Rumble. I'm very humbled. On a Friday night, 14,000 people would tune in. Maybe some of y'all tuned in for the, drama and debate before. But if you're still in here and you're active, that's why I said press 3. I'm very humbled. But I do want to mention and continually say, when I started streaming, and I still believe it now, I have 14,000 people in here, but I still believe it's still only 300 loyal niggas. It's really 300. I don't care what the numbers is. I've always believed in the theory of 300. It's only, there's a couple like hot and cold niggas that like, all right, bet, wait, how many of us is it? It's 30 of us versus them two? All right, we could jump them. I'm with you. It's only going to be 300 out of 14,000 that going to be like, if they got 80 niggas and I'm with you, I ain't running. We going to handle this shit. Those are the people I love. And those are the people, to me, are the ultimate chat niggas. And I respect you. And by the way, you don't have to, this ain't no right. It's not a cult. So if you're not that, it's fine. But if you wonder why I do it for, it's for those people. So let me go back to the Jay-Z thing. So there's three things. So he got caught up with Puff. I think him and his lawyer, they ran a massive campaign. They put mad money to get at Tony Busby. And that case kind of fell apart. Jay-Z seemingly, not by a jury of his own peers, but because he was kind of like relieved and that case was pretty much out of here, he was relieved from the accusation. It appears that he beat that. So the one where he was with Diddy beat that. Well, that was part of an entire conversation about the moguls that we have. There's a lot of people that have really great thoughts about Diddy or used to. Well, Diddy was the one who got us to vote in 2008. I remember Vote or Die. He's fun energy. He's a go-getter, entrepreneur. You see him with the Ciroc. It only took a couple years later, we see a video of him beating his girl. We hear these allegations of sex parties, people being drugged. We now look at him as a monster. Well, here's the ironic thing about Diddy. A lot of people said some of these rumors were lingering for much time. And some people who were new, like, really? And the people who we all asked, like, how didn't you know that? You said you knew Diddy for 20 years. How do you know about this? They claim it was a well-hidden secret. That even makes, that's suspicious, right? It's like the people that are friends with Epstein. They're like, I never seen that. I seen everything else, though. Well, okay. Now, I'm not saying Diddy did anything. But what that did to the psyche of the entire audience base was, where there's smoke, there's fire. If Diddy was doing some of these things, what about other people? So rumors start to build. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to tell you why this is the second thing I'm mentioning rather than an actual case or an actual accusation. Is because Jay-Z has lived his entire life by having unchallenged, limitless culture currency. He could print his own culture currency bills. If he walked to Skid Row and say, hey, listen, all y'all homeless people, I think y'all should just move 10 blocks over there. I think that'll be good for y'all. They're going to say, Hove told us that. We're going. If Jay-Z told you, hey, listen, McDonald's is cool, but go check in with the checkers. Historically, the thought was, we're going. This is the guy who told us jerseys is the thing. They wore jerseys. Backwards at that. Then he said, we're off of that. It's button-ups. I remember wearing button-ups because it was the grown look. Jay told us this. This is one of the things I do think Jay has over Drake. Not to bring Drake into this, but I do think he has over. Jay-Z's influence has been beyond just music. It's reached into fashion, culture, just overall life. Drake, even though he's a bigger artist overall, I don't think if Drake says, hey, we're wearing this type of clothes, or this is how we live, or this is our mentality, other than his fans, people take on to it. So Jay-Z's this enigma. He's a one-on-one. He's a one-of-one. But that's why I said it was number two. After, this accusation came out, people started to doubt Jay-Z. Now, keep in mind, this is after a few things he did that already was on his list of shystiness. Convince the people to sign those agreements, get the fuck out of Brooklyn, that the Barclays could be bought or built. That's one. Tell people, hey, stop fucking with them other niggas, delete everything, come to Tidal, because this is for the black man, for the black artist, by the black artists. They did. And then he sells it to the white man. Hey, Colin, I got your back, brother. Whatever you want. Kneeling, let's go. He gets approached by Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell tells him, hey, Papa John's and all these like really pro-white, you know, that's our culture. It's American football. We're not here to fight social justice issues. Could you get these players to stop making those gestures at the game? Our main sponsors don't want to give us money anymore. Jay says, well, I got this. He steps right past Colin Kaepernick and says, don't listen to this this nappy hair Afro nigga who doesn't say a word but keeps kneeling. He's about to be out of here anyway. Listen to Jigga. We're past kneeling now. We didn't see one football player knee touch the fucking turf. Not one. Wow. NFL rewards him with a huge position. You pick the Super Bowl. You know what? You throw the biggest party of the year. Perfect. So that's his cultural currency defined. Now, I got to keep going back to number one because I'm trying to explain number two, but I got to keep. After all these things happen, then we get that one particular situation, right? Where he's accused, it starts people talking. What are they talking about? Well, I'm not going to lie, yeah, we love Jay and everything, but we don't really know what age he started, like, trying to get with Aaliyah, and we don't know really when he really met Beyonce, and we don't really know what happened with Foxy Brown, and the cracks just started to fold. The cracks have begun. Everybody who knew this guy for decades, because that's how they go. The people who knew Diddy for decades acted shocked. I think a lot of people thought Jay-Z's demise was coming. We started hearing stories. Remember, I moved to the United States in 2001. I didn't know what that nigga was doing in the 90s. And I was figuring out the culture and immersing my Jamaican knowledge with this rap culture and finding what I like and finding what I didn't. But I get to find out everybody who was the Jigga fans. They're now kind of like, well, man, does he have a son? I don't know. Did he used to talk to her? I don't know. How old was she? I don't know. Let's not talk about it. Crack in the armor. Wow, okay. So Jay-Z tries another thing. All right. It's Mr. It's The Rock. It's your boy Hov. He tries another thing. I'll tell you what it is. He sells himself to Caesars, Thomas Caesars Casino. Oh, the niggas still love me. You see what I do with NFL? Clear that shit up. Niggas stop kneeling. You ain't see what I do with basketball? They gave me 1.5 seats for the whole year, and all I had to do was get a bunch of families to relocate out of Brooklyn. Look at the Barclays. I did that. What? That's not enough? Brother, dude, I got to tell you about Tidal? I start fucking shit up. I tell him, hey, I hope that the John nigga ain't here, but FUBU! This is a DSP for us, by us. I got them all to sign, and then I sold it to the white man. I'm still the guy. I'm the guy. So Caesars comes aboard and says, well, If you could do all that, we got a bigger play. This is going to make you a super billionaire. Fuck what any of these guys are talking about. You'll be the richest rapper of all time if you get us this. What am I talking about, chat? Well, New York had announced that it was going to allow for, I believe, 2 or 3, but I think it was 2 casino gambling license within city limits. Why is that important? Because on the East Coast, everybody from New York, and to a certain extent, everybody from Philly and some parts of PA, everybody from Jersey, they all got to travel to one casino hub, Atlantic City. Atlantic City's revenue has always been billions. As Atlantic City has kind of waned and faded over time, people have said, you know what, the problem here is, and I've gone to Atlantic City a lot of times, people don't want to drop a couple hours. Well, what if they were just tourists? And they were just checking out Times Square, the red steps. They were just, what if there was a casino there? They could go in and spend $1,000 trying to win $2,000. That would be cool. So Caesars, they wanted Jay. And let me just be accurate with this. Caesars Casino. I think it was Caesars. Yeah. So, it was, here we go. It was backed by Caesar's Palace, right? So they said, you know what? Jay, you did all this shit. If you could do it again, oh man, the billions that you and Beyonce are going to spend is it's going to be astonishing. So he tries. He tries to convince people that having a casino that usually attracts degenerates, crime, prostitution, drug dealing, and other things was good for the people there and good for the people who live there permanently, not just tourists. But this was the first time. Jay-Z lost. They voted down his initiative. He pulled out all the bells and whistles. He brought artists to speak. I believe Fat Joe may have went. Charlemagne the God spoke to this committee. He was giving them a fucking press conference. Hey, you guys need to give Caesars, ran by Hove, this bid. I'm from Marcy Projects. I'm from here. I'm one of y'all. It's the first time it didn't work, y'all. What's the fallout? Well, the fallout is Roc Nation, and to a certain extent, from what I hear, people associated with him feel like it's the bad press that came from an accusation with Diddy and other brewing questions about Jay. So Jay essentially may have lost out on $1 billion opportunity because niggas is talking shit. What would you do if that was the case? I digress. Okay. So that's the thing. What happens next is unprecedented and probably not also planned for. They then drop the Epstein files, and Jay-Z's name is in it yet again. No substantial dead to rights stuff, but it's keeping a conversation going on. Just like when I came in the game in 2016, 2017, everybody told me about Diddy, and I said, it's no way all y'all got the same story, and this guy's just rocking like that. I look up on the scoreboard, 8 years later, he's charged. So, with Jay-Z. He's on the list for Epstein. Still not substantial. Actually, most people would have just whisked it away. But if you keep hearing one person's name around a hotbed of fuckery, at some point you're going to be like, so nigga, you hang with all smokers and you never caught a secondhand high? How does that make sense? The rumors are growing. Jay-Z is a master at this. When Kanye attacked him, he said nothing. No statements, no nothing. We've seen how he moved in rap. He did it subliminal. He did it through indirect disses. He never overplayed or showed his hand. Very smart. But after the Epstein thing, just like how people believe, and I agree with y'all. Yeah, U.S. started focusing on Iran. Like, oh, wait, stop focusing on Epstein. Yo, we bombed these niggas over here. Great diversion tactic. But we got to acknowledge Jay-Z with his diversion tactic. The diversion tactic is 2026 is the year to celebrate his first album, which is Reasonable Doubt, that was dropped on 1996. I told you guys months ago, I said, I could see the writing on the wall. I'm in media. I see how these niggas run plays. I said, what you're going to see is a bunch of people announce concerts. Hey, givebacks. You're going to see some stuff from Jay that's going to make you forget all about the nasty things you've heard him being accused of. I don't know if they're true, but everything you heard that you were like, I hope not, and you were thinking about it, it will be erased from your mind. It's like the Men in Black, that little pen when they could snap it. And right on cue, because rarely am I, flat out incorrect. Jay-Z, well, before we even get there, Jay-Z announces...
I just think
Sorry. Jay-Z announces, or him and Roots Picnic announce, he will be headlining the Roots Picnic. Oh, okay. All right. This is Jay doing a concert. Okay. That wasn't it, though. 2 days later, we get the announcement that Jay-Z also announced 2 other shows. Their album anniversary shows at Yankee Stadium. Oh, wow. That's crazy. That's like some Bad Bunny, like Taylor Swift, like his wife shit, right? That's cool. Interesting. Supposedly he will be celebrating the was it 30-year anniversary? It's a 30-year anniversary of Reasonable Doubt, but he'll also be celebrating the 25-year anniversary of the Blueprint. Interesting. So everything I predicted is coming through. The rollout's happening. It's going to just change our minds. I'll put it like this to y'all. Give it next week, maybe the week after. Jay-Z. Well, if you're doing the Yankee Stadium, Jay, you really want to get this out of these niggas' minds? Got to announce the Dodger Stadium one. Got to do it on both coasts. Got to show how ubiquitous you and your career is. You're not just one of them New York guys. You do it everywhere. What are the chances Dodger Stadium gets announced? Now, This is the overall bigger point. We're watching a media PR go in a really crazy way, and I can't even be mad at it. Because if I had the resources and if you know, shit was looking this bad, shit, I'm going to have to do what I got to do. But interesting. Right? So Jay-Z has announced 3 concerts. Let's see if he gets to L.A. I would love to see if, you know, maybe he gets down to do Dodger Stadium. But I'll just say to y'all overall, there's a method to the madness. After all the things you're going to hear announced and whatever, the point is this. The point is to let you know that all that fuck shit you done heard, all that fuck shit you done heard about Jay-Z is just not as important as how much you love him. And trust me, he's a beloved figure. This is going to be a spectacle to watch. By the way, Charlemagne, if you ever want to, you know, because you've been speaking recently about PR teams and PR companies, if you ever want to talk about PR, watch what Jay does this year. Just say, maybe he's announcing some new music. Maybe he's going to LA. Maybe there's a big collab. Maybe he's bringing something. We'll see. But I'm telling you, the PR around this, you're going to think this was like a Super Bowl. Watch. While I'm on it. Interesting timing, people. Really interesting timing. Really interesting timing. News has came out that Usher and Justin Bieber almost got into a near fist fight at Beyonce's Oscars after party. So it's impossible to tell the story of Bieber without Usher. The R&B superstar took responsibility of mentoring Bieber almost immediately in their career. He was his manager at the time. Scooter Braun and Usher signed the young star as a part of a joint venture. Then they parlayed that deal with L.A. Reid and Island Def Jam Music. As Bieber rose through the ranks, he became a pop star. Usher remained a mentor the entire way. However, it seems that there's nothing but bad blood between Usher and Justin Bieber these days. In a report from TMZ, the pair got into a heated altercation at an Oscars after party hosted by Jay-Z and Beyonce. Regardless of the power couple status, though it couldn't keep two from nearly coming to fist fight. In the end, there was no physicality between Usher and Bieber. However, the former approached the latter. So they're saying Usher approached Bieber with energy and anger, and they almost came to blows. No word on why it happened. No one in Usher's camp said anything. But there's been a lot of drama stirring up in Bieber's camp. Apparently, JB has been hard at work distancing himself from people he would have associated with in the past. Moreover, the thorniness led to a rude demeanor towards Usher over the years. Okay. Interesting. What is going on with that? It's a little bit shocking, huh? This is the original TMZ article. There's no physical altercation, but it got tense. Said the people who were in attendance include Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, Michael B. Jordan, Ryan Coogler, Tiana Taylor, Timothy Chalamet, Kylie Jenner, Austin Butler, Jacob Elordi, Emma Stone, Emma Watson, Kendall Jenner, Megan Fox, Kris Jenner, Sofia Vergara, Vin Diesel, John Baptiste, Jack O'Connell, Chloe Bailey, Vanessa Natalia Bryant, plus Justin's wife, Halle Bieber. Last time we saw Justin and Usher out together was in 2022 at Coeur d'Alene Lake in Idaho. There was no word if cops were actually called. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. I didn't even know Jay-Z and Beyonce hosted an after party, but that's interesting as well. At first, when I saw this, I thought this was a tour announcement, honestly. I was like, oh, shit, that would be great. But then someone told me, no. Touring with them. Look out for a Usher and Chris Brown situation coming up. Let's see if it gets announced. Okay? Usher, Chris Brown. That'd be a good one. If Usher and Chris Brown went on tour, just give up your bank account. And if you're a man with a girlfriend, you know, this nigga's feeding them grapes. Chris Brown is doing 35 backflips. He's flying in the air. Usher, Chris Brown. Who do you think would make the better song? Who do you think would have the better performance? Maybe they should add Justin Bieber into it. You know, get a little static. It'll be a good three-headed, song, tour, whatever. Bieber, Velly, Usher, C Breezy. Here's my thing with this story. I know I know Bieber wouldn't pull up on C Breezy like that. Remember, I said it, chat. Usher and Chris Brown. Love to Usher. I got C Breezy. Okay? Okay. We'll move on from this. Everything's calculated. Just let time pass. Some people want to talk about Justin Bieber and Usher. No, not Justin Bieber. I mean, Gunna's lawsuit. We could. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Chris Brown is just like Chris Brown's like the eighth wonder of the world. To watch, I've never seen him perform. But just watching the videos, I'm telling you, Chris Brown is something else. This guy is something else. I don't know for a fact. But even watching clips of Chris Brown performing, that to me was confirmation by the eye test. That motherfucker probably on drugs. Why? I don't know another nigga who ain't on drugs that could move like that. Don't get sore, keep doing concerts, flying, backflipping. Nigga, if Anthony Davis run to half court, that nigga's injured for 3 seasons. If Kawhi jump half an inch off the ground, you won't see that nigga till 2030. Chris Brown is doing somersaults, backflips, cartwheels. He's doing every athletic move in a book. And that motherfucker is the first at the show. He's doing backflips for practice. Either he don't got no ligaments and tendons, or that nigga is on a whole heap of that stuff. He don't feel nothing. I'm just trying to say. But keep your eyes out. Keep your eyes out for that, okay? Just keep your eyes out. Where are we? There's a Cole interview y'all want me to react to? I know we're at 4 hours. I want to give a I want to give a kind of a just a status update for everyone. I thank you guys for being here with me. I appreciate sincerely you guys are spending your Saturday nights with me, or your Friday nights actually. I'm really respective of that. Okay? I'm really respective of that. With that in mind, we have a lot of things to get to tonight. We're not ending soon. We're not even at the halfway mark, if you ask me. I do want to mention, because we're a week out, so maybe I'll go look at the donations if you guys sent it, but I want to bring up our show that's happening in Miami on the 27th. We are 7 days away. If you haven't got your ticket, you're procrastinating for whatever reason. People chat, nigga, you in the building, man. Stop playing. Let's get to it, right? It's gonna be great, just community, having everybody around, meet you guys for the first time. I'm excited. If you guys haven't got your ticket yet, next Friday, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna stream around it, but next Friday we are going to be at the Black Archives Historic Lyric Theater in Miami, Florida. Okay? You guys should check it out. By the way, I do want to make a slight announcement. We have a lot of meet and greets. I do want to mention to my people who do have meet and greets, I forgot the time that I actually said. Actually, I'm going to come back next stream with it, or I'll put up my story. I want you guys there early for meet and greets because there's a lot of them to do. Like, you know what I mean? Almost like 80% of the people wanted meet and greets. So, I'm going to do each and every one of them, but we got to do them before the show. All right. Maz, you guys can put a link. If you guys are in the South Florida region, I hope you guys can show up and support. As, there's nothing bigger than the chat. Where should I get to next? Let me read some donations. I really got to take a stock of you guys right now. I got to take a stock of you. Are you guys tired? Are you good? I got to figure out, because I got to pace also the stream. I don't want to put you out of sleep. I'm opening up King Academics right here real quick. Are y'all good? Okay, perfect. I'll give you the option. You guys are the boss. Whatever you pick, we'll rock with it. I'll tell you some pertinent things. We could go over the Cole interview, right? So we got Cole interview that we got to talk about. Let me delete the Jay-Z thing. We got Cole interview, Afro Man lawsuit, and then I'm going to be honest with you, I have about a 40-minute deep dive on 50 Cent. But we're going to call this segment, Is 50 a Fraud? Is 50 a fraud? As you guys know, and I know some of y'all, I don't know why y'all think like 50 is paying me. Yeah, I know I'm kind of impermeable to be paid to just acquiesce to whoever's thing. But we're going to ask the questions that are coming up, and we're going to try to answer them. So I'll give you the topics. We could go over this Afro Man lawsuit. We could go over the J. Cole interview. I have a segment, but I'm telling you it's 40 minutes. Is 50 a fraud? Then I don't know, I think this is from last stream, T.I., this is Joe Budden. I'm not sure if you really want to get me to get into that. Then we do have some stuff on Iran, but also the National Counterterrorism Director resigning. We have some Finesse 2 Times and Jay Prince stuff. And then we do have some Gunna stuff. I see people saying, nah, we need that Ray J and Cam. I will add to the list. Ray J and Cam. Lady Shan says, W Streamer, where's my plane ticket to Miami, Ack? Where are you, baby? I'll fly you out. Serious, come on. Okay. All right, we could do 50. I think it's important that we do 50, actually. And I want to do this in a way, and I'm giving you the warning now that we're going to do a deep dive. And you know how we do when we get deep dives. I'm a little bit, winded or long-winded, but we're going to get to the shit. And if you never knew this story, I hope you walk away with knowing some stories about, really some real history. Here we go. Here we go.
Wearing a t-shirt.
Here we go.
And look.
So Maino did an interview.
No problem, right? So now when he does that, I'm saying,
And Maino, it's funny how Maino's trying to call out 50's character. We're all trying to see his. Maino, I want to say to you, because after I did I did a lot of research. I know when you see me take days off, I know people like, yo, Akis is doing some other shit. I seen the kick chat. They were like, yo, I just went to go fuck some college bitches for spring break. No, I'm always researching. You gotta make sure you have the current knowledge. You're ahead of the people who think this is a 9 to 5. Now, I mean, I kind of always had a reason why I always kind of painted Maino as a bully. But I do want to reiterate, Maino, the reason why you're seen as a bully is because your reputation, at least publicly, that hip-hop knows, is you doing things to people that wouldn't do anything to you. And that's a reputation that, for the most part, people frown at. You know why people respect 50? Because 50 is going to go at the people that everybody says, nobody wants smoke with him. That's why perception. I'm only talking about perception. I don't know who's what. We're going to do a deep dive today. So, Maino, when you allegedly slap Young Berg, yeah, it just shows that you're a bully. We haven't heard the stories. Maybe he has, of you slapping the shooter, the killer, the gunman. We haven't heard of those stories with you yet. I seen the recent episode. You said you did some stuff to Lil C's on behest or behalf, or because he disrespected Lil Kim. And no respect to Lil C's, but I think some certain people have kind of like giving you the bully title because the people who seemingly want aggressive, violent static with you, you have a different demeanor. And I do actually believe that. The tone that you talk to me with, when 50 addressed you, you've made 300 reasons of why you think he wasn't disrespecting you, even though he put your picture up and called all y'all squatters and bums. Now you can't avoid it, but I'm just telling you why, because I've heard him say, I don't know why they say I'm a bully. Yeah, they say you're a bully because they feel like you just haven't picked on any tough people. At least 50 look like he's taking all challengers. Anyway, I digress. So Maino went on Vlad, and of course, the only clip worth watching is him talking about 50 Cent. We all know the Teenage Citizens got an ongoing beef with 50 Cent. And in that conversation, he gave an interesting but different perspective of how a lot of people view 50 in hip-hop. He basically said 50 was a fake nigga, never did nothing, never been through nothing. And the beefs that we know that he's been in, all he's pretty much popular for is being a victim and getting his ass whipped. That was entirely shocking to me. I want to play the clip.
Them cool, and they had a little workout, little bants.
Here we go.
Goes and puts up the post and say,
well, meaning what exactly? Meaning that you don't think that he did.
Here we go. Here we go.
I never believed that. I had no reason to.
Well, meaning what exactly? Meaning that you don't think that he did gangster activities at various points throughout his life?
No, I don't know. I have no way of believing. I have no way of knowing that. Well, and I don't want to make this whole interview about him. But listen, let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
Maino, that's why Vlad called you up there to do the interview about him.
I think he capitalized on the moment. It benefited him. What happened to him? I think two things that happened to him was probably the greatest things that ever happened. And one of those things was the fact that he got shot. Now, the fact that he got shot, well, you know, they say it was 5 times, really, he lied and not, whatever, right? All right.
Interesting.
That justified him wearing a vest, pictures with guns. It justified the imagery. It gave it a storyline. Oh, all these old niggas trying to kill me. Oh, man, everybody trying to kill me. There's a sense of danger. And then him signing Eminem amplified that. So now you got that storyline, then you got that machine. That was the perfect ingredients for success. We saluted it, we loved it. There was the underdog that came up. We was all with it, right? Anything gangster, I don't know nothing about that.
Well, I mean, he was also a great songwriter.
The music was great.
There. Music was definitely there.
We can't take nothing. Listen, I'm not taking nothing from no nigga that deserved what he deserved, but I'm not gonna give extra.
Right.
Okay.
Well, but here's the thing, right? And this is something that really can't be disputed. And I watched this from the outside looking in. Jeter had real serious street beef with a lot of very serious guys.
Who?
Jimmy Henchman.
They got spanked. Nigga, are you crazy?
Oh, wow. Oh, really?
They got spanked.
Oh, wow.
What is wrong with you?
What do you mean they got spanked?
Yo, Vlad, please, trust me when I'm telling you this. I don't really want to go into all this, but they got spanked. What is wrong with you? Jimmy had his way. People died. What are you talking about?
Jimmy had his way?
What are you talking about?
I mean, Yayo's house got shot up over that situation. I understand that, but ultimately...
Think about what you're saying and think about what happened.
Meaning what? That Jimmy's doing double life?
Listen, in that situation, that situation, they wasn't a victor in that situation, brother.
Right.
Okay, so what?
But I feel like these guys stood their ground.
Who stood what ground?
I think G-Unit stood their ground.
You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Okay.
And it's easy to go for with the folklore. What else? Who else?
World.
You don't even know World. World is my childhood friend.
Okay.
Listen, this is things.
They didn't have beef with World?
Listen, that wasn't no...
The shooting that happened after the Hot 97?
Yo, listen, this is when I don't even want to get into it.
Okay.
One incident happened, right? You think you really into it with somebody with one incident?
Suge Knight.
Yo, bro,
The
listen.
stabbing incident at the Vibe Awards.
Yo, listen, look, all I'm saying is I don't have no reason to believe the extra gangster shit. You believe whatever you want to believe. I ain't here to tell you.
But we're talking about actual...
Okay, all right. Hold on, let me just...
incidents. We saw the video at the Vibe Awards, right?
What happened at the Vibe Awards?
The guy that attacked them ended up getting stabbed.
Attacked who?
Attacked Dr. Dre.
What
Who was with them?
What they had that? Yo, bro.
They were there with Dr. Dre.
Yo, bro, leave me.
They were signed to Dr. Dre.
Yo, bro, listen to me. I'm not gonna debate you on another man. All I'm speaking from my perspective, and it is what it is. Like, I don't have no reason to believe nothing extra. Those incidents that you talking about, whatever. You know what I'm saying? People lost a lot. Like, look, it don't even matter to me, right? Look, like I said, you believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. I know truth. I think it's all a character act. Whatever, man.
Now, well, this is why y'all have me here, chat. And I took Maino up on his request. You know, Maino said some things that I never knew about. According to Maino, 50 got spanked. And several, altercations or street run-ins. And I guess I'm going to call this segment, Is 50 a Fraud? Now, I'm asking a question piggybacking off Maino. I don't know. Well, I know now, but because I've done the research. But I do want to tell you the story, and we do have to watch something. Something that's going to really laboriously point stuff out. But in case you didn't know, I want to give you a quick recap of what he's talking about. He said that, there was a beef between 50 and Jimmy Henchman. And according to Maino, he says 50 completely got spanked. Now, I did so much research trying to figure out like what's what. And, I was reading so much court documents because over time, usually back in the day is like, you hear things on the street. By the time everybody, it's like 10 years, 15 years later, everybody went to trial, everybody done snitched on each other, everybody took the stand, you kind of get the real story. So let me kind of break down this idea of 50 Cent and Jimmy Henchman beef. Now, Jimmy Henchman was always one of the people who was wanted, and by the way, this is him here. He was always wanted by hip-hop police. Not only hip-hop police, just police in general. He was like this interesting figure who was like this hustler, but, definitely in the streets. 50 had beef previously, with Preem and whatever. But I want to stick on this one particular beef because that's what Maino was talking about. I'm going to give you a short time lapse of what happened. And then, like usual, I don't want you to take me at my word. You're going to see much more conversation about it. So essentially, Jimmy Henchman basically starts managing the game after the game signed to G-Unit. And according to what people on 50's side say, they kind of accuse Jimmy Henchman of being the main antagonist that gets in the game's ear to say, man, fuck 50. You could be bigger than him. You just got to go against him. Okay? The game starts going against 50. Okay? It's really tense at this point. 50 really, obviously, 50's like the big artist is in third, but there's a whole G-Unit crew. Reportedly, Jimmy Henchman goes to an event and this is kind of how it really started, and I'm going to start with the violent stuff. Jimmy Henchman and someone goes to a concert at the Apollo Theater. While at the theater or at the event, there was some G-Unit niggas. And they basically confronted Jimmy and they said, what's up with your nigga gang? What's up with him? What's popping with him? And supposedly, as the story goes, these G-Unit dudes who was pressing Jimmy Henchman, and he's with like one or two people, they eventually say, oh, listen, we got a problem. Like, what's up? It's a typical New York thing. We got a problem. And they usually try to show themselves. Supposedly, there's a guy named Maserati Fox. We'll get back to him. He pulls a pistol and he's like, what's up? Now, there was no violence that happened. But that was the clear signal that this beef had gotten off the rails. Like these situations with, this tension with 50 and the game. And this guy now who's like managing, but he's like meddling into like these different things. We see the game kind of with Fat Joe, all the people that 50's kind of going at because they're cool with Ja. And essentially, G-Unit niggas pull a pistol. By the way, I'll let you know when 50's involved, but G-Unit is just a bunch of niggas. Guy Maserati Fox pulls a gun. When that happens, no violence happens. Apparently, they kind of act like they got something too. And, cooler heads did prevail. That's good. And they left. Well, Jimmy Henchman is not no pushover. He wasn't going to take that punkin' and sunnin' lightly. And subsequently, what he ended up doing, he was going to retaliate for that. And because guns came out, he showed his true character. He wasn't scared of making them guns really sound. There's slightly different reports. Some people say same night. A lot of reports I keep hearing say a couple days later. A couple days later, Yayo was parked in New York. And he was in a truck that was bulletproof, but his Bentley was right in front of the truck. Apparently, a gunman sent by Jimmy Henchman pulled up, shot up the car. was a clear message to 50 Cent and them. Y'all niggas think y'all could pull guns out on us and try to intimidate us. Nigga, y'all will die fucking with us. That's how it goes. I'm probably going to miss out on certain stuff, but that's why we're going to watch a longer thing. I'm going to speed it up, don't worry. But from there on, the beef really devolved into a lot of violence. 50 at a point was on the radio station. He announced the game was no longer part of G-Unit. Game pulled up to Hot 97. That was the station it was at. And when Game and his crew pulled up, shots were fired. Reportedly, G-Unit people shot outside of a door and hit one of Game's people. More violence continues to happen. I hope I'm telling y'all that this is why when Maino says this, I'm like, Maino, these guys were putting their lives on the line. We've known you to slap Young Berg. So I'm really wondering, where is the 50s of fraud shit? But keep listening to the story, and we're going to get much more into it. So cool. Apparently, one time, in New York, Jimmy Henchman's son is walking down the street, and he's wearing a shirt with some language that made Tony Yayo and another guy, his name is Lodi Mack, feel, they fuck with the ops. Now it was a boy, it was a teenager that was walking down the street. They hopped out, they pulled up on the kid, they roughed him up. Reportedly is that Tony Yayo slapped the kid. And reportedly, again, Maserati Fox. No, sorry. No, not Maserati Fox. Sorry. Lodi Mack pulls the gun on the kid. The kid basically tells his pops after, he gets upstairs. He's like, these G-Unit niggas, they slapped me, da-da-da-da. From then on, it was World War X, at least in New York for these two people. I'll give you some of the things that happened. Tony Yayo's car gets firebombed. Tony Yayo's mom's house gets shot up. They try to shoot and either hurt 50 or somebody in G-Unit when 50 was doing a video shoot. They were pulling up to shoot at it. By the way, they shot at Tony Yayo's house supposedly 70 times with some gun with a silencer on it. They brought the same gun to go shoot up the music video shoot that 50 was at, trying to kill 50. The only thing that stopped that is that they were so excited on the way to go shoot up because they heard that, they're 50 of them shooting a music video. On the way to shoot it up, the gun went off in the car. That spoiled everything because they were following somebody who was supposed to be working for security for that day. So they were like, all right, security going to bring us to the guys. We're going to shoot that whole shit up. And the gun went off. That spoiled that. Some other stuff happened, and you're going to hear more or less of it, but 50 had like this guy, one of the guys who ended up going down the 6ix9ine thing, his name is Crippy. He has a brother named Monster. That was like one of the bodyguards, main guys for 50. He started doing certain stuff to send, apparently, him and some other people start doing things to make sure the other side knew, hey, if y'all could shoot up cars, we could shoot up cars too. Jimmy Henchman gets mad because he says 50 is always in a bulletproof vehicle. You can't catch him lacking. He's just always in a bulletproof vehicle. What happened is Jimmy's an interesting guy. He's like Flacco. Or really just say he's really like a civilian. He's like me. He'll use any method to defeat his opponent. He'll get them locked up. He'll kill them. He'll do anything. There's even an interesting time right before, because remember his son got slapped. Right before he got revenge for his son getting slapped, and yes, somebody died. He said, man, I can't even sleep. This guy was so thirsty for revenge, he couldn't sleep. Eventually, he found, the guy who was supposedly with Yayo. His name is Lodi Mack. Lodi Mack got locked up because the baby mama of the boy, which is his son, they did go to the cops. This shit was in 4K video on tape. They were about to get Yayo for it, but, Yayo is a star. The other guy says, I'll take the charges. He gets locked up for some time. And after a couple weeks of him getting released, he gets killed. That's how much you should see this nigga was on some get back shit. How that happens? Well, Jimmy Henchman meets a guy that was friends with a guy that was the cellmate of Lodi Mack while he was incarcerated. And they lined him up and they murdered him. Jimmy Henchman gets arrested for drugs, but later he gets murder for hire charges. All the people who he supposedly hired turned against him. He then gets desperate, then tries to do whatever else. That's why 50 says he's whatever. But it's a really interesting story. That's the short of it. Before I get to the long pause. But the main thing I do want you to know is why I looked at what Maino said as utterly ignorant, but also I want to hear these stories about him. The reality is G-Unit versus Jimmy Henchman, there is no winners. It's just a prototypical example of the streets. A lot of bodies, a lot of lost opportunities, and a lot of people who are in the penitentiary for dumbass choices. And 50s just happens to be one of those who was smart enough to not put himself in a vice grip, that he's either in a coffin or that he's in a jail cell. I want to play this real quick. I'm going to speed it up a bit. But it's worth it. No, that's the court version. Sorry.
The beef between 50 Cent and the game ran deeper than we initially thought. On the music end of things, it was the game going after 50 and the unit with his G-Unit and Stop Snitching campaign. On the street side, it was Jimmy Henchman,
is this sped up?
The game's manager, who was just thirsty for blood, so it was all-out war between both crew. When it was all said and done, the folks pushing the Stop Snitching campaign ended up snitching on each other after the feud between 50 and them led to multiple violent acts, including the hit on the G-Unit affiliate, Lodi Mack.
Now, again, also I want to say, I'm going to tell you why all this information was so new to me. I mostly thought all that tough shit when it came to the game and 50 was from the game and some West Coast niggas. Turns out it was Jimmy Henchman heating that shit all the way up. But listen.
Henchman's own trusted crew members ended up sealing his fate in court when he testified against them, leading to multiple life sentences. We now get the full picture of everything that transpired during those times.
They're gonna use court stuff.
Testimonies from Henchman's own hitters, which I'm gonna break down thoroughly and use to fill in all the missing pieces that were never made public. It's a lot of 50 documentaries up here with folks just slapping around clips together.
All right, okay,
of what
okay.
they
Come on,
heard
brother.
on lock. at the time and 50 Cent. That put him in the light.
Okay.
By 50 Cent sing.
So I'm gonna skip to the part where Henchman comes in. Okay, so he puts on the game, Henchman comes in.
One of the things you gotta remember about these music dudes is that a lot of these music dudes don't have no principles or no backbone. A lot of these dudes, man, is able to cut. They're ready and able to compromise their principles to get in positions that they're in, and that's one of the things that we refuse to do.
Let's break down Jimmy's empire structure. Pay attention to the competition with Jimmy Saw Entertainment Company, and he even went as far as setting up his office almost across the street from Lighty's office on 25th Street in Manhattan. Jimmy, seeing the success that the game had generated before his album dropped, started getting into the game's ear, letting him know he could be bigger than 50 Cent. Henchman started conflicting 50 when he started releasing Game's record while 50 was structuring his G-Unit roster drops. Tef.
Okay, so the first egregious thing, 50 starts feeling away because the game is dropping music outside of schedule. The game is on, but he's dropping music. He's not respecting the hierarchy. And, oh, no, it's Bank's turn. It's Yayo's turn, right? He's just doing what he want to do.
Confirmed this in court.
What was your understanding about what the problem between Jimmy and G-Unit was about?
Jimmy dropping some records early when 50 was trying to release his artists.
Whose records?
The Game's.
Why did it matter to 50 if Jimmy dropped those Game records?
Because he's trying to get his money first, recoup his money off his artists. And at the time, he's building momentum for his team, and we are going to use it. Jimmy was going to use it for his. The Game's first album, The Documentary, dropped on January 18, 2005, and it became an instant success. It debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200, selling 586,000 units in its first week.
Now, who's some of the key people, man, that put you where you are right now?
Oh, man, Dr. Dre, man.
Right.
That's it.
Damn.
50 Cent at the time had just crushed the whole Murder Inc., Ja Rule and Irv on the music side, and Preem on the streets. So when Jadakiss and Fat Joe jumped on the New York track with Ja to bring him back some life, 50 went at both of them, and Nas on Piggy Bank off his second album that is scheduled to drop first quarter of 2005. The Game, being the new G-Unit member with the Documentary album out that is buzzing, is asked about his thoughts about Fat Joe, Jada, and Nas beef, and he responds saying he would stay out of that.
I'm not getting into it. You're not gonna get into it? No. Jadakiss is a good friend of mine, and I've had a chance to meet and talk to Fat Joe on several occasions, and I think that they're perfectly good dudes.
50 caught wind of what was being said and immediately went on a press run denouncing the Game.
Yeah, so basically, the Game kind of made it, obvious that he's not gonna pick a side when the Game 50 started going at certain people outside of Ja Rule, and 50 didn't like it.
The G-Unit for a minute, 50. Yeah. Now, I read where you said Game was about to be dropped from Aftermath Interscope before you got involved. That's true?
Yes, it was absolutely the truth.
How did that transpire?
Creatively, the tires got stuck in the mud, and you know what I mean? So we actually got together. I recorded 6 records on Game's new album.
Right.
I did West Side Story, How We Do, Hated to Love It, Church for Thugs, Special, and Higher. You see what I'm saying? And he came back recently from overseas and was disrespectful, man. Like the way he's like, it's like he's feeling himself, like because of how well his record is selling.
Mm-hmm.
So I openly, I wouldn't expose what I did for the project, but I wrote those records. I created the concept of those records, and he rapped around it. He's a great
taking
rapper,
a piss real quick and grabbing a Red Bull.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
There's a difference.
It's a major difference.
Yeah.
And he says a lot of people's names for shock value. He says things he doesn't mean.
On February 28, 2005, 50 Cent is live on Funk Flex when he says the Game is no longer part of G-Unit. The Game and a few Black Wall Street guys went up to Hot 97 to confront 50, but they were met with shots at the front door.
Well, we got it. Let's go.
Enough's enough?
Right now.
It's Hot 97, Funk Flex. We focused.
DJ, nobody. Flex, sorry about that.
Hey, it's okay, fellas. Hey, it's all great.
Henchman had sent Tef to go meet up with the Game for protection. He was about to join the mob when sparks started flying towards the crowd. Here are Tef's statements.
How did you come to be at Hot 97 that day?
Jimmy called me and asked me to escort Game up there, meet Game up there. He wanted to talk to 50.
Who wanted to talk to 50?
The Game.
Did you go there?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
When I got there, Game was there with a whole bunch of California dudes, and 50's trucks were parked outside, and they were upstairs.
What happened when you came to Hot 97 that day?
As I was walking down, got onto the block, I see a large crowd in front of the building, and I see a hand come from the doors and started shooting at the crowd that I was going to meet for no reason. Just fired shots into the crowd from 50's entourage.
You said there was a hand out of a door. Do you see the door on this picture?
Okay. He confirmed it. Hot 97 door. Whoever was downstairs, the mysterious hand, who is still unknown till today, let off a shot towards Game and them, hitting one of Game's homies, New Jersey Devil. Tef says the Game was teary-eyed and shook up after the incident and wanted something to happen. So Tef took it up on himself to wait at Violator's office, but seeing that nobody came there, shot up the building. According to Tef, Inchman was not too happy about the Game using his guys for free. He made them pay for that.
Did anyone order you to do the shooting at Violator Records?
No.
Did you talk to anyone about the shooting afterwards?
Yes.
Chat, this is really compelling. It's giving you a lot of backstory to 50 Cent's, you know. I'm going to be honest with you. I watched this. I did watch it before. I didn't know it was this deep. Like, some of this stuff, like, I heard street rumors, but, like, it all did come out in court. That's why this is so good, because you're hearing the court testimony now. I hope you guys aren't bored, but tell me if you are. If you guys aren't bored, I'll watch it with y'all. If y'all get bored, we'll move on to something else. But it's going to get super deep in, and you'll get to find out who 50 really is.
Who did you talk to?
I spoke to Jimmy.
What did you say to him, and what did he say in response?
I don't remember the whole conversation, but it was more or less that he said, don't be doing that stuff for them dudes, and don't be doing that stuff for free.
My whole thing to Game was, if we do this, if you do this, we fuck hip-hop up. And it's hard for me to say that, because I come from the streets too. For me to look at Game and say, he shot your friend, but don't do anything.
On March 3rd, 2005, 50 drops his second album, The Massacre, which debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200, selling 1.15 million copies in its first 4 days and staying atop the chart for 6 weeks after its release. It was scheduled to release back on February 15th. The original title for the album was the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, but Interscope wasn't interested, so Fifth leaks Disco Inferno to force their hand. It became an instant success. Nobody at the time was doing those type of numbers in any music genre, so that automatically put 50 at the top of the game. Piggy Bank. The track was causing a lot of commotion, and all the people he had dissed are now throwing back shots. And now Fifth and his West Coast protege are beefing, so the controversies helped generate a huge buzz around the album. Fans, they're a bit skeptical about the timing of things though. Some were saying the beef was a promotional stunt, but the OGs like the Rev Run and the Russell Simmons, they knew better. Shots been fired. It ain't no promotional stunt. It's real. And in order to change the negative narration in hip-hop, Rev Run and Russell Simmons, they set up a meeting calling for a truce on the 8th year anniversary of Biggie's passing on March 9th of 2005. Both 50 and the Game, they didn't look too thrilled to be there, but they still did it. That truce was short-lived though. They both had the 2 hottest albums in the game at the moment, and they're both doing interviews and press runs. And people are starting to whisper that the Game's album might be better than 50's, in which Game wasn't giving 50 any credit for all the songs he had helped them with on the album.
I'm not gonna say that he didn't help with the project, because he played a small part in the success of the documentary.
G-Unit is here, 50's here, and Game can be anywhere in between that and probably even bigger.
My bad. This one in Beef DVDs, I remember hearing this guy on. I thought it was just like a hip hop commentator. I didn't really realize who he was at the time.
And you can't suppress that. You can't suppress that with just G-Unit.
50's the type of guy that lives and believes in certain principles, derived from the 48th law of power.
I heard you say once, you know, M's a general, but he knows how to be a soldier with Dre. You're a general, but you know how to be a soldier with M and Dre.
And that's just being conscious of yourself. Because, I mean, you know the laws of power, you never outshine the master. If you got somebody that's actually over you in your chain of command, you always...
Law number 1, never try to outshine a master. Law number 15, crush your enemies totally. The Game finally lets his true feelings be known at Summer Jam stage that year in 2005.
Damn, I remember this. Now, keep in mind, Summer Jam is in New York City. The Game is from the West Coast. So this was like huge.
Game was feeling confident because of his ties to Jimmy Henchman and his strong team, so he went on a full-blown lyrical war against 50 and the unit. He dropped 300 bars, which I think should go down as one of the best diss songs of all time. This song and their beef basically split up 50's huge fan base at the time. The Game also started his G-Unit and the No Snitching campaign. He comes to New York and links up with Fat Joe in the BX, and also goes to Queens around 50's stomping ground, where a huge G-Unit poster is hanging in front of the building. We all assumed it was the Game's doing at the time, but he was just the face.
So that's important to know. 50 Game beef was really never 50 and Game. It was really 50 and Jimmy Henchman. The Game was the face.
Stuff you took to that's actually my first stop. I'm going to Queens to see about this G-Unit Billboard. I heard spec. So you're running with this? I mean, not just going.
Now, some people feel like Game was playing dumb, but like a lot of people were like, the Game don't have no East Coast niggas, and no West Coast niggas really did nothing. So really, it was always 50 and it was always Jimmy Henchman doing all the shit to make Game look like he was, because there was a time it looked like the Game was just running through everywhere, but apparently it was more Jimmy Henchman.
I want to see. I don't know who did it. I just want to see. Oh. We thought you did it. We thought it was you.
Game even went all the way to Connecticut to 50th Street, trespassing and creeping through the bushes in the neighborhood for a Stop Snitching, Stop Lying DVD that he put out that summer. All this was going on while 50 Cent was overseas, and 50 had a lot of beef coming his way now because of that diss towards Fat Joe and Jadakiss. Throughout the months that followed, both sides went after each other on numerous interviews and a lot of diss records back and forth, all of which generated huge interest in the media and more record sales. Controversy sells.
Shout out to Gaddafi and his sons for having us out in Venice. You know, I appreciate the half a mil, baby. For 30 minutes, anytime, man. 747. I'm serious, man. You need to come play for my team. Hey, man. Hey, that Jimmy, man. See, that's why I don't like the old school niggas, man. I really don't like them old school niggas. Now, you know Jimmy told him to do that. Go out there and say, "Gee, you not."
On the surface, all we saw was the Game dissing 50, but now 50 is throwing in Jimmy Henchman's name in the mix, letting us know who was pulling the strings behind the scene. But I don't think people caught on back then. The Game dropped Doctor's Advocate.
I didn't catch on.
Album on November 14th, 2006, with the absence of Dr. Dre, who has to pick sides because of the back and forth going on. Doctor's Advocate debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200, selling 358,000 copies in its first week, making it Game's second #1 album on the chart. It was all just back and forth disses after the truce, and nothing more yet, till it came time for the mixtape awards.
So they squashed the beef and they kind of got back into it.
At the Apollo Theater in December of 2006.
Now, this is where it gets interesting. Now we're going to get into, there's really real shit happening, because remember, the Game is from the West Coast, but really, the guy who he's getting into it with is on the East doing his thing. Remember, it's really 50 and Jimmy Henchman, not 50 versus Game.
Tony Yayo and Maserati Fox, another G-Unit affiliate,
here,
and about 20 other individuals bum rushed into the venue.
Oh, I know Yayo was
stopping
there.
For security while Henchman was inside. Henchman went to approach Yayo on a friendly note, greeting him in Creole since they're both Asian descent. He goes, "Sap say," but there was no Mabule. Yayo immediately pressed him about his guy game. During the heat of the moment, in reading body language, Mozzie flashed the pistol at Henchman, asking what he want to do, but Yayo didn't give the call. Henchman was with Tef and Abdullah, and they managed to slip away through a back door of the theater. Tef had just beat his gun case the day before from an incident where Henchman had him stake out Chris Lighty's office, but police did a stop and frisk on him, and he ended up getting booked. So now he's right back into the action the very next day. For most of you who aren't familiar with Maserati Fox, he was a longtime friend of 50 Cent and also was a highly active individual in these streets, to say the least. While remembering Maserati Fox, this was how Yayo recanted the story on Vlad TV.
I told you pull the strap out in the Apollo, like with Jimmy Henchman.
So this is where now it's getting real static, y'all.
It's 102, no. It's the Fox. Oh, he got the hammer out.
Here was Al Abdullah and Tef saw it.
Did there come a time when you attempted to shoot at Violator again?
Yes.
What year was that about?
Maybe 06.
How did it come to be that you did that?
Jimmy had asked me, then called it off and called me again. And I interpreted that he wanted me to do it again and went over there with Andre. He was parked on 26th Street, and as I was cutting through the alley, I was stopped randomly by police. I was put under arrest, I don't know why, until they searched and found a gun. In the car, which was on the next block over, they went back to the car, found a gun in the car.
Now remember, this is Jimmy Henchman's people.
And it was kind of odd, but we were both arrested, charged with gun possession.
Were you involved in any conflict with G-Unit immediately after the gun case was dismissed?
Yes.
Just briefly, what incident?
We went, me, Jimmy, I think Courtney, and I think maybe Teddy. It was a long time ago. We went to the Apollo, and...
What's the Apollo?
The Apollo Theater in Harlem.
About what month and year was this?
It was the day after I won the trial, the pre-trial. Just got released.
About what year would that make it?
I'm thinking 06, late 06. I went and met Jimmy up there. It was Mixtape Awards being held there, and we walked through security. And behind us, we just hear real loud commotion. G-Unit bum rushed the doors, bypassed security. So we kind of knew why they were doing that. Jimmy was, I don't know who approached. I think they saw us. They stood by the stairs and Jimmy greeted one of them. Greeted Tony Yayo in a friendly manner in Creole. Qu'est-ce se passe? It's like, hi, how you doing? I guess. And he wasn't.
So I just want to point out, and again, we're fact checking Maino on everything he's saying. Okay? The point of this is remember. Okay, I want you guys to remember. It looks like after the whole thing game, it kind of falls out. G-Unit tries to press Henchman, like, what's good with game? So they try to press him, and you're going to hear what happens.
Taken to it. He had an attitude and more or less pressed him, like, what's up with your boy Game?
Who said that?
Tony Yayo.
What happened after that?
In an aggressive manner towards Jimmy. And it was, I don't remember the exact words, but it was more or less us going back and forth with them. We went upstairs. I tapped them, let's go upstairs. They eventually came upstairs. A mob of them, about 20 or 30 of them.
Damn.
A mob of who?
G-Unit.
What happened upstairs?
Maybe about 20 or 30 of them. It looked like they tried to trap us off from leaving. One guy named Fox, Maserati Fox, tried to block off the entrance. The other 20, 30 dudes stood at the other exit. I backed up, grabbed a bottle, had it under my coat. He thought it was a gun. He walked away. We got out of there safely. I grabbed Jimmy, I said, let's go. We got out of there safely. Abdullah's statement.
What did you do after that?
We went to my car.
And who was the we who went to your car?
Me, Jimmy, and Tef.
What happened inside the Escalade?
Nothing. I was just like, wow, I can't believe that nonsense that just took place. I said, you deal with this type of stuff all the time? He was just like, that's all right, man. I'll deal with it later on. Who said that? Jimmy. I was like, well, I'm going to deal with it right now. I made a call, called Akbar. Told him to bring me some situations over. I had a problem.
What did you mean by that?
My guns.
Why were you asking for guns?
Because I intended on using
So
them.
G-Unit punks Jimmy Henchman. Yayo's there. That's I had a newfound respect for what you call it again? For Yayo, because I didn't know Yayo was really on the ground like this.
Yayo and Maserati Fox made a crucial mistake. They showed their hands and didn't use it to a gangster with a lot of money and resources in the streets. It was on now. Yayo's Bentley got shot up that same night.
Okay, so in this version, the same day they kind of like almost try to press them in the Apollo Theater. They're saying the same day they shoot up, Jimmy Henchman supposedly gets people to shoot up his Bentley. Holy shit.
Days later, Diddy tried to broker a truce between Chris Lighty and Henchman, but the two started scuffling and Diddy had to break it up. Sometime after that incident, Tef testified about how 50 of them spotted Henchman at a restaurant and chased him down the highway, but he got away, and he had to ship his cars to Miami to avoid detection.
Were there ever any attempted acts against Jimmy?
He told me about one.
What did he tell you?
That, well, I told you about, the Apollo. And he told me about a time that he was at a restaurant and he saw 50 Cent. And when he was leaving, he felt like they tried to ambush him. They were following him on the West Side Highway and tried to pull up on him. And somehow he got away.
Did he say anything to you about what, if anything, he did after that incident?
He got rid of the car that he was driving that they knew he would be in, and he sent it down to Miami.
50 Cent the rapper, he'll be known as 50 Cent the rapper, and 50 Cent the street legend will be known as 50 Cent the street legend. There's no comparison. To me, that's a great honor to know that I knew that person who influenced that. I'm not living the fantasy of the music business. I need to keep firm on the ground because I don't know when I'm gonna be banned from this game.
On March 24th, 2007, after all the back and forth and cat and mouse games, Yayo and Lodi Mac run into a kid wearing a Czar Entertainment hoodie by Henchman's office. It was 14-year-old Jabulani, Henchman's son. Tony Yayo slapped the kid, and Lodi flashed a pistol at him, all caught on surveillance cameras, sending a very, very strong message to his pops. This incident will change the whole course of this beef, because right after that incident...
So it says that 50, it says that Yayo did a slapping, but that slapping is the thing that really got everything off the rails, right? Like, this dude's son gets slapped.
Jimmy had blood all in his eyes, and he wouldn't stop till he saw one of them in a coffin. He was personally involved in some of the get-backs against 50 of them. He wanted to get them legally on the streets and through music. On that same day, Chris Lighty's brother was slashed by Tef. Henchman didn't want to involve Chris Lighty because he felt like he didn't have anything to do with that. But Tef pumped him up, letting him know all bets are off now and it's personal.
What happened when you got to the office?
Walked in the office and I saw Jimmy, Teddy, and Jabulani. Jimmy was upset. Jabulani looked upset, he looked like he might have been crying, a little shaken up.
About how old was Jabulani at that time?
About 13, 14, maybe.
What did you learn happened?
That G-Unit had slapped him up, roughed him up, and pulled out guns on him.
Did you learn who, if anyone, from G-Unit was involved?
I heard Yayo and 50 might have been in the truck, but at that time, that was, and some other street guys.
What happened when you got down?
So they're saying that maybe 50 was on a scene when this person gets slapped up or whatever, or this kid actually. But now, remember, it's getting violent, then they slap the guy who they want's kid.
We were all talking, all just congregating downstairs. Somebody said, that's Chris Lighty's brother walking past, him and another guy. I spoke to Jimmy. I asked him what he wanted to do. If I remember right, he was like, I don't remember the exact words, but it was more like they didn't have nothing to do with it. And I just didn't agree with it. I felt like, and I explained to him that, you know, they did that to your son. All gloves should be off.
What was Jimmy's reaction, if anything, when you said all gloves should be off?
He just looked at me and he just nodded. He nodded his head like in agreement. He got in deep thought. He just nodded his head in agreement.
Now, I want to give you a little bit of precursor as we're watching this. This guy's, the reason why we're hearing this info, he testified. So just keep in mind, and this is why I think people look at 50 as being smart, because the guy who's now testifying, he was in Jimmy Henchman's ear at the time saying, yo, gloves is off you, bro. You got to go crazy. Like, niggas playing with your family, you got to go crazy, bro. Right? Like, that's literally what this is. So he's gassing Jimmy up to crash out, and at the end of the day, he ends up testifying on Jimmy.
What did you do next?
I asked him if he had a razor.
What happened?
He asked around. I think he might have got it from Lil D. He gave it to me, and I started to walk behind him, and he saw me walking up. Chris Lighty's brother saw me walking up on him. And as I swung at him with it, he flinched. I didn't get him how I wanted to, but I think I touched him with it.
Mr. Stewart, did you see Jimmy's attitude towards the feud in the G Unit change at all during this time?
Yes.
What did you notice?
He was always upset.
Did you discuss with Jimmy a way that you were going to approach that rivalry with G Unit?
Yes, he told me a way.
What was the way?
That he will deal with it with the law, with the streets, and through the media.
So let's start with the first one. Through the law. What do you mean by that?
That he was gonna have his baby mother press charges against him. Tony Yayo and Lodi Mac ended up getting charged for the assault. Yayo got probation and Lodi took the rap. Henchman had people outside sitting at the courthouse to catch license plates so they can get G-Unit affiliate addresses. Tef sheds light on a get back.
Yo, they were trying to kill 50 so bad. They were at the I guess it was criminal, but because the baby mama pressed charges, they were just sitting there waiting to get license plates because they were trying to kill somebody from G-Unit. Wow.
Both sides were involved in. A lot of back and forth shootings and car bombings because 50 and his team had bulletproof trucks. The targets were 50, Yayo, and Jalil Walters, aka Baja, or Monster.
Okay. Now, I'm glad that this is mentioned. This guy name is this was 50's security for a very long time. His cousin, his cousin's name is Crippy, and he was rolling around with 6ix9ine, and he got sent to jail, obviously, because of that. But everybody that knows 50 knows that this guy Monster has been a security, okay? And I want to just rewind that you guys could hear what was said.
Car bombings, because 50 and his team had bulletproof trucks. The targets were 50, Yayo, and Jalil Walters, aka Baja, or Monster. Monster was 50 top street guy and security at the time. They already shot at Yayo at the Apollo, but luckily he was in his bulletproof truck beyond it. On April 20th, 2007, Tony Yayo's mother's house was shot up.
Damn.
Did you ever conduct surveillance of G-Unit members?
Yes.
What did you do?
Go to their houses, get their phone records, get their phone numbers, and get their call list. Incoming, outgoing call list.
I ain't gonna lie to you, chat. This is like, you know when people talk about real beef? This is real beef. Like, these niggas want to kill people badly. Holy shit.
Find addresses, go to their houses, stake out their houses.
Did you ever do that surveillance with anyone else?
Yes.
Who were some of the people you did it with?
Jason. I've done it with Jimmy, Andre.
Do you remember any particular times of surveillance?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember a couple of times I was outside Baja's house. A couple of times I was outside his sister's house. A time we went to Tony Yayo's mother's house.
Do you remember
Damn.
any times with Jason?
Niggas say he went to Tony Yayo's mother's house. This is how bad Jimmy Henchman wanted to kill 50. and wanted to kill, like, you know, even Tony Yayo because he's like, yo, y'all slapped my son. Wow.
Yes.
What do you remember about the time with Jason?
A few incidents with Jason. One time we drove through Baha's block. We were staking out his sister's house. That was like their headquarters. Another time, we went to Tony Yayo's mother's house, looking for his brother, but we weren't sure. I never seen him before. I was relying on Jason to point him out. I was looking to shoot him, and Jason said he...
What the fuck? I ain't gonna lie to you. This
looking for his brother, but
they were just trying to shoot Tony Yayo's brother just cause. They want to hurt anybody.
Sure, I never seen him before. I was relying on Jason to point him out. I was looking to shoot him, and Jason said he thinks that's him, but he's not sure. The dude stopped by the car, took a deep breath, and I told him I wasn't going to shoot an innocent person. I didn't want to make a mistake, so we just pulled off and kept going.
Did Jimmy ever talk to you how this dispute with G-Unit will end?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He told me that these dudes ain't going to be happy until they're carrying a coffin.
I want to talk to you about a particular member of G-Unit. I'm going to show you what is in evidence as Government Exhibit 32. Who is that again?
That's Monster, Baha.
Remind us. What connection?
So they're calling this guy Monster. Everybody, like, you know, just in the industry knows 50 used to roll with this guy named Monster. They're calling him Baha here, but listen to this.
You have 2 G-Unit.
That was Tony Yayo's road manager and 50's right hand, the street dude.
Did you ever commit or attempt to commit any acts of violence against Baha?
Yes.
About how many acts do you remember?
A lot.
What period are we talking about?
From...
What time period?
From about 2007 to maybe 09.
Can you briefly list the acts that you remember?
I remember sending one of my homeboys to shoot up his house. Sending one...
And I guess that's why, like, some people are like, you know, when it comes to, like, beef and shit like that, bro, dudes' houses was getting shot up. They really want 50 and Yayo. They really want 50 and Yayo, right? And I think Yayo has that plausible deniability to be like, well, I slapped the nigga because 50's my nigga. But that shit don't matter.
One to shoot up his sister's house.
Sending who? I didn't hear you.
One, the same homeboy to shoot up his sister's house. I remember being outside his sister's house one night after they tried to set up my barbershop on fire. I remember trying to blow up his bulletproof truck and shooting it up in the house. A couple of things.
Any acts involve Jimmy personally?
An attempt.
Let's go through those one at a time. You mentioned that you sent your homeboy to shoot up Baha's house. Who was the homeboy?
A kid named Life.
Where was Baha's house at the time?
In Staten Island.
How did it come to be that you got Life to shoot at Baha's house?
He was a friend of a friend, and he went and called him for me.
You also testified about sending someone to Baha's sister's house. Is that right?
Yes.
Who did you send to his sister's house?
Life. He went with Jason.
Whose idea was that shooting?
Jimmy.
You testified there was an attempted time that Jimmy was involved in.
Yes.
And against who was that done? The attempt?
Against Baha at his house.
The same house on Staten Island?
Yes.
How did it come to be that you went to Baha's house with Jimmy?
I don't understand the question.
Why did you end up there?
He told me to meet him there.
Who told you that?
Jimmy.
What did you do when you saw Jimmy in the Red Expedition?
Got in.
Did you start talking to him?
Yes.
What did you talk about?
Spoke about he wanted Baha's house shot up.
What did you do next?
Got the gun.
What did you do with it?
I left the car, walked over to Baha's house, went behind the house towards the backyard, and as I was going to shoot up his house...
What happened next?
I saw a little girl in the window. I turned around and left.
Where did you go when you left?
I went back to the car.
What happened when you got in the car?
Jimmy asked me what happened. I told him I didn't do it. He asked why. I told him I saw a little girl in the house. I think it was his daughter, and I wasn't going to shoot up the house. He was upset.
What, if anything, did he say?
Don't be wasting his time.
Did there ever come a time when you were retaliated against by Baha?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what kinds of things happened?
Okay, so now this is about 50 Cent's people retaliating, okay? Listen.
He set my barbershop on fire. Shot up my Escalade twice.
Remember, again, you know, like that's why I said Maino's. He knows what he's doing. 50 can't do none of these things himself. You get what I'm saying? Can't do none of these things himself. He's in a war. 50's in a war that's not, the media thinks it's him versus the game, but in reality, he's going at it versus this nigga that got mad resources that's from where he's from, and shit's going crazy. You get what I'm saying? So you're not going to see 50 did anything, but if we're talking about G-Unit, because 50 is G-Unit. 50 is G-Unit. So there's, like, we heard all this stuff. They shot up Yayo's mama's house. They shot up Yayo's Bentley. They did that to G-Unit. But now we're hearing what G-Unit did to them. And yes, it all comes because of Monster.
Did he say?
Don't be wasting his time.
Did there ever come a time when you were retaliated against by Baja?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what kinds of things happened?
He set my barbershop on fire. Shot up my Escalade twice. Tried to kidnap my brother.
Can you describe for the jury what happened the first time they shot at your Escalade?
Yeah, we were followed through Staten Island, sitting, talking to a friend. One person walking on the right side of the vehicle started shooting into the car. A white van cut us off. The driver jumps out. A passenger jumps out. All three of them started shooting into the truck. And as I'm down, I see somebody come through the side of the doors of the van and start shooting into my truck. And they started to all get back in the van. I tried to put my car in drive and ran them with the back of the doors open.
Now, I want to give some context here, people. So, 50's beefing with Jimmy Henchman. Jimmy Henchman is so bloodthirsty. He wants 50 dead. He wants, like, he's not the first person who wants 50 dead, but there's a lot of people that want 50 dead. Here's their frustration with 50, okay? Their frustration with 50 is that 50's always in a bulletproof vehicle. 50's not just exposing himself and just leaving himself available. He's always protected. So you're going to hear them talk a lot about bulletproof vehicles.
Of the vehicle, started shooting into the car. A white van cut us off. The driver jumps out. A passenger jumps out. All three of them started shooting into the truck. And as I'm down, I see somebody come through the side of the doors of the van and start shooting into my truck. And they started to all get back in the van. I tried to put my car in drive and ran them with the back of the doors open. And a lot of shots came out the back doors into my windshield.
Damn.
I ducked again. Me and the passenger ducked again. And somebody started firing at them out the window in the projects. And they drove off.
Were you hit in that incident?
No.
Remind us, what color was the van?
It was a white van.
Did you learn whose van that it was?
Yes.
How did you learn it?
Jimmy told me it belonged to Tony Yayo's brother.
What about the second time that your car got shot up?
So clearly, G-Unit is retaliating in their own way. You know, what I'm going to be honest with you, Maino, respectfully to you, you know, again, I'm not a street dude, but what you said on Vlad was police shit. Because what you have now said when you're like 50 soft, he never did nothing, they got spanked. The only way for 50 to actually defend himself is to admit to crimes. 50's crew, I'm telling you what they were doing to 50's crew, and I'm telling you what 50's crew was doing to them, or they're telling you what 50's crew was doing to them. What do you think 50's demeanor was?
I had just left the barbershop and just put a gun inside the barbershop for those guys to protect themselves. And as I was leaving, I saw a guy standing by the store about a half a block away holding a bag. As I'm walking to the truck, he's walking towards me. I get in the truck, I start it up. I see him turn the corner, drop his bag, pull out his gun, and start shooting into my truck.
What did you do with your truck after it got shot up that time?
I gave it to some guy I had in Brooklyn to strip it and make it disappear.
Let's talk about the last incident you mentioned with respect to Baha. You said you tried to blow up his truck?
Yes.
Was that before or after your trucks got shot at?
Adin, what up?
Emu.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I apologize, Chad. I'm sorry. I know that was not professional, and I'm sorry. Okay, back to video.
After my trucks got shot up.
Whose idea was this incident?
It was my idea to make him lose the truck.
Why did you want to do that?
Because I felt that they were untouchable, that they were invincible, because they had all these bulletproof trucks. And I felt that was the only difference between me and him that made it harder for me to catch up with him.
Where was the truck when you tried to blow it up?
In front of his house.
Were you there by yourself or with someone else?
At that time, I was with Andre.
What happened with you and Andre?
At the time it was blown up?
Yes.
We made some Molotov cocktail and we was going to throw it at the house. I was going to throw one at the truck and he would fire the shots into the house and I would fire the shots into the truck. We were open that I would hit the truck first and open he would come outside, or he was supposed to hit the house first with the Molotov cocktail.
Who is the he that you are talking about?
Andre, and hopefully Baja would then come running out the house that was on fire, and then we would ambush him.
Did that plan work? What happened?
Andre, in throwing his Molotov cocktail, burnt himself. But to me, it was more important for him to lose the truck than to set the house on fire.
What did you do?
I threw mine at the truck and shot up the truck and the house with it.
Next blog, I'm gonna be in Brooklyn. Next blog after that, I'm gonna be in Bronx. Next blog after that, I'm gonna be in Staten Island. Y'all know out there with us. Y'all know what time. We be in Staten Island, we be in Harlem. I mean, come on, son. Shooters on deck. Shooters on deck, nigga.
It's gonna be a cold summer.
I got Louis from Paris, nigga. I ain't got nothing to
Tell him, yeah.
It's gonna be a cold summer for y'all.
Cold summer.
Listen, we got bulletproof trucks, man. We made for this shit, man. You crazy, nigga. I ain't trying to glorify the beef, but when they leave it or not, you see grass and all that shit. Look, you see grass and all that. Let me tell you something. This is like Compton back here. Shot my mom's crib up like 22 times. Fifth got shot 9 times in the back block. Man, get hit back here.
Damn.
You know, tried to kill my brother right here on this block right here. Shot my brother, yes. We out here.
All those back and forth, but nobody dropped yet because 50 Cent of them are not easily accessible. 50 wasn't the type of guy you would catch in a club, even though he raps saying you can find him in a club. 50 moved militant, no unnecessary pop-ups and heavy protection around them, from the bulletproof trucks to the ex-Marines and military personnel he had as security. Even Wack100 would attest to that.
You don't see him unless they want you to see him. And even if you do see him, when you see him, you can't get to him. He played with us on purpose. Like, yo, Wack, 50 he gonna be at the SLS hotel. What? Yeah, little bar area over there. He gonna be in, coming down. Paul Root, we through there. This one is on. He pulled up in this motherfucking SLS hotel, come in that motherfucker, like 10 of us. We coming in this motherfucker, and I stop, I'm looking around. I'm like, something don't seem right about this scenery. Man, had about 8 Navy SEALs, this shit in the air, just moving with the tactical head. They seen us, a bigger got the moving, they positioned around us, to look back at us and smirk. Yeah, we ain't got no win with that. See you later, homie. We ain't got no. He did that on the West Coast. He did that. Like, that's what I'm saying. Took a bag.
So it was all cat and mouse game between both camps till it came time for 50 Cent and Akon video shoot in Bayonne, New Jersey.
Listen to this.
On October 22nd, 2007.
I told you about this.
50 Cent's third album, Curtis, had just dropped on September 7, 2007, and he had to shoot videos for his single. Henchman, who is thirsty for blood, is waiting on them in a parking lot nearby, ready to ambush with his silencer on his pistol. His adrenaline was all the way at 1,000 that he had accidentally let off a shot in the car, causing it to jam and malfunction while they were following one of 50's security team members from the shoot.
With respect to this incident, walk us through what happened.
We had found out that they were shooting a video. G-Unit was shooting a video somewhere in New Jersey, in Bayonne. And so we went over there. And when it was over, we followed one of the cars leaving there, which was the bodyguard. And on the way back to New York, and right before the Holland Tunnel, we ended up right next to him where Jimmy tried to shoot out the back window, but the gun jammed and it didn't go off.
When you got off the ramp, you said Jimmy tried to shoot.
Yeah.
What weapon did he use?
The same machine gun.
The machine gun he used to shoot Yeo's mother's house.
Right.
It's the one with the silencer?
Right.
What did you hear?
I heard a sound because after it like jammed, he was trying to, I guess, fix it, and it went off in the car. It shot through the floor. Sounded like a thud or something.
Damn.
Luckily for 50 Cent and them at the time, the plot wasn't successful. G-Unit dropped their Terminate on Sight album in July of 2008, their second and last commercial drop as a unit. This was, in my opinion, their best collaboration as they all went super hard because people were starting to lose interest in their music. The album debuted at number 4 on the US Billboard 200 with sales of 102,000 copies in its first week. The Game drops LAX album on August 26, 2008, and it debuted at number 2 on the US Billboard 200, selling 238,000 copies in its first week. My Life, featuring Lil Wayne, was a dope single, and Game has completely abandoned his G-Unit attacks on Wack. 2 years go by, and Henchman gets information that Lodi Mack, who took the rap for Yayo, was coming home from prison. Slim, a member of Jimmy's crew, was locked up with Lodi Mack, but Lodi had no idea, and Slim befriended Lodi's bunkmate, who then lines Lodi up with Slim. Lodi didn't know what Slim looked like, but they kept communicating on phone calls, with Slim promising money and girls to help Lodi get back on his feet after release.
What crimes did you do? Did you commit that caused you to be detained in federal custody?
Someone's done.
Drug crimes and murder.
When did the murder occur, approximately?
2009, September.
And where did the murder occur?
In the Bronx, New York.
If you know, who was the victim of the murder?
Lowell Fletcher.
Did he have any nicknames?
Lodi Mack.
Did you participate in the murder alone or with others?
With others.
Can you please name for the jury who the others are who participated in the murder?
Brian McLeod, Derek Grant, James Roseman, and Rodney Johnson.
What was Roseman's role in the murder?
The orchestrator.
What was Grant's role in the murder?
The shooter.
What was McLeod's role in the murder?
He lured the guy dead.
The guy is Lowell Fletcher?
Yeah.
And what was your role?
The driver. 50 Cent drops his 4th studio album, Before I Self-Destruct, on November 9th, 2009. The album sold 160,000 copies in its first week, debuting at number 5 on the US Billboard 200, giving 50 Cent his 4th consecutive top 5 album in the US. Around this time is when 50 started pivoting into films, making mini movies with the Crime Wave video and also the Before I Self-Destruct DVD. He'd been putting out visuals way back, but I believe this is when he started taking it up a notch. Back to the Henchman and the 50 beef. After the hit on Lodi Mack, 2 years go by. It's now 2011, and Jimmy was arrested along with his guys who eventually told everything.
Now, the funny part is, which they're kind of leaving out, everybody was looking at 50 Cent like, yo, you ain't gonna retaliate for your man? It's like Slide for Vaughn type shit, right? Like, yo, you not gonna, bro, like the streets know you not gonna slide for your man. And I'm gonna be honest with you, you know, I guess hindsight's 2020. Everybody look at 50 and say he was incredibly smart to not retaliate because essentially, you know, this guy got locked up.
That I showed here. Each side started pointing the finger at each other. Jimmy said he only wanted them to bring him Yayo and Fletcher, and not.
So he got locked up for drugs at first, and then he went down for murder for hire. But he always contested the murder for hire shit. He claimed that he never wanted to murder no one. And when they said, "Well, what about you know, seemingly wanting to get with the guys who slapped your son?" He was like, "Nah, I just want him to bring them to me, and I wasn't gonna do nothing
to shoot them."
You believe that?
Brian McLeod to kill Lowell Fletcher. You know, one of the things that I did ask Brian McLeod to do was I asked him to bring Fletcher or Yayo to me. So took it upon himself and he killed
50's an
Lowell
asshole.
Fletcher. So
that's his op talking, Jimmy Henchman.
Here's the most important thing out of this whole thing. I'm not the murderer here. The murderer in this whole situation is Holmes. All he had to do was point the finger at me, and he went home. And I'm in jail for life when I never hired him to kill anyone. So, you know.
Oh, gee, Jimmy the Rat.
What 50 was referring to was the case Jimmy had in Cali back in the day. The New York Daily News also reported on it. But in an interview with the person that was allegedly snitched on, he claimed something totally different. The Game dropped his fourth album, the Red Album, in August of 2011. The album debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200, selling 98,000 copies in its first week, with singles Red Nation and Pot of Gold. Jimmy was subsequently convicted in 2014 and sentenced to multiple life sentences for both running a drug operation that brought in $11 million a year and also for the murder for hire plot on Lodi Mac. There's been this long-running rumor that Henchman had something to do with Tupac robbery and shooting.
Yeah, so the same guy supposedly had told people to go rob Tupac, and that's also a big thing.
Back in the day, but I didn't
remember Tupac got shot like 4 or 5 times. They're saying he instructed people to go rob him.
Anything to corroborate that claim. What I did find on Jason Williams' superseding docs is where it states, cooperating witness number 3 further end Roseman's trust when, in 2005, he shot rival rap producer Suge Knight at Roseman's behest inside a crowded nightclub in Miami, Florida. That was at Kanye West party, and the cooperating witness number 3 was none other than Trigger Happy Tef. 50 dropped Hold On in 2014.
Couple minutes.
In references
We're almost
to
out of here.
On the phone, I heard Ye smack the shit out of kid. Now Jimmy got life, go smack him again.
50 holds
Oh my
grudges,
God.
and I don't blame him. Somebody lost their.
So basically, the dude got life over his kid getting smacked, and 50 then raps. I heard Yayo did blah blah, and smack somebody kid. I heard the nigga got life. Just go smack him again. Like, oh my God, this guy's like
life in the situation.
Sneaky nigga sprayed that semi at your mama crib with a silencer, we couldn't even hear the shit.
Throughout the years that followed after Henchman's incarceration, the Game has made numerous attempts to reconcile with 50, but Fifth is not ready or willing to be buddy with him. They eventually chop it up in the club, while Fifth was in LA. Notice the guy to the left of 50 looking around. That's Monster.
That's Monster right here. Wow.
Adin versus Tam on the next brand risk card.
I knew that was coming.
The beef between 50 Cent and the Florida. That was at Red Nation. And
we couldn't even hear the shit.
Throughout the years that followed after Henchman's incarceration, the Game has made numerous attempts to reconcile with 50, but Fifth is not ready or willing to be buddy with him. They eventually chop it up in the club, while Fifth was in LA. Notice the guy to the left of 50 looking around. That's Monster. He was one of Henchman's main target. His house was shot up, bulletproof truck blown up during the height of the beef, so his antennas were raised and he kept his head on a swivel. Can you imagine how big they would have been if Henchman wasn't in Game's ears? That whole beef split up the fan base while also generating a buzz for their albums. In the end, 50 diversified into film and television, and the Game is still the Game, and Henchman is doing life.
I want to apologize to the massive for...
Now, this is one of the saddest videos I've ever seen, chat. I actually forgot this video. So when Jimmy Henchman got sentenced to life, he basically made a video in his cell. Clearly he had some recording device. And this is sad.
Letting these sucker ass niggas catch me out there like that. I talk about suckers, I'm talking about those who perpetrated to be...
You meant perpetrated?
Either my friend, who were wearing wiretaps, who got on the stand and lied, man. I want to apologize to those that I let down for letting some suckers play me. And I just want you to know, man, that I didn't know.
So who won in this war? Let me know what you think in the comments, man. Until next time, peace.
Really interesting situation, Chad. I kid you not. that apology is like, it's kind of eerie, Chad. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This is the apology that Jimmy Henchman does when he, like, after he pretty much gets slammed. And not gonna lie, it's kind of cryptic, Chad. Listen, hold on. Here's a full one.
Man, I want to apologize. I want to apologize to the masses for letting these sucker ass niggas catch me out there like that. I talk about suckers, I'm talking about those who perpetrated to be either my friend, who were wearing wiretaps, who got on the stand and lied. Man, I want to apologize to those that I let down for letting some suckers play me. And I just want you to know, man, that I didn't know. I just didn't know that these dudes was that jealous. That jealousy would allow them or make them do the things that they did. And it's almost like a sucker.
Hey, Jimmy, what's going on, man? I just had the sense of...
Okay. All right. So, I wanted the full video. My bad. Fuck. All right. Wait, where's the video? I ain't gonna lie to you. I think you guys kind of got it. We don't need to, like, drag it here. We don't need to drag it. Okay. We don't need to drag it. Let's get into... There's a new J. Cole interview. Oh, my God.
In my mind, I'm going to Carolina.
My bad. Y'all couldn't even see it. Oh, okay. By the way, the whole 50 thing, I think we kind of like listened to everything. We're going to kind of react to this whole interview with J. Cole and J. Cole interviewing with, I believe, Nadeska Alexis. And I'm very happy for Nadeska. I used to be with her in the green room at a complex, and man, she loved J. Cole. And she did one of his very early first interviews, and she would always kind of like wonder like why, they didn't do more stuff. And clearly it's coming to pass. So I'm happy. I'm happy that this happened. Let's see if we could take anything away from his J. Cole interview. I'm gonna skip through this real quick because I could imagine he about to say a bunch of bullshit. Let's go though. All right, cool.
Space in your childhood home can even make you nervous.
My bad.
Oh, we needed it.
Here we go.
In my mind, I'm going to Carolina. Can you see the sunshine? Can you just feel the moonshine?
Yeah. Yo, I can't believe this album actually came out. What are we now, like a month and some change removed? Some people told me like, yo, they're driving like from New York to Miami and they'll see the Fayetteville exit and they like, just get off. You know what I mean? They come like, take a picture, they'll sign. You know what I mean? Some of these are faded because they've been here for mad long.
So this is actually the beat machine that you got on layaway?
This is the one. I don't know if it's the exact one because somewhere along the line we had to buy another one, but it's not because we lost the original. It's just because like something else we were doing, we needed it. So somewhere along the way, they might have got shuffled. So I don't know if this one we bought was the original, but that is the same style at the very least. It might be the exact.
One thing I do like about J. Cole, he's so huge on the story, right? I don't think it's the most interesting story, but for everybody who loves J. Cole, it's about the story of how do you get to the point of being this huge artist, being true to yourself, never selling out, and more than trying to get everybody that fucks with you, you care about the people who have always fucked with you. And I do like that about him.
Same one that I had, yeah, that my mom got.
Like we waited, 10 years for this album and to be able to celebrate it here with you at 2014 Forest Hills Drive. I feel like I'm in a J. Cole museum. And you said that you were gonna step out of your comfort zone, which is home, to have some conversations, but you found the loophole and still invited us into your home.
That's a good point. And I am out of my comfort zone, I ain't gonna lie, because I can feel it right now. I'm like, oh man, I'm nervous. You know what I mean? Like, strangely enough, but I'm nervous because I'm, Like, yo, when the last time I did an interview, you know what I mean? Like,
it's been that long because after all the
yeah.
things you've been through, I'm surprised to hear that sitting down in this space in your childhood home can even make you nervous.
Yeah, I guess. I think it just literally has to do with the fact that, like, yo, this is not my norm. Of course, this house, if I was just here in this house, I actually came, the last time I was here was, we had did something like this. There's a trailer we shot that was set up similar to this. But, you know, months after that, we were making like a big decision on the album. And I had like a big decision to make. And I was like, you know, a lot of times I get in a space where it's like, yo, I need like clarity. I'm like overwhelmed and like I got like, you know, the weight of the album is on me and all of these decisions that got to be made. And at that time, I think it was like track list in order. Because as we've been making this album throughout the years, we've had a running, living, breathing like track list that like some things stay, some things fall by the wayside. New songs come in, old songs go out. Sometimes old songs come back. But this was at a point where it was like, oh, yo, we're really here. We're mixing. You know what I mean? But there was something about the beginning of the album that like wasn't sitting right with me. And sometimes I just got to go get like some solitude to like get clarity. And so I was like, yo, should I go to New York? Should I post in New York? I do that a lot. I'm like, nah, like I need to go back to Fayetteville and I need to come. And as long as I've had this house and as many times I've been in here and been back, I haven't stayed the night here. And mad long. So at one point last year, I had to just come and it was like my first time staying the night in here. Like I literally had to like buy a bed, you know what I mean? The bed that they bought, well, not me, I didn't buy a bed. I had someone, yo, can y'all get a bed and throw it in 47 drive? And the bed that they bought is it was like a king size. That shit don't fit in my room. You saw my room.
Yeah, that looks like a twin size space.
That's a twin, that's a healthy twin. You might could fit a medium in there, but it's like they got a king size. So it wouldn't fit in my room, you know what I mean? So like they put it in my mom's room, my mom and my stepdad's room. And so like for the first time in a long time, I'm staying the night here. And for the first time in my life, I'm sleeping in my parents' room in a sense. And it was mad weird. But that trip did actually like give me clarity that I was looking for. And like I had an aha moment and it was a big like breakthrough. You know, I called Eve, I think, did I call Eve or did he come down too at some point? But either way, we figured something out. That was like, that's it. We'll start it like this, then we'll go here. So I've been back here and I'm more comfortable in this house. But it's the interview setting where the beginning of this, I'm like, oh shit, I kind of feel it.
I feel you. There's nothing normal about two people sitting here and having a conversation. We haven't done an interview in at least 15 years, and there's a whole crew behind us. No, it's not normal.
Yeah,
you're right.
You're right.
But
sure.
It's cool. This is all family here.
For sure.
You know, and and I think a lot of people here who are really excited to make this moment happen. You know, it's been it's a celebration of your career and this album, and there's so many reasons why it's perfect to do it here. Like this was, as we can see behind us, the birth of J. Cole, the artist, and also really Forest Hills Drive. When you released that album, the success you felt, the success you experienced, the relief you felt, and the comfort you felt after is really what birthed the idea for the fall off. So if that's what you were feeling at that time, comfortable to the point that you were thinking about the fall off, I'm wondering how you feel now that this album is actually out in the world.
That's a good question. It's funny because it's like, yo, what are we now? Like a month and some change removed. So it's like, we had this conversation fresh when it dropped, you know, I might have been more clearer in my feelings because I was in it. You know what I mean? I had just got done mixing it. You know what I mean? We pressed it out. We sent it up to vinyl with prayers that it wouldn't leak. You know what I mean? And then we pressed the CDs. And then we putting the birthday blizzard out, and like I'm in it. You know what I mean? And like I'm fully in the releasing of this. And then even when we put it out, we went on the road, and I'm in it. Now a month later, and it's like, yo, I'm like back in my regular scheduled program. You know what I mean? And like I feel every day I get further away from like being in it. I listen to it, you know what I mean? But it's tough for me to answer the question. How am I feeling right now that it's out?
And I mean, it doesn't have to be today or yesterday, but the general feeling, because I think after each project you've released, there's been feelings.
Right.
After Sideline Story, it wasn't necessarily a positive time in your life. You didn't enjoy it. After Born Sinner, you still felt like, cool, I survived, but you weren't necessarily happy. You felt the darkness. And after Forest Hills Drive, that was one of the highest points in your career, right? Mm-hmm. You made a project you were really happy with.
Yes.
And then culturally, it also hit. So that was a high point. So I guess I mean on a macro scale.
One was like relief. You know what I mean? Like relief, like, yo, we did it. Like putting it out. I saw some footage the other day. Like we have like a bunch of footage from studio sessions. And like I was combing through it. And I'm looking at all the, you know, I'm in the studio, got T-Minus right there, Diesel, and it's like the stuff we're working on. It's the most minute decisions. You know what I mean? It's the most like granular level decision making that in the moment, of course, it's all important. And I'm fully immersed in it. You know what I mean? And I'm fully like yo, this is the most important decision, the one we're making right now. And as I'm looking back on the camera, I'm like, or at the footage, I'm like, yo, I can't believe this album actually came out. Because there was so much decision making happening that I feel like at times looking back, there were times where T-Minus, I ain't really asked him this, but I'm assuming there were times where him and other people that were involved were maybe in their minds like, this shit ain't coming out. Because there was so much, like shit that songs that never made the album, music on certain songs that never made the album. So like, I feel like for the past however many years, I was carrying the mission, the weight of the mission. So the overall feeling is when it came out, it was like, yo, relief. You know what I mean? It was like, all right, like I don't have to necessarily carry that no more. And there was a pride too. You know what I mean? There was like yo, you did it. You know what I mean? There was like a genuine gratitude. You know what I mean? That like, you know, that I made something that when I listen to, I'm a fan of this. You know what I mean? Like I told somebody the other day, it's like, yo, I feel like I'm listening to my favorite rapper. At many points in my career, especially early on, I was my favorite rapper. You know what I mean? Like, of course, growing up, Pac was my favorite rapper. I had a Cannabis run when he was my favorite rapper. I had an Eminem run. You know what I mean? Of course, I had a Nas run. I had all of these runs of people being my favorite rapper. And at a certain point, when I hit my late teens, early 20s, I started to notice that like, oh, wait, yo.
Oh, my God,
motivate yourself, re-inspire yourself. So I was already thinking long term. While I was thinking long term, I'm still writing and I'm still creating. And it just so happens that the things that I was writing and creating.
Yo, the problem with J. Cole is like, gang, we get it. Like, he plays an artist really well. But the reason why we like artists is like imperfection and when they're struggling in their personal life, because we all do. It's like, the only thing J. Cole got to tell us is that, bro, I was working real hard on the album. And it's like, all right, my nigga, you got it. Like, you worked pretty hard on the album, but do you have anything else for us?
Were like what ended up becoming For Your Eyes Only. I'm making these songs. It wasn't until I actually wrote the song For Your Eyes Only where all of these other songs that I was making made sense. I'm like, oh, I know I've been telling a story that's not necessarily my own and what I've been writing. And it's not necessarily my favorite rapper. I like this rapper, you know what I mean? But it's like, it's not the fall off level that I'm looking for, but I'm like, I have to follow this feeling. So that was the first thing that kind of like gave me something to do while the fall off was like a North Star. I'm like, oh, well, I need to go finish this album. I went to New York. Mind you, I had a baby on the way. I didn't have a baby on the way, but you know what I mean? Like I was about to become a father. And so I'm like, let me go to New York. Like
I could already tell. That's probably what I don't like about his interview is like, he mentions some real life shit and he glosses over it at the expense of just trying to tell us about a fucking album. Bro, you had a baby on the way. Like, nigga, how old are you now? Like, you're 45, nigga. Like, tell us what it's like to be a father. Tell us, like, what you've learned, nigga. Like, you can't tell us nothing? Like, only thing you can tell us about making a... Yo, the nigga's, like, his only story is making an album. And obviously, it's probably, you know, easier to be really vulnerable when you just start, but like I kind of look at it's probably just me because maybe his fans kind of feel along the story, or maybe I'm just nosy, but I'm like, so you're just gonna sneak in there that you had a baby and that's not the biggest thing in your world? I would think it would be sad if you had a baby and like the biggest thing in your world is some other shit.
It's like a North Star. I'm like, oh, well, I need to go finish this album. I went to New York. Mind you, I had a baby on the way. I didn't have a baby on the way, but you know what I mean? Like I was about to become a father. And so I'm like, let me go to New York. Like this is my last time.
Back to Muhammad's crib,
back
right?
to Muhammad's crib. Like what's the word? I'm a sentimental like person with my spaces that I've like in my life, whether it's Fayetteville, whether it's this house, whether it's Muhammad's crib, whether it's the Honda. It's like, yo, I'm like, these are like spaces that I love because I love my life. You know what I mean? I love my childhood. I love my teens, my college years. So I go to New York to finish this album. And while I'm working on that album, there's some songs where I'm like, oh, this could be a fall-off song. You know what I mean? It's False Prophets. There's some stuff they didn't even release where I'm like, oh, these are fall-off songs. I'm going to tuck them while I'm finishing this album. So that was the first thing that went left field. Then after, not left field, but like kind of took me off track, so to speak. Then after For Your Eyes Only drops, then I become a father. Now that's like it was a beautiful thing, but it's like, it's a life adjustment. You know what I mean?
Kids
like,
do not care about your schedule. They don't give a damn what you have going on.
Facts.
You know, you got to find your time to get in your creative space.
Exactly. And so I had to figure out how was I going to be creative like within that space. And, you know, I got to motivate myself. And one of the things I was doing at that time was like, I was like making these beats that was like damn near my version of like, I'm trying to learn from Southside. You know what I mean? I'm trying to learn from like these producers because it's like, you know, I come from a era where the people I looked up to, they hold their nose at certain things. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's the real hip hop producer and boom, boom. And it's if the drums ain't boom bap. But I didn't, as a dad, where I can actually sneak away and like go spend that. I can't disrespect the emotion. It was a real emotion where there was a
on Poor Thing. It's, yeah, the sequencing on that is, okay, so let me gather my thoughts here. It's so interesting. Like you said, it's this like hyper-focused time because on...
Yo, I give anybody credit who could sit there and talk to J. Cole just straight about music, man. Yo, like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, come on.
And the third verse of Poor Thing, it's like, bro, that's not even really important. What's important is the emotion that I'm giving you. Really, if you really want to know the truth, I combine a bunch of niggas into that last verse, the punk bitch, to give you the emotion that I feel, and that probably a bunch of people feel when you hear somebody say something about you. You're like, it's an instant triggering feeling. And like, you know, I'm not the hardest nigga in the world, far from it, but I'm still a human, and I'm still born and bred in this place where pride is like how you survive, damn near. You know what I mean? Like, you have to carry a sense of like defensiveness and pride just to like make it through the day, maybe unscathed. You know what I mean?
But even if you carry that in your person, like when you're in Fayetteville, as a fan, I feel like that's the first time I really heard you dial it up like that on a record. Like that was one of my favorite songs because I was like, oh, okay, Jermaine, this is like a different side. You know, that energy is not something we've gotten from you before.
But that's just me trying to give you a glimpse of like how I feel. Like that side does exist now. Like at 29, it definitely existed more than it did now. But even at 29, I knew what I know now, which is like, yeah, I might feel like this, and my gut feeling might be like in the moment hearing that, it's like, man, I wish I could see that nigga right now. And like, let him say what he just told you in front of my face. Because one, he know he lying. He don't, you know what I mean? And two, he know he not like that. This is my gut initial instinct, right? And then there's a part that goes,
yo, I'm convinced J. Cole lives on a different planet, bro. It's like, that nigga's talking about some shit that we're like, yo, what are you talking about, dog? It's like he making up fake beefs in his mind. He's like finding inspiration elsewhere. We're like, what?
It's not that serious. Let him. You know, let him. It's cool. Like, even if he's saying something about you that's untrue, like, let him. Even if he's saying something about you that's true, let him. You know what I mean? Like, there's a adult in the room that comes and says like, yo, your initial instinct is not worth it. You know what I mean? Because your initial instinct could lead to a movie that you've seen so many times.
Right.
You know what I mean? And on top of that, just on a spiritual level, it's like, yo, what's that gonna do? Like, so I'm ramping it up on that verse to just give you insight. Yeah, you never really got that from me, but it's like, just to give you insight into like, yo, that's how it feels. And I know people feel that and can relate to that. Cause it's like, yo, that's, you know, for better or for worse, that's a knee-jerk reaction to disrespect. You know what I mean? It's like it's a defensiveness.
Unwarranted disrespect. You know, I think you pointed out, like, look, when I was broke and struggling and trying to piece it together, like I was on my own figuring that out, you know? So for you to then come at me now when I'm doing like something good for myself, it's understandable.
Yeah, and even as you say that, I'm like, so many instances pop in my mind, you know, from back then and even up until recently, where it's like, bro, like, you know what I mean? But the version of me now, the older me actually knows more than what I knew back then. Cause now I'm like, bro, you got to forgive them because look what's happening. Like they going through something, you know what I mean? Like they going through something. Like you don't know what type of pain and like broken dreams and desperation and like sadness is fueling whatever lie or whatever like criticism or whatever. Like you don't know. It's like I try to put myself in people's shoes at this age that got something to say about me. Where I'm like, bro, like I get it. I hope that if I was in that same situation as you, I wouldn't make that decision, but I can't really judge you for being in that situation and maybe making the weaker choice because life is hard. You know what I mean? It's hard to like always take the higher road. Sometimes people just fuck it. They just crash out. You know what I mean? And it's like, all right, bro, like if I got to be the one you crash out on, all right, it's cool. I can handle that and process that. You know what I mean? And so, yeah.
Have you ever read The Four Agreements?
No, that's one of them books that's like been laying around and people around me that I love have read it and I've picked it up. To read it. Well, people would tell me like, you seem like you read The Four Agreements.
Yeah, because don't take it personal.
No,
it's like,
I appreciate it.
That helps so much because like you said, when you get triggered, you get upset, you internalize all of that. But then when you try to reframe it, I'm not saying it works every time, but you know, like that's about you. That actually has nothing to do with me, the way that you're reacting. And although you're talking about, you know, people in your hometown on that song, just in a wider lens, you've had to deal with that a lot in the industry. You know what I mean? Like you talk about coming up and being this first generation of artists, like growing up inside social media and always having to deal with people picking you apart, right? That can really, really get in your head. Like at what point do you feel like you got a handle on blocking that out as well?
Forest Hill Drive was my first great time of like escaping that. First step is like, yo, just, you know, I had a rule when I was working on the album, which is like, yo, you can't go on social media. That was a life-saving rule, you know what I mean? And this next was like, yo, everything you make it for you. Like don't, because there was a dark period where it was like, yo, that first album period, you know, I'm picking my snare drums. Is this a hit snare drum? I'm writing my lines. Like, is this line gonna work in the club or the show? It's like, it was the worst. So I had a rule, no social media and no, and when you make it, it's gotta be from a pure place. So that was the first time I got it right. So I've delicately balanced that and maintained that. There's been times in the past few years where it's like, I might lean back and like poke my head more. And every time it feels disgusting. Like it feels nasty. It's like, oh God, like I hate how I feel right now. Just even reading 3 minutes of that, you know what I mean? So like, I just kind of stay away. The only thing is my most used app is YouTube. So like they've turned YouTube into, oh, no disrespect to y'all, outside of.
This will be on YouTube, don't worry.
All right, cool. But you know, the only thing is they turn YouTube kind of into like a social media feed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I love to watch a good video on YouTube. You know what I mean? But the way they got you scrolling, you can't escape passing some bullshit that just wants to like call you, like some clickbait. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, even today it's like, yo, I do a pretty good job of like ignoring that stuff, which keeps me in like a good place. But I do notice anytime I like bite or can't resist the urge to like just click that thing, it's like, oh God, shit feels
You always
terrible.
regret it every single time.
Yes, I feel like I know why. You know the phrase, like it's not a new phrase, but it's definitely a true phrase. Like comparison is the thief of joy. And I realized I'm like, oh shit. One, I know comparison is the thief of joy from my own personal experience, right? Anytime that I've been in my life growing up and comparing myself to anybody else, what somebody else has, what somebody else does, boom, boom, it's gonna rob me of my joy instantly. So like I knew that phrase for that. But I realized the internet is like, it's all comparisons, like in the rap space. I can't only imagine like in some of these other spaces, basketball too, right? In the sports space, it's all, I'm gonna put this person versus this person and we're gonna say which of these.
I remember when this thing was on the bench for Ghana, man, like, yo, what's J. Cole talking about, bro?
These people is better. And like, it's not just the thief of like that person's joy that you might be talking about. It's actually the thief of everyone's joy, because now I have to pit this person, I have to choose. I have to instantly get like analyze flaws or like or defend the person that I want, and it's gonna rob me of the joy of who that person really might be.
Yep.
Perfect example, like Michael Jordan, LeBron James is a very simple analogy, but it's like, yo, if I'm a astute Michael Jordan fanatic, you know what I mean? And I feel the need to defend his greatness, which so many people in the sports world, the sports is very similar to music, like in terms of like the toxic nature of like the space online or the discourse or whatever. But I feel the need, my identity is kind of glued to like, I'm a Michael Jordan fan. The instant that I feel the need to like defend his value or his greatness against LeBron James, the only way I can do that is I have to tear LeBron James down in some way. I got to strike at one of his flaws, boom, boom, boom. And what it does is mentally, like off rip, I'm being robbed of the joy of experiencing watching somebody that's great play basketball, because I have to defend this thing. And music is the same way. It's like, yo, I'm going to compare this artist versus this artist. No, worse, I'm going to compare this album from this artist versus this album from the same artist. What if I just love both of these fucking albums? Now you're forcing me, just by the nature of the prompt that you've given me, you just slipped it inside my head. Now you're not forcing me, of course, but it's a slippery like way for me to go, damn, which of these Schoolboy Q albums is better? You know what I mean? And instantly I'm like, well, what if I just love both them bitches? I don't need to necessarily like compare. And I feel like the whole internet ecosystem, whether it be music, sports or anything else, is driven. The content is driven and rewarded by pitting thing A versus thing B.
It's exhausting.
It's exhausting.
It is. Sometimes it's exhausting working in it, right? You drop the fall off, 24 tracks, an hour and 40 minutes. And by Monday, I should have some thoughts on the album. And I'm like, damn, this is stressful. Like, we've been waiting a long time for this album. It's a lot of music. Like, I need time to digest it. But this system is entrenched. It's like, how do you even separate yourself from it, you know? Which is why I've been amazed watching your career over the past few years, right? So I'm thinking about things in terms of the lens of like, how do you know when to, here's an example, when you were doing Power Trip, right? So you recorded a version of the hook that you loved. You felt really attached to that in the moment that you created it, but eventually your team convinced you like, this would be dope with Miguel on it, and it turned out to be a great song, right? But then there are moments where like the BET Awards outfit that you hated, I went back to like Google it. It's jokes, that outfit. It was terrible. But yeah, how do you block out all of the noise and know when to trust yourself and whose opinion to really value? Because it's really hard sometimes to find the right move there.
Yes, that's a great question. I think for me, I would just think about this too. I think for me, if I'm in a good, clear place, right? If I'm doing the work and I'm like staying present.
Chat, I'm trying. This nigga's just talking about some random shit, bro.
And staying in the moment. And I'm in a great place spiritually. Like, you know, if I'm in that place, I got it. You know what I mean? I'm following me. I'm never putting on that outfit in the first place, because I would know that it doesn't resonate. And I'm so in tune with myself that I know that like, yo, that shit feels, I wouldn't even put it on, because I could feel it when I take it off the hanger that this shit don't feel like me, you know what I mean? But if I'm in a bad place, I might throw that on, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not even really paying attention to how I'm actually feeling. So if I'm in a good place, you know, I feel like, honestly, I don't even really need opinions or help. There are times when I'm maybe not in a great place. Like, and mind you, me being in a great place don't mean I'm fucked up on drugs, boom, boom, but it just might be like, yo, I'm on my phone too much. Like not necessarily social media, but I might be doing this YouTube thing too much. I might be in my text too much. I might be in the sports chat too much. I had to get out the sports.
J. Cole be on YouTube? That's what I'm saying. Like this interview, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this nigga does. So like when he's like, oh, I'm on YouTube too much, I'll be like, what are you watching, nigga? Like, I know nothing about this guy. I mean, obviously, you don't. I tell you, like I used to listen to him a lot, like, but like, ever since these guys get super rich and famous, like we kind of learn little about them.
It seems small, but it's like, yo, bro, we're kids. Like, what are you spending your time in the sports chat for, arguing about such and such, and your kids is right over here? Or why are you on your phone watching this thing? So it's like, for me, that's what my version of like, oh, maybe not, I'm not clear looks like. It's like, yo, I'm not fully present. So in those moments when I'm not fully present and I've had enough time of not being fully present, that shit gets cloudy, then I might lean on someone's advice because I honestly is like, yo, E, bro, what you think? And he'll give his insight, or whoever will give their insight. And then I gotta gauge and be like, all right, cool. I either gotta go do the work and sit with myself and be like, and weigh all the options.
Okay, I think he speaks about Drake at some point.
Like it's cool. You don't want to make it worse going down there stretch. So in that moment, I'm in a very simple moment where it's like, I wasn't even asking her for clarity or for an answer, but I feel like that's God speaking through her. You know what I mean?
That's why you married her.
There you go. Just be like, yo, bro, chill. And it was like, oh yeah, you're right. And I did it and I felt way better. I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. Cool.
Did Eve not tell you I said it's all good? We got your Krispy Kreme. Like, we can wait a few more minutes?
After my meditation.
Oh, okay.
But by then I already felt amazing. So I was like, all right, cool. It just added to it.
Yeah, hearing you talk about meditation, I've wanted to like really try it, but I have not gotten there. But I'm glad you have clarity, because it feels like, especially with the fall off, you make decisions for you and maybe just for OG Cole fans, because dropping an album in 2026 with 24 songs an hour and 40 minutes, very few people would be brave enough to do that. Right. Like, I think when you recorded Forest Hills Drive, there was a version that was a double disc. You played it and you're like, this is too long. So once it got to the fall off, you were just like, nah, I'm gonna go for it.
No, it actually happened the reverse. Like, it happened like, like you said, Forest Hills Drive was like a double disc at one point. And then towards the end, I'm like, oh, I'm bugging. Like, this shit is way too long. You know what I mean? And then we cut it down. On this one, at a certain point, I was just like, oh shit, I have all the, it was the opposite. I was cutting too many songs that I've loved and felt passionate about. I'm like, yo, nah, this shit don't make sense. Like, that's the fall off too, though. Like, that reaches the bar. Like, that's gotta be there. And eventually I was just like, yo, I think there's two stories being told, and I think this is a double disc project. And I see it. Because I think you asked earlier, like, when that concept for Disc 29, when this was a 15-song album, the concept was always in line with Disc 29's concept, which was like, yo, it was a trip back home at the height of fame, and I'm dealing with X, Y, and Z. But it was not as microscopic, super hyper focused. It was more interpretive, like how Forest Hills Drive is. Like, I see the story in Forest Hills Drive. Like, I see what's happening. I don't know if anybody else does, and I don't even give a fuck. But I see like the movie in my mind, but it's interpretive. It's not like you listening to a step by step, and then this happens, and then this happens. It's more like, you know what I mean? It's more like open for interpretation. This Disc 29 is like, no, you can see it. Just like you said, you see my homeboy sending a message, boom, boom. The next thing you know, I'm back home for the funeral. Then you see like, oh, he told me about such and such making a song. So then Poor Thing comes on, you hear me respond to that. And you see me sending a text to the girl that like I've been knowing for a while. And like every time I come here, we got a little thing going on. That's legacy, boom, boom. Then you see me linking with my homeboys. Then you see us going to the club. Then you see us in the club. You see the visual progression of this album, up to the let out, this big climax moment or whatever.
Through your mind in the 5 seconds before you made the apology, the 5 minutes, the 5 hours before.
All right, finally.
Like, really zero in on the story.
The more I started to work, this is after Kendrick Drake, Dreamville Fest.
All right, let me go back a little bit.
You see me linking with my homeboys, and you see us going to the club, and you see us in the club. You see the visual progression of this album, up to the let out, this big climax moment or whatever. So the original non-double disc version was the same story, but a much more interpretive version. It wasn't like, oh, then this happens, then this happens, then this happens. It was like.
So you wanted that space to be able to, like, really zero in on the story.
The more I started to work, this is after Kendrick Drake, Dreamville Fest, I basically had to like just gather myself, first of all, had to like recover. That shit was like, that shit was a big whirlwind of emotions at that time.
Did you have to like meditate, like how you moved through that space? Because that was one of the loudest experiences I've ever had in hip hop. Like just the fallout, all the conversation around it. And I always wondered, what was going through your mind?
My part in it specifically, or you mean the whole album?
Yeah, you were just watching, like, because you had come off, you had this dope feature run, you clearly had Might Delete Later already ready to go, we were building up to the fall off, Cole fans were like, you can't tell us nothing right now, we're outside, and then, so you're on the stage at Dreamville Fest, and I always wondered, what was going through your mind in the 5 seconds before you made the apology, the 5 minutes, the 5 hours before? Was it something that you had really thought of and planned, or did you get on the stage and felt like, I need to do this?
No, it hit me an hour before.
Okay.
But before that, I was stressing the fuck out but in the moment that the idea came to me, like via God. It's like, oh man, I lifted and I got light and I got excited. I got so excited because, you know, to tell you the 2 or 3 days before that, it was like, oh my, nah, this is terrible, because I felt like I misrepresented myself. You know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden I'm giving life to division and to negative storylines or negative perceptions on somebody that I fuck with and got love for. You know what I mean? Somebody that I like care about. And it's like, oh shit. In my mind, of course, I mean, I could take you back to, we know why that happened in the first place, but just to answer your question, that shit had me feeling terrible, because I'm like, oh my God, like this shit is nasty. This shit don't feel right. And of course, leading up to it, it made, when I was doing it, it made sense. Actually, I can't really say it made sense, but in a moment where I wasn't clear, like we were just talking about, I chose to do something that didn't align. It's like putting on the fucking outfit, the Versace sweater or whatever. In a moment where I wasn't clear, I chose to go this way for reasons that I could tell you about. But all you need to know right now is like, yo, I felt miserable about it. Like literally, like my whole demeanor, my whole shit, my wife could tell. And so I'm like, oh my God, I gotta go on the stage and like, come out here and pretend, almost like people think that I'm represented. Mike Delete Later had just dropped. It's the biggest news. Not saying Mike Delete Later is, but just the drama of all of this is the biggest news happening. And I'm coming out as a representative of what the fuck they just heard. It's like, oh, nah. So an hour before, it was like, oh, aha. Like,
this
yo,
is nasty,
in a very loud manner, you know, in a very public forum on your album, you said some shit you didn't believe in. Now you got the opportunity to go on a bigger form, you know what I mean, a bigger stage is being live stream and say something that you believe in. And in that moment, I'm like, oh, thank you, God. Like, I told my wife, she's the only one I told. I ain't telling nobody else. I was like, yo, this one I'm about to go do. She started crying because she know how I feel about him. You know what I mean? Like, she knows. And she saw how it was weighing on me the 2-3 days before that. She could see in my whole energy. And she would even ask me, and I'm just like, yeah, I got a lot going on right now. Like, so when I go and do it, I felt even better than I felt knowing I was gonna do. I felt like, if you'd have seen me that night, man, mind you, the demeanor of everybody around me.
I was just gonna say.
Like, damn, nigga, like my man Barry from since the 80s, you know, he Earth Gang, signed Earth Gang, and yeah.
He'll always keep it real with you.
100%, that's my nigga. Like, he just sitting there like, he like, you a good dude, man. But he's almost disgusted about it. Like, he's almost hurt about it. And if you would have saw me, I'm just like, bro, like, I feel amazing because now the world knows how I really actually feel.
Yo, but this is what is mind-blowing to me, right? The reaction that everybody had, and we'll talk more like later, especially now a couple years removed, people are still excited for the fall off. It's like shocking that even happened, the place where we're at now. But I'm amazed that you felt so good after doing that.
Man, I felt
You looked around and you're like, I don't care how upset y'all are.
Fuck, I was so light and like, and because I knew at the end of the day, he heard me and the world heard me. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, if I never say another word on this again, like, y'all see where I stand. And it's like, yo, in my mind, I made a wrong or right in the best way that I could. Yo, you did wrong. You were in the wrong. I put myself in the wrong. Now, mind you, in my mind, I had like justifications and how I thought it would go and boom, boom, boom. But in reality, when it actually played out, I was like, oh, God.
I'm so confused by J. Cole because, you know, at the most pussy type of, you know, outlook of this, I thought he was going to say, hey, listen, I love Kendrick, but, you know, I want to prove I'm the best. You know, I'm here for the challenge. Instead, like, bro, the nigga sound like he sound like he love Kendrick more than Whitney. It's like, yeah, I love that guy. Like, yo, bro, what happened to the competition? What happened to that shit?
God, that was fucking stupid. And now, how do you make a wrong or right? And it just came to me like an hour before.
I gotta give you props for that. You're a brave person. It's like you said, hip hop is, I love this culture, but it is scary. You know what I mean? The way people will come for you, like personally attack you for things. And the things people said after that were you really just hanging out at a beach minding your business after this?
No. But it was funny because I was actually at a beach just for like a couple days. I went to this little beach spot. And so, but mind you, I didn't know that the I guess a meme or whatever was going around saying that. So people showing me like, bro, this is crazy. Like, you're actually at a beach. But it wasn't, but mind you, to let you know though, because it kind of goes with what we were saying earlier, but I didn't finish my thought, where it's like, I did what I did and I felt light, free, like I had did the right thing for me. You know what I mean? I had made a wrong right. However, like, you know, the world, they don't give a fuck about that. And they fucking me up, like in terms of like, you know, they fucking me up basically, like my name, reputation, boom, boom. And so that was, although like, you know, the lightness that I felt made it easier to deal with, over time, I don't know how long that shit lasted. It felt like a very long time, but it was like over time I had to process that shit, and I had to get right, because, you know, of course at the time it felt like the right move, and it always felt like the right move. But there were times where the thoughts of like, damn, nigga, you're fucking done right now. You know what I mean? Like, that's what the world is saying. It's over. You know what I mean? Like that shit, not that it like, it wasn't dominant, but it was in my mind. And it was like, it brought up emotions and fears that I had to like sit with and fight. And so a part of my reaction to that was, oh man, I'm leaving out a critical part of the story. Cause
But you got some of your thoughts out on Port Antonio. That was later that year?
Yes, but I'm leaving out a critical part of the story for you in a sense that like you said, I had Mike Delete Later, and I had the Fall Off ready to go.
Yeah.
And the plan was dropping Mike Delete Later. That shit was, Mike Delete Later was always dropping at the spot that it dropped. That was the date it was gonna drop, right before Dreamville Fest. Of course, that song, 7 Minutes, wasn't on it. It was the whole album minus that song. And then I had the Fall Off coming like 8 weeks later, mind you. So it was like, you know,
Wow.
I had the Fall Off coming probably like 2 months after that, right? Here's the asterisk next to I had the Fall Off coming. I was finishing the album. I was on tour with Drake. And if you would have heard me talk about the Fall Off probably for the 4 or 5 months prior to almost releasing the album, what you would have heard is me and E both. This is my man. You would have heard us talk about the Fall Off like this. Man, let's get this shit the fuck out and be done with this shit. Like, come on, bro. We have been working on it for 8 years at that point. So we were exhausted and the music was fire, but we were damn near over it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, yo, this shit is taking a long time. It's like, let's put this shit out. And I genuinely thought that I was like done. Like how I feel now, like hella inspired. Like I was not at that point. I was like exhausted. I had gave everything in my mind. You know what I mean? From the feature run to the off season, to Mike Delete Later, to everything that I had done.
Oh my God, that was an amazing time. Just sorry to interrupt, to just be a J. Cole fan. Like you have to know, like, sorry, continue.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, I had the same amount of fun. You know what I mean? Like I enjoyed it that much too. But they hit a stretch right before we were go put the album out where I was exhausted.
Yeah.
And I talked about the album negatively. Like, no lie. If you would have heard us, like, you see me on stage with Drake, I think I used to do this part in the show where I'd be like, yeah, I've been working on this album. It's almost done. But I'm like, I've been working on this album so fucking long. You can hear the pain damn near in my voice. But I really genuinely was over it. And I thought I was truly done because I couldn't write shit. It was like 3 month stretch where it's like, I couldn't write a verse or nothing worthwhile. And I had prayed and I was like, God, let me know when it's time. I had did that many times. Like, yo, let me know when it's time. Like, when it's really time for this album to come out and it's really time for me to be done, let me know. And I thought he was showing me that it was time because I was over it. I couldn't write shit. I thought like, yo, I guess I've said everything that I have to say. And here it is, the Fall Off, and here go Mike Delete Later, and I'm done. So mind you, what happens, happens. The world is fucking me up. And in my mind, I'm like, yo, they shitting on you right now. Like everything you've built, you know what I mean? Like everything you think you've built is like, yo, they just fucking you up. You catching these hands from the world, basically. And how do you feel about that? I mean, like, I'm in a good place, so it's like, it's not fucking with me too much, but damn, I mean, I am hearing it. Mind you, not because I'm seeing it. I could tell because at this point I had to even get off my YouTube. Because every other motherfucking video, I just want to watch random documentaries but every other video that I see is like some shit like about me damn near. So I had to get off that. But I knew it was getting bad because people were calling to check on me and texting me to check on me. Like, hey, you good, bro? Like,
I would have done the same thing if I could have. Yeah, we were worried.
So mind you, I am good.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking in my mind like, oh, they must be tearing me the fuck up because people are checking on me like you know, as if they think I'm in a bad place. You know what I mean? So I'm asking myself, yo, how do you feel about this? They fucking you up. How do you feel about that? I mean, obviously it don't feel good, but you know, can you control any of that? What's happening right now? Nah, I can't control none of that. No. Did you ever come down here to this fucking beat machine right here, make a beat, write a song, so that people that you never met in your life, or even if you met them in your life, would say great things about you at all times? Is that why you actually came down here and did that? And it was like, you know, I'm talking to myself. It's like, nah, that's not why I did this. Okay, why did you start doing this shit in the first place? Why did you walk down those steps right there? Thank God my parents let me like play this shit loud. They used to have these speakers loud as fuck. Make a beat on this beat machine. Why did you do that? And why did you sit here and write your first songs and your first raps? Me and my man said used to sit right in this room and write on Friday nights. We just come down here and just write. Why did you do that? I did it because I loved it. Like I genuinely like fell in love with doing it. I was so excited about it. Boom, boom. Aha. Next question. This is a conversation I'm having with myself. Maybe in a meditation, maybe after meditation or whatever. The next question is, aha, you did that because you loved it. Do you currently love this shit right now? Do you currently love it right now? Mind you, that world is fucking me up. You know what I mean? I may be on that beach on that day, but I'm not on that beach like, oh, I'm on that beach soul searching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yo, why did you ever do this shit in the first place? Oh, because you loved it. Do you love it right now? And I had to like sit there for a second and go like, oh shit. Oh my God. Like, no. Like, I mean, I love it.
You ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, J. Cole the only nigga that when I put his content on, I'm like, bro, I should just get off stream. This thing is really like dirt, bro. Like, it's just boring. And let me explain the dirt part. It's not that he's trash. It's just like, what is this thing talking about?
But it's like, yeah, you love it, you say it, but what are you doing that actively shows any love for this thing that you fell in love with? You don't.
Let me just circle back to that one part that we care about.
News, not saying Mike Delete later is, but just the drama.
You were just watching, like, because you had come off, you had this dope feature run, you clearly had Might Delete Later already ready to go.
Yes.
We were building up to the fall off. Cole fans were like, you can't tell us nothing right now, we're outside. And then, so you're on the stage at Dreamville Fest, and I always wondered what was going through your mind in the 5 seconds before you made the apology, the 5 minutes, the 5 hours before. Was it something that you had really thought of and planned? Or did you get on the stage and felt like, I need to do this?
No, it hit me an hour before.
Okay.
But before that, I was stressing the fuck out but in the moment that the idea came to me, like via God, it's like, oh man, I lifted and I got light and I got excited. I got so excited because, you know, to tell you the 2 or 3 days before that, it was like, oh my, nah, this is terrible, because I felt like I misrepresented myself. You know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden I'm giving life to division and to negative storylines or negative perceptions on somebody that I fuck with and got love for. You know what I mean? Somebody that I like care about. And it's like, oh shit. In my mind, of course, I mean, I could take you back to, we know why that happened in the first place, but just to answer your question, that shit had me feeling terrible, because I'm like, oh my God, like this shit is nasty. This shit don't feel right. And of course, leading up to it, it made, when I was doing it, it made sense. Actually, I can't really say it made sense, but in a moment where I wasn't clear, like we were just talking about, I chose to do something that didn't align. It's like putting on the fucking outfit, the Versace sweater or whatever. In a moment where I wasn't clear, I chose to go this way for reasons that I could tell you about. But all you need to know right now is like, yo, I felt miserable about it. Like literally, like my whole demeanor, my whole shit, my wife could tell. And so I'm like, oh my God, I gotta go on this stage and like come out here and pretend. Almost like people think that I'm represented. Mike Delete Later had just dropped. It's the biggest news. Not saying Mike Delete Later is, but just the drama of all of this is the biggest news happening. And I'm coming out as a representative of what the fuck they just heard. It's like, oh nah. So an hour before it was like, oh, aha. Like, yo, in a very loud manner, you know, in a very public forum on your album, you said some shit you didn't believe in.
This is gonna sound like a crazy analogy, but J. Cole remind me of. By the way, everybody move over to Kick, man. We going to Kick right now. So I might have to go crazy a little bit. Everybody move over to Kick. Everybody go to Kick real quick. Kick.com/academics. Everybody move over. I'll give y'all like 2 minutes. If I get my rant in, I'm gonna give y'all 2 minutes. Kick.com/academics, please, 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 please. Oh man, I'm so upset.
Before it was like, oh, aha. Like, yo, in a very loud manner, you know, in a very public forum on your album, you said some shit you didn't believe in. Now you got an opportunity to go on a bigger forum, you know what I mean, a bigger stage is being live stream and say something that you believe in. And in that moment, I'm like, oh, thank you, God. Like, I told my wife, she's the only one I told. I ain't telling nobody else. I was like, yo, this one I'm about to go do. This
nigga said, thank you, God, for the apology. Are y'all over by Kick It, bro? This nigga said, thank you, God, for the apology. This motherfucker said, thank you, God, for the... Let me...
Bigger forum, you know what I mean? A bigger stage is being live streamed in a very loud manner, as a representative of the end. Almost like people think that I'm representing. Mike the Lead Later had just dropped. It's the biggest news. Not saying Mike the Lead Later is, but just the drama of all of this is the biggest news happening. And I'm coming out as a representative of what the fuck they just heard. It's like, oh, nah. So an hour before, it was like, oh, aha. Like, yo, in a very loud manner, you know, in a very public forum on your album, you said some shit you didn't believe in. Now you got the opportunity to go on a bigger forum, you know what I mean, a bigger stage is being live stream and say something that you believe in. And in that moment, I'm like, oh, thank you, God. Like, I told my wife, she the only one I told. I ain't telling nobody else. I was like, yo, this one I'm about to go do. She started crying because she know how I feel about him. You know what I mean? Like, she knows. And she saw how it was weighing on me the 2-3 days before that. She could see in my whole energy. And she would even ask me. And I'm just like, yo, I got a lot going on right now. Like, so when I go and do it, I felt even better than I felt knowing I was going to do it. I felt like, if you'd have seen me that night, man, mind you, the demeanor of everybody around me.
I was just gonna say.
Like, damn, nigga, like my man Barry from since the 80s, you know, he Earth Gang, signed Earth Gang, and yeah.
He'll always keep it real with you.
100%.